Chapter 301. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. -12 Grimald Place. Renovation day arrived, and after a lot of planning and thinking about what to change in the house, Sirius decided that a cozy and cheerful-looking place would be good. And luckily, Andromeda, who heard about the renovation, helped us with some ideas, and managed to get it out of Sirius' head that leaving the whole place in red and gold wouldn't be good. Of course, some threats were necessary, but most of the problem was resolved with a friendly conversation. Many people were involved in this renovation, from Ted and Andromeda to Headmaster Dumbledore, who spoke to Sirius about adding some additional protections, both as a friendly gesture and to protect Harry. The headmaster was taking care of the wards and protections. Sirius, Ted and I were the manpower, and Remus was the person organizing everything. And Andromeda was the one who was watching over us to make sure we didn't do anything stupid, not that she was very successful at that. And I say this because Sirius hadn't forgotten when I said I was a better prankster than the Marauders, and with a bruised ego and a desire to prove his superiority as a mischievous master, he tried to play a trick on me. Emphasis on tried. As his first 3 attempts at pranks were discovered by me and I returned them twice, which frustrated and impressed him. And after those first 3 pranks, I decided it was my time to attack him, and so a prank war ensued between me and the Great Lord Black. But putting that war aside and getting back to the renovation, we were currently finalizing the kitchen renovation.
Reparo,
Remus said, casting the spell on the kitchen cupboards, fixing them.
You know, if you added a large 2-door cabinet in that corner, it would look nicer and match that countertop.
I said, rubbing my chin in thought. Sirius muttered, following my gaze, also with his hand on his chin.
You're right.
I'm always right.
I said, and Sirius didn't even bat an eyelid at this, having gotten used to my somewhat arrogant personality.
Actually, we can use that cupboard in the library hallway,
Remus said.
And we'll just need to transfigure and repaint it to match the other furniture in the kitchen.
Well then, let's finish tidying this place up, and then we'll put another cupboard in here,
Sirius said, going over to the countertop and opening one of its drawers. He just wanted to see if there was anything inside the drawer, but as soon as he opened it, pink smoke was thrown in his face.
One day I'm going back to Azkaban for killing a certain Ravenclaw,
Sirius muttered, and in the background Remus was chuckling lightly, causing a vein to pop out of his forehead. He then turned to me, who was just smiling innocently at him.
Damn Raven,
Sirius thought, but inside he was smiling with some thoughts of revenge. 3 days later,
It looks like a totally different place here.
Andromeda said as she looked around in amazement at the completely renovated 12 Grimald Place.
Yes, after we got rid of the smell of death and decay, the wallpaper with claw marks and blood, and the furniture bought from a cemetery, it was more presentable here,
Sirius said, nodding to himself in satisfaction. And you couldn't even say that Sirius was exaggerating with this description, which made me question what purebloods saw as a noble and cozy house. The house previously seemed an uninhabitable and gloomy place, which would be able to make even the happiest and most positive person in the world depressed and scared if they lived in it for 1 week. And now the house felt warm and cozy, perfect for a family to live in. All the furniture has been repaired and some replaced, and the walls and ceilings were repainted and covered with blue and pale yellow wallpaper, and the floor was now a dark oak wood. The kitchen now looked like a modern kitchen, mainly because Sirius didn't have the same problems as his family with having more things done by muggles in their house. The library was now filled with books, obviously not counting the dark magic books, and all the organization was done by Remus, who, like the scholar that he was, had happily offered to do it. The other places were also fixed and cleaned, and Sirius and Harry's room was already organized and arranged to suit their tastes and personalities. In short, 12 Grimald Place was now a warm and colorful house.
But now, have you decided whether you're going to live here?
Andromeda asked Sirius, turning to her cousin. And instead of answering, Sirius started to look around before frowning and looking down in thought.
Sigh.
he said with a sad look.
But I know that if I do, I'll just be running away of my problems.
And this time he lifted his head, a determined look on his face that didn't hide his tension.
And since I've become a free man, I've decided never to run away again. So yes, I'm going to live in this house and make good memories with Harry, my family, and my friends here.
And saying that, Sirius turned to look for me and Andromeda, only to see us looking at him with satisfied smiles and, in Andy's case, proud.
In that case, then I think having a party in this house would be a good start to this fond memories phase.
She said, and that immediately caught Sirius' attention.
A party?
He asked excitedly, and Andromeda rolled her eyes amused at her cousin's antics.
Wouldn't it be better to have a lunch with family and friends to inaugurate the new Black House?
I asked.
A party sounds too fancy.
Andromeda agreed, and Sirius nodded.
Well, in that case, I'll leave the preparation for this lunch in your hands.
He said to Andromeda, who looked at him dryly.
What a great honor.
She said, but didn't deny his request. And hearing that, Sirius gave Andromeda a huge smile before turning to me.
Sorry, but I don't know how to organize a lunch, and I'm not even a good cook.
I said, shaking my head.
How unexpected.
He said sarcastically, and I snorted. He then shook his head.
Actually, I wanted to ask if you could accompany Harry to the shopping center and maybe even help him buy a few things. Few things like what?
I asked.
Like some new clothes, some games, and whatever else he wants to decorate his room.
He replied, and I paused for a moment.
I can accompany him to the shopping tomorrow, since I won't be busy.
I said.
That's great.
Sirius said.
I already went to Gringotts and took some galleons out of my account and converted them to Muggle money. So I'll hand this money over to him and he'll be able to buy whatever he wants tomorrow. How much money are we talking about?
I asked, curious.
I think about PS 5000.
He said, and Andromeda standing beside him stopped, winking at him.
Oh, with that amount you can buy a few things.
I nodded disinterestedly.
What do you mean few things? Do you know how much 5,000 pounds is?
Andromeda asked us with a stunned look. Sirius and I, listening to her question, looked at each other before turning back to her.
5,000 pounds.
We said, and she just stared at us with her right eye twitching.
You know, why I'm still talking to these two crazy rich people.
She said, throwing her hands up in exasperation, something totally unexpected from her, who is a serious and calm person. And seeing that I looked at Sirius, who shrugged at me. Scamander's house. In a large house surrounded by trees and flowers, an elderly couple were sitting in the kitchen drinking tea. The man was writing in a diary while looking at a blue-horned ant in a jar, and the woman was sewing a cloak as she hummed. Knock, knock.
Honey, are you expecting visitors?
Newt, who was a scruffy-looking old man who had some claw scars near his neck, asked his wife, Tina. Tina was an older but energetic-looking woman who had brown eyes and gray hair streaked with brown.
No, I'm not expecting any visitors.
She replied, getting up from the chair she was sitting in and heading to the door. Arriving at the door and opening it, she came face to face with an old acquaintance who was accompanied by his wife. She asked, somewhat surprised.
What a surprise to see you here.
Is it so surprising that we come to visit some friends of ours?
He asked with a slight amused smile before looking into the house over Tina's shoulder.
Is Newt home?
He asked, and Tina nodded.
Yeah, he's over there in the kitchen.
She said, stepping aside to allow Nick and Penny to enter. As soon as they entered, Newt came to see who was at the door and saw the two immortals in front of him.
Nick, Penny.
He asked.
Hello, Newt.
Penny waved at him happily.
What are you doing here?
He asked. And listening to this question, Nick and Penny looked at each other before Nick spoke.
Actually, we would like to make a request for you.
And hearing that, Newt's gaze changed from curiosity to interest.
Oh, tell me more about him.
Chapter 302. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Grimald Place lunch day. The day of lunch to inaugurate the newly renovated 12 Grimald Place arrived, and my family and I arrived at the house early, not least because my father and mother offered to help prepare lunch. My mother, Andromeda, and Remus were in charge of preparing the food, while the rest, which included Sirius, Harry, my father, Ted, and I, went to prepare the house for the other guests, using some expansion spells on the kitchen to increase its size. When it was close to 12 p.m., everything was ready and the guests began to arrive. The first to arrive were the Weasleys, which surprised not only me but everyone who knew the red-haired family, knowing full well their tendency to be late. Soon after the arrival of the Weasleys, it was Hermione who arrived, and her parents unfortunately couldn't come because they had to solve a problem at their dental clinic. Dora was here early, but she was entertaining and playing with Seal. She thought she was doing my parents a favor, but it was Andromeda who asked her to do it because she was afraid of letting her clumsy daughter help organize lunch. Sirius wanted to invite the Longbottoms, but he heard about what happened to them. But even so, he invited Neville and his grandmother, remembering that the young son of his friends was Harry's friend and housemate, but Augusta said that they would be busy and that Neville could not come. Sirius thought about inviting other friends of his, but he thought this lunch was something more intimate and that it would be better to keep him among the family. But back to lunch, after all the guests arrived, everyone immediately went to the kitchen, where a table full of delicious food and drinks was waiting for us.
So are you going to the Quidditch World Cup final?
My dad asked Sirius after gulping down his food, and the dogman nodded.
Yes, the minister offered me some VIP tickets as some sort of compensation, or a bribe, I don't know.
Sirius shrugged, before turning to Harry, who was talking to Hermione and Ron.
And how do I know that Harry has never seen a professional Quidditch match? I decided to accept them to take him to see the final.
And obviously, your wanting to see the matches has no connection with that decision, right?
Andromeda asked sarcastically.
Obviously.
Sirius nodded with an honest face. He then looked back at my dad.
And actually, I won 6 tickets, and I was going to take Harry and Remus with me, but Arthur already invited Harry to go with his family to the cup final.
He said, looking to the head of the Weasley family.
That's true, Ludo owed me a little favor and got me some tickets for this final.
Mr. Weasley said, and Percy, who was sitting in the farthest corner, snorted at Bagman's name. Sirius nodded.
Well, and since Harry is already going with the Weasleys, I still have 4 tickets left.
And saying that, he started looking at my parents with a look that said,
You understand what I'm implying.
And really, it was clear to anyone that he was inviting my family to go to the Quidditch World Cup with he.
Oh.
My dad said, turning to my mom, who also had an odd look on her face.
Are you inviting us to go with you to the cup final?
My mother asked.
Yes.
Sirius said happily, with Remus nodding.
And you're sure about that? It won't be a problem if we go, because, well, Joshua and I are muggles.
She said with a look of uncertainty.
I'm sure no one will try to stop us or stop you. That is, not if they don't want to suffer the consequences of angering the Black Lord.
Sirius said, this being the first time I'd seen him use his title of Lord without feeling disgust or contempt.
Well, if you're sure.
My mom started to say, looking sideways at my dad.
Then we accept your invitation.
My father said, and Sirius smiled brightly.
That's great.
He said and then turned to me, who had been quietly watching them chat.
So Ethan, are you excited to watch the Quidditch World Cup final?
He asked me.
Actually, I'm not a huge Quidditch fan.
I said, and Sirius gasped.
I've never heard such heresy before.
He said, looking at me as if I'd offended his mother. In fact, I already offended his mother, and he just laughed with an almost maniacal happy look, so I take it back.
I thought you liked Quidditch.
Remus said, confused.
From what I heard from Professor McGonagall, you love playing Quidditch, and it's one of your favorite things to do at school.
Well, that's true.
I said, nodding my head.
But I like to play, not watch matches or follow professional teams and championships. Really?
Ron, who had his mouth full of potatoes, asked me with a dazed look.
Yes, I like the thrill of flying, the speed, the sense of adventure.
I started to say.
Destroying poor captain's dreams.
Fred said, talking about wood.
And humiliating the other teams with landslide victories.
George continued.
Yes, yes, that too.
I nodded before turning to Harry.
And I'm pretty sure Harry feels the same way, of course, not counting the part about destroying dreams and humiliating teams.
And when I finished speaking, everyone turned to Harry, wanting to hear what he was going to say.
Well, I can't say I don't like watching or talking about Quidditch.
He started to say, nervous with so many eyes on him.
But it's true, what I like about Quidditch is the thrill of flying at great speed in the sky. Oh,
Ron said, looking at Harry as if he was only just meeting his friend. And Sirius, who listened to his godson, just smiled, already knowing his passion for flying.
I wish I had that passion for flying that you have.
Dora said with a sad look.
What do you mean?
Hermione asked.
what does she mean?
Ted started to answer before Dora could.
Is that she's just as clumsy in the sky as she is on the ground.
He said, chuckling lightly.
Hey, that's not true.
Dora said, and her mother looked at her with a raised eyebrow.
Oh, seriously?
Andromeda asked, glancing lightly at me and Sirius with a look that promised pain if we made the joke.
Because as I recall, on your 13th birthday when we went camping, someone decided to fly on the broom they got as a gift and ended up stuck in a tree 20 meters from the ground. Well, that's not weird at all. Trees are very dangerous and obstacles very difficult.
Dora said defensively, crossing her arms.
That's true.
Andromeda nodded.
But we were in an open field, and the nearest tree was 2 kilometers away.
Dora said, uncrossing her arms as her hair turned pink from her embarrassment.
And here, I thought your greatest achievement was tripping over a chandelier.
I said, nodding in wonder.
Did she trip over a chandelier?
Hermione asked Ginny with a confused look, and the red-haired girl simply shrugged, also not knowing how something like this could happen. And the twins, who were also confused about this, looked up to where there was a chandelier hanging from the ceiling, gaining sudden inspiration for a new prank. But leaving all these questions of how physics worked to a clumsy witch, I started thinking about the Quidditch World Cup final. Amazing game, lots of fanatical fans, Leprechaun and Vila's concert, and a bunch of Death Eaters looking to cause panic and terror for their fun, I thought. And then I looked at my parents and Seal.
I plan not to get involved in the events of this Quidditch World Cup final, but apparently I don't have that option anymore.
I sighed.
But well, at least this will help me confirm if Pettigrew really met Voldemort, and if Crouch Jr. is still with his father.
Chapter 303. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. As soon as lunch was over, all the teenagers, Dora and Seal, went to the living room, leaving the adults in the kitchen to talk about their boring, serious business. I also left the kitchen, but instead of following the twins or the Golden Trio, I separated from them, with me saying I needed to check something in the library. Obviously, I only said this to the twins, as I knew that if Hermione heard the word library, she would want to join me, like the book lover that she was. The twins didn't suspect a thing, already knowing that, like Hermione, I was also a book lover. Parting with them, I went to the front of the library door, and as soon as I got in front of it and felt that there was no one around, I used the disillusionment charm on myself. Invisible and without making a sound, I went back and up the stairs that led towards the second floor where the rooms were, and arriving on this floor, I headed towards Regulus' room.
Well, now I just need to see if this works.
I thought, pulling out of my pocket a small pyramid with 4 square holes on each side. This small object had many hieroglyphs on it, but if one looked closely, they would notice that these hieroglyphs had several very small runes engraved on them. This item was a gift that Penny gave me, which was basically a key that used a set of several runes, and thanks to these runes, said item could, in theory, open any magically locked door and lock, and moreover could also break any ward. Penny had created this item specifically for me, knowing I had a tendency to
invade
places, and she named this ward-breaking key pyramid as Ethan's Happy. Obviously, she's not very good when it comes to naming things, which is why I decided to call the item Elder Key.
I hope you don't disappoint me.
I thought placing the Elder Key in front of the door of Regulus' room, pressing the top of it. The pyramid then shook a little before its top opened, with several lines of light going up through it and heading towards the door. After that, these lines of light stuck to the door, and I could see with my magic vision that the blocking magic that was on the door began to intertwine with the pyramid's magic, and after a few seconds it disappeared, or rather, it was absorbed by the Elder Key.
So instead of literally breaking the ward or blocking spell, the Elder Key actually absorbs them. Interesting.
I mused and then began to look with renewed focus at the magic that was both inside and outside the item.
Actually, it looks like the blocking spell is being stored inside the pyramid.
And coming to that conclusion, I nodded to myself in awe.
This is an amazing gift.
I said to myself, already thinking about my next use for it. But that aside, I picked up the Elder Key from the floor, and rising to my feet I approached the door, placing my hand on the doorknob and turning it. And with a click I heard the door open, causing a smile to appear on my face.
Nice.
I said, opening the door and stepping into Sirius' late younger brother's room.
And I thought Sirius was in love with his house.
I said, looking with disgust at the room with wallpaper, sheets, and blanket in the colors green, silver, and black.
In fact, I'm pretty sure this room was decorated like this because of Walburga.
And saying that I started to look even more strangely at the room, but shaking my head I went back to concentrating on my mission. Using my senses I started looking for Slytherin's locket, focusing on any kind of powerful dark magic.
I found you.
I mumbled. Starting to walk, I went to the closet that was in the corner of the room, but instead of opening its door I bent down, looking at the wooden floor, noticing that one part of the floor was different from the others. And with a little effort I lifted that piece of flooring, finding beneath it a dark wooden box that exuded a vile magic I was already familiar with.
It really is a great hiding place, but who put the locket here?
I wondered, looking across the room to a box full of other dark magic items.
I don't think Sirius or Remus would separate the locket without even knowing what it is, so there's only one answer left: that creature hid it. But well, I can't be thinking about that right now. I have to get out of here fast.
I said to myself, picking up the box and getting up. And just to confirm that what was inside was really the Slytherin's locket, I opened the box. And just as I expected, the precious item of the blood-purest founder of Hogwarts was inside the box.
Actually, this is a very nice locket.
I commented, nodding.
Maybe I'll make one just like it for myself and Darg.
And before I could finish my sentence, I felt a terrible pain, and immediately I got down on my knees. The pain was coming from my hands, going through my arms and spread throughout my body, and I could feel that this pain was hitting my body not in a physical way, but in another way.
Damn!
I thought, gritting my teeth. Just as it had when I took the Ravenclaw diadem, my magic reacted to the piece of Voldemort's soul inside the locket. I could feel my magic trying to break free to counter the effects of this dark magic, but I managed to control it enough that it didn't leak out and alert the other people in the house. As my magic got into a tug of war with Locket's magic, I started getting flashes and visions, but I was in so much pain that I couldn't even analyze them properly. And as my agony continued, I heard a crack coming from near me, and suddenly I felt the locket being taken from my hand. Still somewhat disoriented and panting heavily, I lifted my head, only to find Creature in front of me glaring at me as he held the box with the locket close to his chest protectively.
What is the mudblood doing in Master Regulus' room?
He asked me angrily. But then instead of answering him, I just looked at him, still trying to control my magic. However, I still accidentally leaked some magic, which hit the creature and made him freeze in fear. Catching my breath, I sat down on the ground tiredly, before looking at the elf who looked at me scared without moving.
Creature!
I called him and I could see him shiver, which made me frown before sighing.
Listen, I need this locket. It's a...
I started to say, but Creature cut me off.
No!
He exclaimed, clutching the box even tighter to his chest.
This is Master Regulus's locket, and I won't let you take it. Sigh.
And as soon as I said that, creature squealed, cringing.
Don't say that name.
He whispered fearfully, looking around as if he expected the Dark Lord himself to appear and curse us.
Okay, it's just a name. You don't have to be afraid.
Chapter 304. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
Look, I know there's great, powerful dark magic in that locket, and I also know it needs to be destroyed.
I said to the creature, who lifted his head to look at me in surprise.
You know.
He asked a little unsure.
Yes, and I also know how to destroy him.
I said, and if before the creature's look was one of surprise, now it turned to one of total shock and disbelief.
Does the Mudblood Master know how to destroy the locket? How?
He asked me, hope in his voice.
First, my name is Ethan, and I don't like being called a mudblood.
I said, frowning.
And second, yes, I know the method to destroy the locket and the magic within it.
How can creature destroy the locket?
Creature asked me, looking at the box in his hands.
You can't.
I said, and he looked at me confused, so I started to explain.
As far as I know, there are only 3 methods to destroy what's inside the locket, and 2 of them are spells, and the other is using a something that is very rare and hard to get.
And listening to me, the creature's hopeful look changed to one of disappointment, and I could see his ears drooping sadly.
Then it's impossible to destroy him.
He muttered, but I shook my head.
No, because what I said is that you can't destroy him, but I can and I will.
I said, catching the elf's attention again. Creature then began to look between me and the box in his hand apprehensively.
Are you going to destroy him?
He asked me, and I nodded.
Yes, and that's why I came out here to get it.
I said. And after I said that, creature looked back at the box, and I could see that he was having an internal debate, probably wondering whether or not he should give me the locket.
You?
Creature asked, and I smiled to see that he'd changed the way he called me.
Yes, I promise on my magic and life that I will destroy the locket.
I said, raising my right hand. And from that hand, a white line appeared, before attaching itself to my wrist and disappearing, showing that a magical oath had been taken. And it seems that the oath put an end to all the creature's doubts, as a small, relieved smile appeared on his face, and I could even see a few tears in his eyes.
Creature will be able to fulfill the promise he made to Master Regulus.
He said happily, looking like a totally different elf than I knew. I let creature cry for a while, not wanting to interrupt the moment of happiness and relief for the little elf who had been suffering under the pressure of a promise to his former master. After almost a minute of the creature crying and mumbling, the elf then stopped crying, turning to me.
Thanks,
He said, picking up the box with the Slytherin's locket and handing it to me. I looked at him for a moment, realizing it must have been a tough choice for him to hand me the locket. I then reached out my hand and carefully picked up the box while holding my breath, afraid of suffering another magical attack from the Horcrux's dark magic. And as soon as my hand touched the box, I felt nothing, and I sighed in relief. Picking up the box, I stood up with it in hand, with creature looking down at me.
Don't worry, creature, I'm going to destroy this locket, and then your Master Regulus' soul will finally be able to rest in peace knowing that his mission was accomplished.
I said, and he nodded at me, and I could see how he straightened up, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders.
Now I need to go back downstairs, but first I would like to ask you not to say anything about what happened here or about the locket to anyone, not even the other members of the Black family.
I said with a serious look in the face.
Creature will keep his mouth shut. Not even the traitor and the mistress will know about the locket.
The elf said, also with a serious look.
Sigh.
I said.
Master Ethan doesn't need to thank me.
He said, bowing slightly to me, and without waiting for me to say anything else, he disappeared with another snap. Seeing this, I could only shake my head ironically, but a little happily. I had gotten the Slytherin's locket and apparently the creature's loyalty as well, which could help me in the future. Nodding to myself, I left Regulus' room, and outside I closed the door and took the elder key out of my pocket again, approaching the door and pressing the top of it. I could then see that just as I expected, the Elder Key's runes again covered the door, only this time it was carrying the very blocking spell it had stored with it, transferring it to the door and activating it. And not even 1 second later did I feel the door being magically locked, and looking closely at it, I couldn't notice any difference that would reveal that someone had broken into the room. And seeing this, I nodded in satisfaction.
Really, Penny deserves to be called the greatest rune master alive.
I thought. After I finished relocking Regulus's bedroom door, I took the Elder Key and went downstairs, having already hidden the box with the Slytherin's locket in my pocket. However, as soon as I got to the bottom of the stairs, I came across Ginny, who was looking at me with a curious look, making me realize that I had forgotten an important detail.
Damn, I forgot to disillusion myself.
I thought, wanting to palm my forehead.
Ethan, what were you doing up there?
Ginny asked me, and I quickly started searching my mind for an answer. And as I thought of an answer, I heard the twins' voice laughing, and that gave me an idea.
Well, don't tell Sirius, but I was setting a prank for him in his room.
I said with a slight mischievous smile, winking at her. And listening to my response, Ginny continued to stare at me for a few seconds, with me still looking at her with a smile until she shrugged.
Oh, cool.
She said before turning to leave. Seeing that she bought into my lie, I sighed in relief before following her. Following her, I walked past the living room, where I saw Dora telling the twins about one of her training adventures with Moody, with Seal in her lap. And on the other side, talking quietly, were the Golden Trio. I thought about joining them, but I decided to stop by the kitchen first to get something to drink, as I wanted something to refresh myself, as I was still feeling a slight pain in my body due to the effects of the locket on my magic. Arriving in the kitchen, I saw that everyone was sitting around the table, with cups of coffee and tea in front of them, and Mrs. Weasley was standing at the sink rolling up the sleeves of her blouse, an apron already wrapped around her waist.
What are you doing, Mrs. Weasley?
I asked, getting her attention.
Oh, I'm just going to wash the dishes.
She replied with a slight maternal smile.
You don't need to wash the dishes, Mrs. Weasley. The creature can take care of that.
I said.
Creature, who is creature?
She asked, confused.
He's my family's house elf.
Sirius said in a snort, and Mrs. Weasley blinked in surprise.
Oh, there's no need for that, dear. I can do the dishes myself.
She said to me, only I didn't pay attention to her.
Creature!
I called him, and immediately a snap sounded, with the little elf appearing in front of me.
Did Master Ethan call me?
He asked respectfully. And not noticing Sirius and Andromeda's shocked looks, I spoke to him.
Yes, if you're not too busy, I'd like to ask you to do the lunch dishes, please.
And listening to my request, the previously grumpy elf bowed slightly.
Don't worry, Master Ethan. Creature will wash the dishes.
He said, and then he raised his hand, snapping his fingers, and after that all the plates, cutlery and glasses that were in the sink started to clean themselves. Seeing this, I nodded to Creature with a grateful smile, receiving a nod back from the small elf.
How?
Andromeda asked, somewhat shocked and confused.
So that's the power of a Ravenclaw.
Chapter 305. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Knight's house after lunch at Sirius house.
Sigh.
My dad said after going through the door, wasting no time and going to his favorite armchair, throwing himself into it and relaxing contentedly.
We've only been gone for a few hours.
My mom said with an eye roll, before feeling Seal tugging at the hem of her shirt.
Hi, honey. Can I get a cookie from the cookie jar?
She asked.
But honey, aren't you full?
My mom asked with a strange look.
It hasn't been 30 minutes since you had that pie at Sirius's.
But Mom's cookies are really good.
She said with a pleading pout that was destroying my mom's resistance.
Thanks, honey, but if you eat too much sweets, you'll get a sore stomach.
My mom tried to say, but Seal kept staring at her, with her eyes shining, making her even cuter. And I was pretty sure those puppy dog eyes were powered by the effect of Seal's accidental, or not so accidental, magic. Seeing that Seal wasn't going to give up, and feeling her heart soften, my mom sighed.
Okay.
She said, and Seal broke into a huge smile as she bounced up and down in celebration.
But don't eat too much, otherwise you won't be able to eat dinner.
My mom said, and Seal nodded quickly, before running to the kitchen excitedly.
Sigh.
She said, shaking her head with an ironic but affectionate smile.
You spoil her a lot.
I said, shaking my head in disappointment. I then turned to my parents, only to find them looking at me with grimaces on their faces. Look who's talking, they thought. Having no idea what was going through my parents' minds, I stretched my body a bit, still feeling a little sore. My pain wasn't physical, so my accelerated healing didn't do much to alleviate it. Because of that, the whole time I spent at Grimald Place after getting the locket, I had to pretend I was fine, but now that I was home, I could finally rest.
Yawn.
I said to my parents.
Are you okay, dear?
My mom asked, a little worried, knowing that I really wasn't well thanks to the mother's sixth sense.
I'm fine, just a little tired.
I said with a slight reassuring smile at her.
She
nodded, not quite believing me. I then went towards the stairs, and when I put my foot on the first step to go up, I heard my mother speak.
When it's time for dinner, I'll call you.
Okay.
She said, and Seal broke into a huge smile as she bounced up and down in celebration. But don't eat too much, otherwise you won't be able to eat dinner, my mom said, and Seal nodded quickly before running to the kitchen excitedly. Sigh.
Hi, Tom.
A man with red hair and beard with bright blue eyes said to me. He then walked into my small room, closing the door behind him before reaching out to me. I eyed him suspiciously and hesitantly before reaching out my hand as well and squeezing his. Pulling up a chair, he sat across from me, smiling calmly, which made me uncomfortable.
I'm Professor Dumbledore,
he said, and I stopped, studying him again.
A teacher.
I asked, wondering if this was a new way of calling the doctors, as it was weird and unexpected to have a teacher here in my room. This man then explained to me that he was not a doctor nor that he was here to examine me at the request of the matron, as I believed. But even with that short explanation, I still didn't understand why he was here for me, and that only made me more cautious.
Who are you?
I asked, feeling a familiar feeling of coolness and protection wash over me and calm me down, something that always happened when my emotions started to get turbulent. Hearing my question, this man smiled again, and I could have sworn I saw his eyes twinkle.
I already told you, I'm Dumbledore and I work at a school called Hogwarts. I have come to offer you a place at my school. You look mighty like that muggle. What muggle?
I asked.
That muggle what my sister took a fancy to. That muggle what lives in the big house over the way, you look right like him.
He replied, and hearing that name made my body stiffen and felt my brain shut down for a few seconds. But my uncle, this grotesque, dirty-looking man, seemed not to notice and went on talking.
But he's older now, isn't he? He's older than you now that I think about it.
And I want you to show all these Medis the power that runs in the Salazar's family blood, and
I hissed at the magnificent creature in front of me, the animal, the weapon, the secret of Slytherin, the great basilisk of the Chamber of Secrets.
And yes, master, and
It hissed back at me, before starting to crawl towards one of the dozens of pipes in the chamber.
I'm sorry, Tom, but I can't give you the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts.
Dumbledore, now the headmaster of Hogwarts, said, and I clenched my fists angrily.
You know I'm the best choice for the job, Dumbledore, so why?
I asked, looking intently at him.
Sigh.
He said, closing his eyes as he sighed.
So you're going to trust rumors that were made by people who are probably jealous of me?
I asked, feeling my magic begging to be released.
Unfortunately, I'm led to believe some of these rumors.
He said. I stared at him then, at the senile old man who was denying me a job that belonged to me, a job that would have brought me closer to having Hogwarts to myself.
Greatness inspires envy, envy engenders spite, spite spawns lies. You must know this, Dumbledore. Look if it's not the weirdo.
One of the kids from the orphanage, who I didn't want to remember the name, said, mocking as he walked with his group of friends.
Where are your friends, freak?
He asked, laughing. But instead of answering him, I continued reading my book. And that seemed to annoy him off as he lunged at me, taking the book from my hands.
Hey, I'm talking to you.
He screamed. Seeing my book in his hands and his angry look, I remained silent.
Seems like they never learn.
I thought, feeling my emotions and the feeling that came with them rise up inside me. And with intense focus, I started looking at this despicable boy.
Huh, what are you looking at? Do you want that back?
He asked, waving the book in front of my face mockingly.
Oh, are you mad? What are you going to do? You're going to crack.
And before he could finish his sentence, a crack sounded, and he immediately fell to his knees screaming.
Ugh, my arms, you broke my arm.
He screamed in pain, tears streaming down his face. And her scream seemed to get everyone's attention, and not a second later, one of the orphanage matrons came running towards us with a look of panic. Walking through the halls of Hogwarts, I felt anger and hatred rise in me, and wherever I walked the tapestries and armor trembled with my seeping angry magic.
Rumors created by inferior and jealous people. Is that all it takes to blind you, Dumbledore?
I thought, furrowing my brow. I then, after some walking, arrived in front of a wall. However, I knew that there was more to this wall than it seemed. Looking at that wall, I felt in the inner pocket of my robe, feeling for the Ravenclaw diadem.
Yes, nothing fairer than a piece of me always staying in this school, a place that should belong to me.
I thought, my eyes glowing red.
I'm here to sell some items.
A fat lady said, and I just looked at her with a disinterested but polite smile.
And what would those items be?
I asked, and she smirked before looking around, checking to see if anyone was spying on us, and I wanted to roll my eyes. She then took 2 items out of her bag, which were wrapped in some gray cloth. She placed these items on the table before taking the cloth off them, and as soon as she did, I felt my heart stop.
Here it is, my ancestors' items.
She said, showing me the items she brought.
The Slytherin's locket and the Hufflepuff's cup.
How do you split your soul?
I asked, and Professor Slughorn eyed me carefully.
You must understand that the soul is supposed to remain intact and whole. Splitting it is an act of violation, and it goes against the laws of nature and magic.
He said, but I persisted.
But how do you do it?
And at my question, he looked at me for a while, and I could see hesitation and indecision on his face. He then stopped, turning to the flames in the fireplace before answering.
By an act of evil.
He said, frowning.
Killing lacerates the soul. The mage intent on creating a Horcrux would use the damage to his advantage.
Your worthless, wretched life will now be used for something truly meaningful.
I mumbled in the wet bathroom as I looked at the lifeless body of the Myrtle.
You will be my first Horcrux.
Blinking slightly, I started to get up groggy, confused by the things I'd just seen. My mind was fuzzy, and I didn't know why I experienced these memories, which obviously weren't mine.
What the hell just happened?
Chapter 306. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. I was still confused by the things I had just seen, or rather, confused by the memories I had just experienced. I knew who these memories belonged to, and if the name Tom Riddle didn't make it clear, I witnessed some moments in the life of the current Dark Lord, and the reason for my confusion was why I had seen these memories. In fact, if I had only seen the memories, I wouldn't have felt so strange, but I witnessed and lived these memories as Tom himself.
How?
I asked myself, reflecting as I tried to organize my mind. I could think of a few answers, and the one most likely to be correct was that I had only seen these memories because of the incident with Slytherin's locket. With the other Horcruxes, strange things also happened, but nothing on this level. None of them did anything so.
Sigh.
I thought, crossing my legs. And in this moment, when I crossed my legs, I noticed that I wasn't on my soft mattress.
How?
I looked down confused, seeing grass all around me, and not understanding what was happening, I raised my head. Immediately as I raised my head, I realized that I wasn't in my room, but in a clearing surrounded by fog.
Sigh, so I'm in another one of those dreams.
I mumbled, too confused and tired to think about what this dream or vision meant. I continued to look around, trying to see if I could find anything, or more specifically, any creatures, but I heard nothing and saw nothing, mostly because of the fog. It seemed that I was so focused on finding the answers to Tom's memories that I didn't even notice the change of location around me.
A dream within a dream.
I huffed before laying down on the slightly damp floor, looking up at the stars above me, which were the only visible things in this forest.
My magic looks like it not only reacted to the Horcrux in the locket, it also connected with it.
I muttered, thinking back to the memories implanted in my mind.
And that's both good and bad at the same time. Good because now I have a better understanding of Tom's past, even if it's not much, but bad because I don't know what other effects this connection might have on me.
Raising my right hand, I started to look at it, remembering that it was the one I was holding the locket box with.
Perhaps the Horcrux will start to affect my mind like it did with Ron and Harry on the Horcrux hunt.
I said to myself, and immediately a grimace came over my face before I sighed.
I don't feel anything strange or wrong with me, so I guess the Horcrux couldn't get into my mind to manipulate me.
I thought after doing a full body scan with my magical sense.
But I'll just confirm that after some time, so until then I just have to keep doing the things I do.
And with that in mind, I took a deep breath before letting it out and relaxing, knowing there wasn't much I could do for now. And as I relaxed, I started trying to feel my surroundings, trying to get an idea of how big the clearing I was in and if there was anything nearby. Just like all my other dreams, my abilities were limited, so I couldn't extend the range of my senses very far. But with what I could feel, I realized that I was really alone, and that made me stop to think.
So I'm basically in an open field with no good view and nothing to do.
I thought. And looking around at all the fog that covered my vision, I shook my head with a sarcastic look.
I've heard of hazy dreams and visions, but I didn't think they would be like that. But well, I guess since there's nothing for me to do here, I just have to wait for this dream to end and I wake up.
I thought. And that's what I did. I waited. I waited for this dream to end, and to pass the time I hummed or looked up at the stars. But after a long time, which could have been hours or minutes, I realized it was going to take longer than I expected. And because of that, I decided to close my eyes, trying to sleep and see if that way I could get out of this realm of dreams faster. And trying is what I did, but it seemed that in this place it was impossible not to stay awake. With my eyes closed and not knowing what to do, I started to play with my senses, feeling the grass below me, the humid wind passing through my body. But at a certain point, I began to feel the fog surrounding me, feeling its coolness and dampness, realizing that it was like a cloud, the air, and the steam, but different too. And as I thought about that, unconsciously my magic started to release, as if something was pulling it out of me. When I realized that, I thought about suppressing my magic back, but whatever was controlling it had a gentle, familiar touch, and so I didn't stop it.
Let it flow.
I heard a female whisper, which spoke in a calm and loving tone.
Don't think about the mist. Think about the feeling of being free.
And for some reason, I decided to listen to this mysterious voice. And just as it instructed, I let my magic out, not thinking about the mist but the feeling of being nothing but free. And after a few seconds, I felt a lightness come over me, and the voice whispered again.
You did it, my child.
She said with a touch of joy.
Now open your eyes.
And as soon as that voice faded, I opened my eyes, realizing that I was now on my feet. But even standing up, I didn't feel like I was stepping on the ground, and because of that, I looked down.
Am I?
I wondered, lifting my arm to see him. Looking at my arm, I could see it kind of whole, like it was dissolving, but at the same time not. With a strange look, I closed my hand, feeling it. I then used my other hand to feel that arm, and strangely, I could touch it.
So the transformation failed.
I thought, stepping back. And the moment I did that, I felt my body move in a way I wasn't used to. And because of that, instead of taking a step back, I actually ended up flying.
How?
I exclaimed in surprise, managing to stop my body. and standing still, staring straight ahead in shock, I blinked.
Wait!
I asked myself before looking down at my body again. With a strange look, I lifted my head, looking at a tree that was now close to me. With a curious and confused look, I tried to walk, or better say, float to that tree, and very carefully not to go flying again, I arrived in front of it. Looking at the tree, I focused on my hand, wanting to touch it. And stretching out my hand, I touched the tree, feeling its hard bark. Pulling my hand back, I looked at it before thinking about the feeling of lightness I felt through my body. And focusing on that sensation, I slowly raised my hand to touch the tree again. And as soon as my hand got close to it, I could see it dissolve like mist.
Damn!
Chapter 307. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Looking down at my hand, I reformed it again, feeling the soft, light feeling that was in it disappear. Before, I had a hard time changing my body shape quickly, and that was bad because if I needed to get into direct combat, I would have a hard time. And actually, that was one of the things I was racking my brain trying to figure out how to solve. And this difficulty made me once again admit that Voldemort is a genius, since his unsupported flight was very practical and almost perfect. But I was just using his spell as an inspiration, because I didn't just want to create a spell to help me fly without a broom, but a spell that could help me escape from dangerous situations. Voldemort's unsupported flight only allowed him to fly, and when he was in this
Form!
he was still a target that could be hit. And that's what made the spell I was trying to create different, as I would basically turn into mist and any physical attacks would pass through me harmlessly.
Why is it so easy to use this form now?
I wondered, frowning as I thought. On reflection, I began to alternate between my normal hand and the one made of mist, and as I did so, I realized that I was almost instinctively controlling the transformation.
I wonder.
I mumbled, stopping and looking down at my body.
Well, it doesn't hurt to try.
I said to myself, relaxing my body. I then tried to replicate the feeling of lightness I had felt before, letting my magic flow through my body. A cold sensation passed through my body, and when I looked down, my body was shrouded in a dark haze. Now concentrating again, I thought of suppressing the mist that came out of me, and immediately in my mind came the moment when I had fought the basilisk in the secret chamber, where I escaped from it, letting my magic control my body, unconscious turning my body into mist to avoid the big snake's attack. And with that memory and a bit of concentration, I felt my body change, but still remaining with a certain feeling of lightness. And looking down, I could see my reformed body, with no mist leaking out of me. Walking around a bit, I started to see if there was something wrong with my body, luckily finding nothing.
I don't feel any different.
I commented before looking around. And finding what I was looking for, I used my magic to levitate a small stone that was on the ground a little way away from me. Turning towards the stone, I relaxed my body before using my telekinesis to throw the stone towards me. The stone then, at great speed, came towards me, and I could see that instead of hitting my body, the stone passed through me without causing damage, with the place hit turning into mist and reforming soon after.
Okay, that was the first test.
I mumbled, taking a deep breath. I then started walking, still keeping the stone under my control. Walking, I kept throwing the boulder towards me, and every time it hit me, it passed harmlessly through me. I then started jumping, running, and sometimes even dodging, and every time I was hit, the place where the stone passed turned into mist, thus not causing any damage to me. I was so excited and involved with this test that I didn't even realize that I had stopped focusing on keeping the fog in my body under control. After a few minutes, I stopped, looking down at myself with an excited smile.
Finally, I did it.
I said, feeling a sense of satisfaction after completing a difficult challenge.
Finally, I created my own form of unsupported flight, which can still be used in combat. Now I can cross one more thing off my to-do list.
I then thought about continuing with my tests in this dream world, but as soon as I got ready to start, I felt a touch on my body.
Oh,
I looked at my shoulder in confusion. And looking around, I could see that the forest around me started to shake, with the trees disintegrating and the sky cracking.
This has never happened before.
I mumbled, looking around in confusion, not knowing what was happening to the dream world around me. The world then began to fade, and I felt myself leaving this dream with everything going dark. After everything went dark, I started to feel more taps on my shoulder, and frowning, I started to open my eyes.
Ethan, son.
My mom, who was the one waking me up, called.
Are you okay?
She asked with concern.
Yeah, I'm fine.
I said, sitting up in bed confused. So my dream ended that way because I was woken up by someone, unlike the other times I woke up naturally, I mused.
Are you sure?
My mom asked, snapping me out of my thoughts.
Were you mumbling and frowning in your sleep?
It's okay, Mom. I was just having a weird dream.
I said, which was true in many ways. My mom then started looking at me, trying to judge from my expression if I was telling the truth. And realizing I hadn't lied, she nodded to herself, sighing in relief, which made me smile at her concern for me.
Well, in that case, I came here to wake you up because it's dinner time.
She said, and I nodded.
Okay, I'm just going to change into some more comfortable clothes, and I'll be right down.
I said.
Great, then come soon because your dad and Seal are waiting for you.
She said with a slight smile, leaving my room. As soon as she left my room, I took a deep breath, looking down at my hands.
Who knew one of my weird dreams would help me complete my spell?
I muttered. I then started to reflect on everything that happened in that dream, thinking about Riddle's memories and my spell, but there was a question that didn't leave my mind, which I couldn't find the answer to.
Whose female voice was that?
I wondered, remembering the voice that was gently guiding me through the steps to complete my spell.
And why do I get the feeling I've heard her before?
Chapter 308. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. -12 Grimald Place. Today would be the day that Sirius, Remus, my family, and I would go to the Quidditch World Cup, and we were all at Sirius' house, waiting for him to finish packing his things for us to go. While we were waiting for him, we were sitting in the living room, having tea, or in my case, a juice, prepared for us by Creature.
Are you all ready?
Sirius asked us, coming up with some bags and dropping them at his feet.
I know I've asked this before, but are you sure we can go?
My dad asked worriedly.
F-
Sirius waved his hand dismissively.
And I've told you before, you don't have to worry about a thing. He's right.
Remus said, getting up and picking up his small bag, and I was pleased to see that he was wearing new, clean clothes instead of the patched ones he wore before.
I doubt anyone will have the heart to stop the entrance of the Black Lord's guests. You bet, bitches.
Sirius nodded with a smug smile.
Huh, weren't you the one who hated using your lordship to get things?
I asked him, and he just looked at me with a mischievous look.
Not when it involves pissing off the ministry and racist purebloods.
He said.
Understandable.
I nodded seriously.
Well, if you're sure you're not going to have any problems, then I guess we're ready.
My mom said, looking at my dad who nodded.
Perfect.
Sirius smiled.
In that case, then let's go to Arthur's house. And from there, we'll all go to the nearest portal to get the portkey that will take us to the Quidditch World Cup Stadium.
Portkey.
My mom asked with horror on her face.
I don't think I'm ready anymore.
My dad said with a pale face.
Oh, don't worry, it's going to be a smooth ride.
Sirius said, grinning from ear to ear.
You're just going to feel like you're being squeezed and crushed in the stomach of a Cardinian panda. What the hell is a Cardinian panda?
My parents wondered fearfully. And while they dreaded the magical trip they were about to take, Seal looked around at everyone excitedly, taking a frightening glee at the thought of trying a portkey again. The burrow. In front of the Weasleys' house, 3 distortions in space appeared with popping sounds, with one of them being quieter than the other 2, and from these distortions appeared 6 people. My dad and mom were holding Remus' arms, who decided he would apparate with them as Sirius still wasn't confident in his apparition abilities to teleport with other people, and Sirius himself was holding our bags. I had Seal in my arms, having apparated with her, happy in the knowledge that my parents trusted me enough to allow me to do this. As soon as we stepped into the Weasleys' front yard, my parents let go of Remus' arm, dropping to their knees and taking a deep breath.
Why didn't you tell us? We were going to come here through the apparition.
My mom asked disoriented, before glaring at Sirius.
Hi.
Sirius replied, but my mom's gaze only intensified and he held up his hands in surrender, laughing nervously.
The next time we need to go somewhere, we'll take the car.
My dad said, feeling his breakfast churn in his stomach.
Fine with me, as long as you let me drive.
Sirius said with a smile.
And do you happen to have a driver's license?
My dad asked, recovering.
What is a driver's license?
Sirius asked, confused, and my dad started to stare at him with a blank stare.
I'm just kidding.
Sirius said after a few seconds.
How do you think I got my motorcycle?
He asked.
I thought you stole it.
My dad said honestly. And hearing that response, Sirius held up a finger to reply, but then thought well before lowering his hand.
Okay, I'm not going to deny that this is a possibility.
He said, remembering the stupid things he did when he was young. And watching these two grown men interact, Remus and my mom rolled their eyes. But all conversation ended as soon as we heard the door to the Weasleys' house open, and out came Mr. Weasley.
Oh, you're here.
He said with an inviting smile.
Come on in, we were waiting for you to arrive.
And saying this, he walked into the house, with all of us looking at each other before following him. Entering the house, we were greeted by the sound of several voices arguing in the kitchen.
I already told you, I can't talk about the event happening this year.
I heard Percy say.
So you assume something will happen this year?
One of the twins, who sounded like George from the tone of his voice, said smugly.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Percy said, dodging the question, but he didn't fool anyone.
It's no use lying. Charlie already told us that the ministry is preparing something for this year.
Ron said.
And he shouldn't have done that.
Percy huffed irritably. And with that sentence we entered the kitchen, seeing that all the remaining Weasleys plus Harry and Hermione were here. Besides them, there were also two new faces, but from the red hair and freckles it was easy to tell they were Bill and Charlie. Bill was watching Percy's discussion with his brothers with amusement, and looking at his appearance you could see that he was as cool as described in the books, and if he wasn't a redhead and his magic wasn't so similar to Percy's Mr. Weasley, I would suspect he was Sirius' lost son. Charlie had short hair unlike his brother, but he had a wild and adventurous look, which coupled with his scars gave him a dangerous appearance. However, contrary to his appearance, he had a friendly aura, and you could tell he had humor, as he was looking at Percy with an innocent smile while Mr. Perfect was looking at him with judgment in his eyes.
Oh, you're finally here.
Mrs. Weasley, who was the first to notice us, said, drying her hand on her apron. She then came to us, hugging my mom and dad.
How are you? Have you eaten yet?
She asked, acting like a typical mother even to my parents, who looked at each other with amused looks. Mrs. Weasley also hugged Seal, squeezing my poor fluffy little sister, who instead of screaming for help for being squashed in that maternal embrace just giggled cutely.
Hi, Mrs. Weas.
Seal tried to say, a look of concentration on her face.
Oh, call me Aunt Molly dear.
Mrs. Weasley told her with a smile, controlling her inner urge to pinch Seal's cheeks.
Hemmum.
Seal said happily. Damn, that's so cute, everyone in the kitchen thought. After a few seconds of looking at Seal, Mrs. Weasley shook her head, breaking out of my sister's cuteness mind control spell, and she then came over to me, hugging me too.
Good to see you, Ethan.
She said before looking me up and down.
You're skinny, you need to eat more.
She frowned before starting to push me towards one of the free chairs at the table, and I, who already knew what the personality of this bossy and fierce woman was like, wisely kept quiet and allowed her to guide me. Sitting in the chair, I looked at all the red-haired children, the black-haired boy and the curly-haired girl who was around me looking at me.
What's up?
I said simply.
Ethan, my good man.
Fred said, being the one sitting to my left, putting an arm around my shoulder.
You don't know how happy I am to see that wonderful face of yours. Well, then feel honored to be in my presence.
I nodded.
And honored I am.
He said.
So you're Ethan.
Bill asked, eyeing me analytically.
I've heard a lot of things about you.
He said.
Oh, do you talk about me to others?
I asked, looking at the golden trio and the twins with a shy look.
This way you'll make me blush.
Huh.
Charlie chuckled, drawing my attention.
Now I understand why you're friends with the twins.
Because the three of us are beautiful.
I asked.
Because the three of us have brilliant, evil minds.
George questioned him too.
Or maybe because the three of us have a refined and creative sense of humor.
Hey.
Mom, are you sure you didn't have triplets?
Charlie asked her mom, looking rather strangely at us.
Don't talk nonsense, Charlie. I already suffer enough with these two.
Mrs. Weasley said, waving her hand.
Hey, what do you mean by that? She's right.
I said, nodding, ignoring the twins' indignant exclamations.
Traitor.
Chapter 309. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
Tell me, why aren't we apparating directly to where the camp is?
Fred asked, rubbing his forehead with a tired look.
Because we are too big a group to apparate all together.
Mr. Weasley said, looking at his pocket watch.
But I've heard that a wizard can apparate two people with no problem.
Hermione, as informed as ever, said.
Yes, that's true.
Mr. Weasley nodded.
But here only Sirius, Remus, and I know how to apparate, and there are more people here than we can take. Oh!
Hermione mumbled, looking at everyone and seeing that he was right. Counting my parents and Seal, there were 9 people who couldn't or didn't know how to apparate, and only 3 who could. Of course, I don't include myself in the account, as no one other than my family, Sirius, Remus, and I suspect the twins knew that I already knew how to apparate.
But don't worry, kids, we're almost there.
Mr. Weasley said.
You know, I'm almost missing magical methods of transportation.
My dad commented to my mom, carrying my mom's, Seal's, and his bags, feeling like his legs wouldn't hold up any longer.
Oh, so don't worry.
Sirius, who had Seal on his shoulders laughing, said, smirking at my dad.
When we get back, I can take you on a tour of England using the apparition. Thanks, but I refuse.
My dad said dryly.
Uncle Sirius.
Seal said, and Sirius lifted his head to look at her.
Yes.
He asked.
Can you take me on this tour in Daddy's place?
She asked, her eyes twinkling excitedly. Sirius started to say, before looking at my parents and seeing my mother shrug.
Well, I guess so.
He said.
Yay.
Seal cheered, smiling happily.
I wonder if any of my kids are normal.
My mom muttered aloud, and I, who heard her, looked at her slightly offended.
She's right.
The twins said, and when I turned to them, I saw them staring at me smugly.
Shut up.
I said, rolling my eyes. And with our conversations and games, we finally arrived at the hill where the portkey was, and as soon as we arrived, we saw that we weren't alone.
Amos.
Mr. Weasley exclaimed, going to greet his old work friend.
Arthur, how are you?
Mr. Diggory asked, also moving closer with Ced at his side. Arriving in front of each other, the two greeted each other with smiles, before Mr. Diggory looked behind Mr. Weasley and see the large group accompanying him.
Mr. Black.
Mr. Diggory said respectfully, and obviously a little nervous being in the presence of someone so influential.
Amos Diggory, right?
Sirius asked, holding out his hand to him, smiling warmly, not showing much friendliness or pushing him away. And watching this short interaction between the two, I could see that Andromeda's politics lessons with Sirius were working.
Yes, it's a pleasure to talk to you in person.
Mr. Diggory said before gesturing to his son, who had taken a step forward.
Hello, Mr. Black.
Cedric said, calmer than his father before turning to the other adults.
Hello, Mr. Weasley, and Professor Lupin too.
Oh, you don't have to call me Professor Cedric anymore.
Remus said with a wry smile.
Sorry, it's the custom.
Cedric shrugged with a slight smile. He then looked at the other two adults standing behind Sirius and beside Remus, and noticing the similarity between their appearance and mine, he immediately realized they were my parents.
And it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Knight.
He greeted them, extending his hand to my dad.
Nice to meet you too, Cedric.
My dad said, and then looked at him with a raised eyebrow.
You wouldn't happen to be the pretty boy, but not as much as my son, would you?
He asked in amusement.
Well, I guess that's me.
Cedric replied somewhat awkwardly, watching me as I whistled innocently. Listening to my dad, Mr. Diggory looked at him confused, turning to his son and seeing that he was staring at me.
Oh, so that's the great Ravenclaw player my son tells me about.
Mr. Diggory said, looking at me.
Well, I'm usually called Ethan, but I guess that might be one of my titles too.
I said with a slightly smug, playful smile. But instead of laughing at my joke, Mr. Diggory only scowled slightly before looking back at Sirius and Mr. Weasley.
Oh.
I blinked in confusion, feeling some resentment coming from him. Not understanding what happened, I turned to the twins who were behind me, who simply shrugged their shoulders, also not understanding what happened. And while I wondered when I offended Mr. Diggory, Cedric approached me. Hermione mumbled, looking at everyone and seeing that he was right. Counting my parents and Seal, there were 9 people who couldn't or didn't know how to apparate, and only 3 who could. Of course, I don't include myself in the account, as no one other than my family, Sirius, Remus, and I suspect the twins knew that I already knew how to apparate. But don't worry, kids, we're almost there, Mr. Weasley said. You know, I'm almost missing magical methods of transportation, my dad commented to my mom, carrying my mom's, Seal's, and his bags, feeling like his legs wouldn't hold up any longer. Oh, so don't worry, Sirius, who had Seal on his shoulders laughing, said, smirking at my dad. When we get back, I can take you on a tour of England using the apparition. Thanks, but I refuse, my dad said dryly. Uncle Sirius, Seal said, and Sirius lifted his head to look at her. Yes, he asked. Can you take me on this tour in Daddy's place? She asked, her eyes twinkling excitedly.
Sorry. Don't worry about it.
I said to reassure him.
I'm sure my father would be upset too if he came face to face with someone who beat his son. No, I wouldn't.
My dad said, but I ignored him.
I see.
Said with a wry smile. And noticing that Said was a little more relaxed, I properly introduced him to my parents. And as we talked, the rest of the group, consisting of the Weasley children and the Golden Trio, looked around not knowing what to do, with the twins looking over at Cedric and I, who were talking and laughing.
Why do I feel like we're being excluded here?
George asked his twin, who just shrugged.
I guess that's what happens when you meet prettier friends. They forget their old friends.
Fred said, and George turned to him.
Did you just say that the Badger's favorite boy is better looking than us?
He asked, frowning.
No, I said he's better looking than you.
Fred replied with a cocky smile on his face, and his brother looked darkly at him. And unaware of the conversation that was taking place behind us, Cedric continued to chat with my parents, until Mr. Weasley reminded us all that we were running out of time and that we had to find the portkey. And it wasn't too difficult to find the portkey, since I only had to look for a magically enchanted object on this hill with my senses. The portkey was still a tattered old boot, and this large group crowded around it.
No one was wearing that boot before, right?
Hermione asked as she eyed the boot with slight disgust.
Oh no, it's just an old boot that was stored in the Ministry's item storage.
Mr. Weasley said, which reassured the curly-haired girl a bit.
It's almost time, guys.
Remus said after seeing the boot shake slightly on the ground.
He's right.
Mr. Weasley looking at his watch, he then turned to everyone.
Come on, everyone touch the boot, and kids, remember, don't let go.
Chapter 310. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. As soon as the portkey activated, I saw the world around me spin, and soon after I felt the ground beneath me, and only thanks to my physical prowess and my familiarity with the portkeys did I manage to stay on my feet.
Earth!
Harry gasped, falling flat on his face, as did the Weasley children and Hermione. And looking around, I saw that the rest of the group had managed to stay on their feet, with my parents grimacing. And even Seal, who liked to travel with portkeys, was frowning slightly.
I don't think your ministry knows how to make portkeys, Arthur.
My dad said, and Mr. Weasley looked at him confused.
Actually, almost all portkey trips are like this one.
Sirius said to my parents, approaching them.
Actually, you're probably used to Nick and Penny's portkeys being smoother and quieter.
Wait, so the portkeys we already used were supposed to have smooth trips.
My mum asked, shocked, before turning to my dad, who was a mixture of surprised and scared.
Yes.
Sirius said, not trying to hide his amused smile.
Just to be clear, when we get back to each, I'll take a taxi.
My dad said.
And I think I'll accompany you, Mr. Knight.
Harry said, standing up with a grimace, adjusting his glasses.
Don't be dramatic, Harry.
Hermione said, and Harry turned to give her a reply.
Harry
trailed off, looking at Hermione and seeing her messed up state. Hermione's hair was strewn and messy on her head, and there was grass and dirt in her hair, face, and clothes, and putting it all together with her exasperated look at Harry made her a comical sight.
PFFF.
Harry put his hand over his mouth, trying to stifle his laughter.
Why are you laughing?
Hermione asked, confused, until she heard Ginny calling her softly.
Hey, Hermione.
Ginny said, also trying to hold in her laughter.
What?
Hermione asked, and the red-haired girl just pointed at her friend's hair. Looking up, Hermione didn't see anything wrong, but then she lifted her hand to her head and felt her hair messy and dirty. Eyes widening slightly, Hermione quickly, and with an embarrassed look, began to clean and fix her hair and robes, with her face red as she tried not to look at Harry. And seeing this, the boy with a scar on his forehead smiled affectionately at his friend. And on the other side, seeing his godson smile, Sirius began to smile knowingly, nudging Remus and gesturing to the two obviously smitten lovebirds.
Yes, you were right.
Remus said with a roll of his eyes, rubbing his sore arm. After everyone had recovered from the trip and got organized, we looked around, seeing that we were in an open field in the middle of a forest. But we couldn't see much because a mist covered our vision, and with my senses I could see that the mist was magic, probably made in conjunction with a spell to confuse and ward off muggles. And looking at my parents, I was relieved to see that they weren't affected by the spell.
7, 5, and 3 from Stoatshead Hill have arrived.
A new voice said, and looking in the direction it came from, I could see two men who were strangely dressed in muggle clothes emerging from the mist. These two men were the wizards who were assigned to await the guests at the portkey arrival point, and from the tired look on their faces, it was clear that they had been working for quite some time. After these two ministry officials spoke with Mr. Weasley, they asked us to accompany them. Walking a little further, we started to go deeper into the misty forest, and the deeper we went, the more I could hear the sound of many voices singing, cheering, and celebrating.
Here we are.
One of the wizards we followed said, and in front of us the mist disappeared, giving us a spectacular view. Hundreds of tents of various colors and sizes were set up in a large open field, surrounded by trees, with wizards and creatures of all sizes, appearances, and nationalities roaming the grounds. And in addition to the tents, small magical performances were still happening all over the place, almost like a wizarding festival, with music, shows, spell demonstrations, games, and food and souvenir sales. Just looking at people having fun, joking around with friends and family, or talking about their favorite teams and players was a feeling of happiness.
Incredible.
Echoed my mom's amazed voice.
Yes, but you haven't seen anything yet.
Sirius said, enjoying the feeling of being in such a happy and fun place again. He then looked at Harry, seeing that he was gaping, looking around.
Well, I guess this is where we part.
Mr. Diggory said.
Our tent is that way, and we've yet to set it up, so until the match, Arthur, Mr. Black. Oh yes, until the match then.
Mr. Weasley said, with Sirius just nodding. Mr. Diggory then nodded to all of us as well, before turning and starting to leave.
Bye everyone, we'll see you at some 10 around or at the match.
Cedric said with a slight smile, and we waved at him.
Yeah, just don't get in any trouble.
I said with a playful smile.
I'm the one who should be telling you this.
Cedric said in amusement, before turning and starting to follow his father.
Well, we also have to go to our tent.
Mr. Weasley said, starting to walk as we followed. We passed through many tents and people, and the deeper we went the more the magic appeared, and I couldn't help but admire the sensations and liveliness that came from the people and creatures around me. And even without feeling the same as I felt, everyone else in the group was also marveling at the beauty of the place, feeling like they were in the most magical and fun place in the wizarding world. But it wasn't just admiration and happiness they were feeling, and the children, for example, were also surprised and confused.
I don't think I've ever seen so much magic and spells being used in one place.
Ron said, looking at a performance involving fire and soap bubbles.
And I don't think I've ever seen so many witches and wizards gathered together like this before, not even in Diagon Alley.
Hermione said, before looking at a humanoid creature that had blue skin, long horns, and a beard almost as long as the headmaster's.
And there are also many magical creatures here.
Yes, the Quidditch World Cup is an event that accepts wizards, witches, and creatures from all peoples and countries.
Remus said,
Which is why everyone always looks forward to the cup, as it is a time when all differences are put aside, as the only thing that matters is the match.
That's really good.
my mom said, smiling when she saw a little girl with pale skin and red eyes with sharp fangs playing with two other girls, where one had sheep's legs and the other looked like a normal little witch.
But how did the ministry manage to hide all this?
Harry asked curiously.
Oh well.
Mr. Weasley started to reply.
Actually, the ministry has surrounded the place with lots of muggle-repelling charms, but even that can't hide all magic. Yes, and so there are also a lot of Aurors and other ministry personnel around to keep muggles out.
Sirius said, continuing his explanation.
And among those Aurors are some Obliviators, who are on standby should a muggle accidentally pass through the wards and spells. Wait, so there are charms in here to repel muggles?
Harry asked confused before looking at my parents, and Sirius understood what he meant.
Oh well, the spell isn't as effective against muggles who are already used to magic, so Joshua and Sarah were able to get through them just like us.
He said,
I had felt something when we got to the forest, but I thought it was just me.
My dad said.
It was probably the spell trying to influence you.
Remus said,
Well, I didn't ask this before, but how did you manage to convince the ministry to allow us in here?
My mom asked Sirius, who looked at her confused.
Huh, what do you mean?
He asked,
Well, how did you convince the ministry and the minister to let two muggles come see the Quidditch World Cup final?
She asked again.
Well,
Sirius started to say as he looked away. And seeing this, my mom realized that something was wrong and started looking at him with narrowed eyes.
Sirius?
My mom said in warning, and seeing this, Sirius broke into a nervous sweat. Sirius said, scratching the back of his head.
Wait, so nobody knows we're muggles?
My dad asked.
Well,
Sirius replied.
Great, so we're doing something illegal.
My dad said with a long sigh, not worried at all.
Oh cool.
I said with a nod.
Not the first time, but at least this time I'm not doing this alone.
What do you mean it's not the first time?
My mom asked, and I started whistling innocently.
Well then, we might as well cross becoming criminals off our list.
Fred said, pulling out parchment and a quill from who knows where.
Yes, and it happened sooner than I expected.
George commented, nodding in satisfaction.
Can you guys not be so happy about that?
Hermione said to us, annoyed and a little worried. Chapter 311. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Sirius tent. After walking a little, we arrived in front of the tent that Mr. Weasley rented it, and so we parted ways. Who would stay in Mr. Weasley's tent would be him and his children, plus Harry and Hermione, and the rest of the group headed towards Sirius' tent. The reason why Harry didn't follow us to his godfather's tent was because Sirius thought it would be better if he stayed with his friends, as it would be more interesting and he could have more fun than if he stayed with an old man. My parents and Sirius also asked me if I wanted to stay in Mr. Weasley's tent, but I said no. I could meet with them or go to their tent at any time, and there was also the fact that I liked a little privacy, which I wouldn't get if I was with the other Weasley children. And the main reason I didn't want to stay with the other children was because I knew they would get in my way when the time came for the Death Eaters to mutiny. But leaving that matter aside, after walking a little further, we arrived in an area where there were many large tents, and some of them even had coats of arms on their entrances.
Let me guess, this is where the tents of the lords of the big families are.
I said.
I don't know how you found that out.
Sirius said dryly, sneering at a few specific tents. And following his gaze, I saw a large tent in green, black, and silver, with the same color coat of arms with snakes surrounding it and an M in its center.
So that's the Malfoys' tent.
I mumbled and Sirius nodded. The two of us then continued to stare at the tent, until a thought crossed my mind and I turned to Sirius, only to see that he was looking at me too. The two of us then let a mischievous, Machiavellian smile spread across our faces.
Whatever you're planning, don't even think about it.
My mom said in an authoritative voice.
Oh, Killjoy.
We both said but didn't argue, as we might be crazy but not stupid. And with that joke, we continued walking a little longer, until we arrived in front of a tent almost as big as the Malfoys. The tent was black, red, and also had a little gold, and the coat of arms I recognized as the same coat of arms I saw at 12 Grimmauld Place.
So this is where we're staying?
My dad asked, looking at the tent in front of us.
Yes.
Sirius nodded.
I thought the Black House tent would be a little more.
I commented.
Well, it was, but I decided to change it up a bit to be more to my liking.
Sirius said, and I nodded.
I understand. But well, let's not stay out here.
Sirius said in a cheerful tone. He then walked over to the tent and placed his hand on it, and I could see the Lord ring that was on his finger glow for a moment before I felt the magic surrounding the tent change a bit. After he did that, he opened the entrance to the tent, gesturing for us to enter.
Welcome to Sirius Black's tent,
he said dramatically. And entering the tent, the first thing I noticed was that the size of the tent was completely different from what it looked like from the outside.
I really love expansion spells,
my dad said as he looked around in wonder.
Yes, it looks like a mini portable mansion in here.
My mom said, leaving Seal on the ground, who immediately started running around the place with a happy look.
If it's mini, then it's not a mansion,
I said, looking around.
You understand what I mean.
My mom grumbled.
Well, the bedrooms are on that side, the kitchen is over there, and the bathroom is on that other side,
Sirius said, pointing to each place respectively.
It's nice here and all, but I have a question,
I said, stopping beside Sirius.
Yes.
He looked at me curiously.
What color is my room?
I asked in a deadly serious tone.
Sirius
Sirius said, trying to change the subject. But instead of falling for this old trick, I continued to stare at him, and I could see him sweating nervously.
Ethan, stop scaring this poor bastard.
My mom said, rolling her eyes.
Everyone knows you can, and will change the color of your room with magic anyway.
And listening to my mom, I stared at Sirius for a few more seconds before huffing and turning away.
Lucky dog. Snotty brat.
Sigh.
My mom thought, shaking her head with a wry smile. Sometime later, after I finished packing my things in the tent, I decided to head out for a walk around the camp, wanting to find something interesting to do to pass the time. As the place was full of attractions and stalls selling everything from accessories to food, I knew it wouldn't be that difficult for me to find something to entertain myself. Walking around the place while eating a strawberry with caramel on a skewer, I felt a familiar magic close by. Letting a smile spread across my face, I started to walk in the direction I felt this magical signature. After walking a bit, I saw a certain girl with familiar blonde hair, who who was asking several questions to a wizard who clearly didn't speak our language and didn't even understand what Luna was asking.
Hi, Luna.
I greeted my strange friend with a smile, and hearing my voice, she turned to me quickly.
Ethan, you're here.
She smiled happily.
Yes, I couldn't miss this amazing big event that is the Quidditch World Cup final.
I said.
Hum.
Luna snorted.
Everyone knows you're not a Quidditch fan. You just like to play.
She said.
Well, I wouldn't say everyone.
I commented, smiling at how well this girl knew me.
But that aside, how long have you been here?
Well, my dad and I got here over a week ago.
She answered me, starting to walk as I followed.
That's a long time.
I said, and she nodded.
In that case, then you must know a lot of places around here, right?
Yes, I've been almost everywhere, even the Greeks' camp, and they're pretty lively.
Luna replied.
Well then, how about you be my guide? We still have plenty of time before the match starts.
I said.
Serious?
She asked excitedly.
Well then, there's no time to waste. Let's start with the Irish area.
And saying that, Luna took my hand and started dragging me around, and I could only let her guide me as I shook my head with an amused smile. With Luna guiding me, we went through several places, even the camp of the two fans, the Irish and the Bulgarians. We also saw many magical performances, including a very colorful and dangerous pyrokinetic show. After going through many places, we decided to go to the central place of the camp, which was where most of the tents were that sold accessories and food.
Look, Ethan, this is a cream pear rope.
Luna said excitedly, bending down to look at a large piece of silver rope that was moving slightly.
Oh, I've heard about them before. They say they're very useful for creating cages and wards.
I said with interest, also ducking. And we were so interested in the products that this stall was selling that we didn't even notice a certain group of people that was a little way away from us. The group consisted of Anthony, Terry, Megan, Justin, and Lily.
Hey guys, isn't that Ethan and Luna?
Anthony asked, pointing to us who were now looking at other products.
Oh, it really is them.
Terry said and then started to get up.
I'll go get them to join us.
But before Terry could even fully stand up, he felt a hand grab his arm.
Where do you think you're going?
Megan asked him with an innocent smile on her face. He answered confused. But his answer only made the grip Megan had on his arm tight.
Oh no, you're not going to disturb their date.
She said, still keeping a smile on her face, but now Terry could feel the danger coming from her. Glup, and you could hear him swallow hard.
Wait! Date!
Anthony and Justin exclaimed in surprise.
This is wonderful.
Lily said excitedly, stars in her eyes as she looked at the two of us.
Yes, that's really wonderful.
Megan nodded before turning back to look at Terry.
And if any of you try to get in their way, I'll make you suffer.
And finishing that sentence, she looked at the three boys who were in the group, and they sagely nodded, with Terry sitting back down in a cold sweat.
Women are scary.
Terry thought and then turned to look at me, who was buying 2 omnioculars from the seller before handing one to Luna. Poor Ethan doesn't know what he's getting into. Chapter 312. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Weasley's tent. When the night came, I separated from Luna, who went back to the tent where her father was, as it was almost time for the start of the final match of this Quidditch World Cup. After saying goodbye to Luna, I went back to Sirius' tent, and there I changed into more comfortable clothes. After that, my family, Sirius, Remus, and I went to the Weasleys' tent. Arriving at the Weasleys' tent, we saw that they were still getting ready for the game, with the boys painting their faces.
Hey guys!
I said, taking a seat next to Charlie, who was painting his face in tribal style.
Hey!
The Weasley children answered me.
Here!
Charlie said, handing me the bottle of green paint he was using.
Huh, what's that for?
I asked.
To paint your face, of course.
Fred was the one who replied, and I turned to him, only to see that half of his face was painted green. I said.
And besides, I just want to watch the match. I'm not rooting for any team. Well, you're not fun.
Sirius said, with a few red lines in his face to support Bulgaria.
Shut up, you stinking dog.
I said.
Weird brat.
Sirius snapped, and I looked at him with a raised eyebrow.
Very creative.
I scoffed, and he just shrugged.
I don't know if you noticed, but you're weird Padfoot too.
Remus said with an eye roll.
Padfoot?
The twins asked at the same time, turning to Remus and Sirius so fast their necks cracked. Remus started to say, confused by the twins' reaction. And seeing this, I blinked for a moment, until I palmed my forehead, drawing everyone's attention.
Damn, I knew there was something I was forgetting.
I grunted, and at the twins' confused looks, I decided to explain.
Well, I know it's a late performance, but Fred and George, meet Padfoot and Mooney.
I said, gesturing to the two adults with dog issues ahead of us.
Padfoot.
George started to say.
And Mooney.
And Fred finished for him. Sirius asked with a strange look.
Well, I guess it must be because they're both huge fans of yours.
I said with a shrug.
Fans, why?
Sirius asked, and Remus looked at the twins for a moment, and knowing them, he already had an idea why.
Because you are our idols, our heroes, and our inspiration.
Fred said with an admiring and even devout look.
I never thought I'd meet two of the Marauders.
George said, and Sirius blinked for a moment, until realization hit him.
Oh, now I remember. Ethan told me that you two are also pranksters, and quite good from what I've heard.
Sirius said, and the twins puffed out their chests in pride.
Great, now that's going to go to their heads.
Ron huffed, and hearing him, George turned to him. He then noticed that none of the golden trio looked surprised to meet two of the Marauders, and he stared at his brother for a few seconds until his eyes widened slightly.
Wait!
He asked Ron accusingly.
You.
Ron nodded.
And why didn't you ever tell us?
Fred asked.
Well, you didn't tell me about the map.
Ron shrugged, and that made Fred open and close his mouth, not knowing how to respond.
If Ethan said you guys are good, then you must have some skill.
Sirius nodded in reflection.
They're better than you.
I said, playing with my omnioculars.
At least they would give me more problem in our prank war than you. Wait, are you guys in a prank war?
Fred asked excitedly.
Well, I'd say it's more of a one-sided massacre, but lest Sirius feel bad, then yes, we're in for a prank war.
I said, and Sirius looked at me indignantly, but didn't know how to answer since he hadn't yet had managed to play a trick on me. Hearing my response, Fred and George gaped at us for a moment before turning to each other, coming to terms with just one look. They then turned back to face us, serious looks on their faces.
We want to participate too.
They said.
Wow, calm down guys, this isn't just a game, this is a battle for honor.
Sirius said, raising his hands.
Have you ever had honor?
I asked him with a raised eyebrow, but he ignored me.
Well, we know you're old.
George started to say.
And it's probably not as good as it was in your youth.
Fred continued.
But I didn't know you'd be so scared of 2 6th years.
And with that final nail in the coffin, Sirius's teasing look faded, replaced by a scowl.
Oh,
he said.
You thought this little mockery would get to me, and that with that I would agree to start a prank war with you, right? Well,
George said, looking at his brother, who shrugged.
Well then, you got it right.
Sirius then stood up.
You wanted war, and now war is what you're going to get. That's right, now things are going to get fun.
The twins cheered.
Yes, celebrate while you can, because afterwards you will suffer the pain and despair of the Marauders, Padfoot and Mooney.
Sirius exclaimed with conviction.
Wait, who said I was going to be in on this?
Remus asked in surprise.
You don't have a choice.
Sirius nodded as if that were fact.
That's right, old man, we're going to wipe you out. Get ready to come running back with your tail between your legs.
And hearing these declarations from the twins, Remus stopped, feeling a vein pop in his forehead before turning to his old friend.
Padfoot, we're going to tear these kids apart.
He said with a dark look.
That's how you say it.
Sirius said with a smile, patting Remus on the shoulder.
Well, so does that mean this is going to be a 3-way war, Interesting.
I said.
Wait, aren't you going to join us, Ethan?
George asked.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be the three of us against them because of the...
Fred said, whispering the last part, something totally unnecessary since almost everyone knew that this group of pranksters it was us.
Well, that's true.
I started to say.
But if the three of us teamed up, then they wouldn't stand a chance against us, and that would be kind of unfair.
And with my answer, the two stopped to think for a moment.
You're right, it would be like an adult manticore teasing a baby puffskein.
George said, scratching his chin.
Well, then it looks like, in that case, you're going to be our enemy too.
Fred said to me, and I laughed.
Oh, no, you're wrong.
I said, laughing, before stopping, with a dangerous look coming over my face.
Neither you nor they are my enemies.
And with that sentence of mine, I looked at the four pranksters with the deadly glare of a true predator. And realizing this, the twins could be heard swallowing hard, with serious shuddering as he realized that maybe, just maybe, they had just messed with someone they shouldn't have. But all that tense moment ended as my mom walked over to me and patted me on the back of the head.
Stop fooling around, you five.
She said, looking at us like we were naughty children.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Mom.
We replied respectfully, knowing that now the true final boss had appeared. We then continued to joke and talk for a few minutes, until Mr. Weasley arrived.
Are you all ready?
He asked, adjusting his coat. Seeing that we were all dressed up and ready to go, he nodded in satisfaction.
Well, in that case, let's get going then.
Chapter 313. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. As soon as we arrived at the stadium, we showed our invitations to the ministry official who was at the entrance, and after she confirmed their authenticity, she let us through. Now we were going up towards the main box, which was at the highest point of the stadium and was also the best place to watch the match.
That's a lot of stairs.
My dad said after we'd gone up another floor, and unconsciously my mom and Hermione nodded.
Yes, but the view is beautiful.
My mom said, looking out over the field. And she really was right. All the grandeur of the stadium filled with fans, wizards, and witches shown in the film did not do justice to the view in front of me. So many colors, so much singing and people cheering in one place, so much magic, I had never seen anything like it, and feeling these people's emotions, their magic, made all the inexplicable feeling of joy rise many times over.
Now it's official. I've never seen so many wizards.
Hermione said, looking at the stadium and the stands full of excited witches and wizards.
Neither do I.
I said, and I meant it, considering even my first life. Continuing up the stairs, we soon arrived in front of the cabin, which was decorated with purple carpet and 30 chairs of the same color with golden details. The place was basically empty, and there was only one place occupied by a small elf, Winky, Mr. Crouch's house elf, who hid her face in her hands, afraid to look forward because of her fear of heights. Seeing this little elf, I looked at the free seat beside her, and using my senses I could confirm that Barty Jr. was there hidden under an invisibility cloak.
Dobby!
Harry asked in surprise, looking at the small creature.
You called me Dobby.
Winky asked in a high-pitched voice, lifting her head and looking at him.
Oh!
Harry said, a little disappointed. I could have been paying attention to their conversation, but I decided to ignore them and went to sit with the others who weren't interested in the conversation either.
Isn't Dobby the name of that weird elf friend of Ethan's?
Sirius wondered, looking between me and Harry. As soon as the group that was standing finished talking to Winky, they also came to sit, and now our large group took up almost the entire first row of seats in the box. The group was organized with the golden trio being at the furthest left, followed shortly by the other Weasleys. After that there was me, with my parents at my side, and Sirius and Remus at the other end. With nothing to do, we started talking, and not long after more people were arriving at the box, with some of them nodding in greeting. Of course, most greeted us out of politeness, and the rest just because we were together with Sirius, the Black Lord. Of all the people who entered the box, I only recognized the Greengrass family, where I nodded to Astoria as soon as she saw me. The other people were strangers to me, and I didn't understand the language most of them spoke. Only two wizards spoke a language I understood, which was French, and from what I could make out, they were representatives of the French ministry who had been invited by Fudge himself.
I feel strange being among so many influential wizards,
My mom, who was on my right side, said apprehensively.
especially because of the little problem of us being.
She whispered the last part.
Don't worry, Mum.
I said, trying to reassure her.
People here are so obsessed with Quidditch that they won't even pay attention to us.
Are you sure?
She asked, and I nodded, making her relax as she let out a small sigh.
Well, I hope you're right.
And listening to her, I smiled slightly.
Well, I said no one would pay any attention to them, but I have to watch out for Malfoy and Greengrass, as they'll probably realize they're my parents, and they know my parents are muggles.
I thought, frowning. Deciding not to think about it too much now, I turned my attention back to the stadium and the field in front of me, noticing every detail of it, until I saw the twins get up from their seats, heading towards the entrance where Bagman was, who had just arrived.
Where are you going?
I asked the twins, who stopped in front of me and looked at me. They then looked around to see if their dad was overhearing us, before moving closer and speaking in low tones.
Don't tell our dad, but we're going to take part in the bet Mr. Bagman is making.
George said, and I stopped, looking at them for a moment before shaking my head.
Look, I'm giving you some friendly advice. Don't bet with Bagman, he can't be trusted.
I said in a warning tone.
He won't fool us. He knows our father and is an influential official in the ministry.
Fred said, and I just looked at him dryly.
Seriously, guys, look at his face. He basically screams cheater and rogue.
I said, gesturing to Bagman, who was talking to one of the representatives from Bulgaria. Fred said, but then shook his head.
Well, but there's a lot of witnesses here. I doubt he'll try to trick us knowing that.
Yes, absolutely.
I huffed in disdain. I then sighed before looking at them.
Look, why don't you do it like this? Let Sirius bet for you, as I'm sure Bagman won't be crazy enough to cheat Lord Black.
I said, and they looked at each other for a moment in a silent conversation, mulling over my suggestion.
Well, I think that would be nice.
George said, with his brother nodding.
Yes, and I don't think he would tell our parents about the bet if we talked to him.
Fred contemplated.
Well, in that case, go talk to him.
I said, pointing to the dog man who was talking to Remus. And after I said that, the twins got up, heading towards Sirius, and after a short conversation the older man nodded before heading towards Bagman. I could see Bagman talking to him then with a smile, until Sirius said something that made him freeze, with his smile getting tense. After a few more words, Bagman nodded half-heartedly, before signing something in a small notebook he was carrying, and Sirius then handed him some coins. I could see that he gave away more coins than the twins had given him, and as he was returning to his seat, I called him over and asked him why.
Well, I like to bet a little too, and the two over there.
He gestured to the twins.
They're so certain and confident of the outcome that I thought I'd try my luck and took their word for it, so I quintupled the bet. Oh, interesting.
I said, looking at Bagman, feeling just a little sorry for the poor man. But whatever conversation I was having with Sirius ended as soon as I saw Minister Fudge enter the box, but the reason for our silence was not Fudge, but the blonde-haired trio that followed him.
Malfoys.
I thought, feeling the tension rise in the room. And it didn't take a genius to figure out that letting Sirius, Mr. Weasley, and Lucius Malfoy in the same place was a mistake that could lead to disaster. And realizing this, I sat up straight, ready to intervene if anything happened. But aside from worrying about what might happen to these three grown men, my biggest concern came from my parents.
I doubt Malfoy would mention me to his parents, especially with all the fear he has of me. So that means Lucius doesn't know they're muggles.
I thought, narrowing my eyes.
But if he happens to know or realize this, and tries to do something about it, his biggest concern won't be Sirius or Mr. Weasley.
Chapter 314. If you want to support me and read ahead. Padaron com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
Oh, you're already here.
Fudge said, coming towards us. He then stopped in front of Sirius, not sparing a second glance at Remus or my family, which even though it was somewhat rude was still a relief.
How are you, Mr. Black? I hope the VIP box is to your liking.
Fudge said, extending his hand to Sirius with a friendly smile, as if they were old friends.
I'm fine, and here could be better, but I guess you could say it's not too bad.
Sirius shrugged, ignoring the minister's outstretched hand as he glared at Lucius.
Oh,
Fudge laughed awkwardly, slowly lowering his hand.
I'm sure your opinion will change when the match starts.
He said, clearly unaware of the tense atmosphere in the box. He then turned to Lucius, who maintained his appearance of superiority and arrogance.
I guess you guys already know each other, right?
Fudge asked.
Lucius here was also invited by me to watch the match here in the box, and accompanying him is his wife and his son. Yes, I know him.
Sirius said flatly, before looking at Narcissa.
Hello, cousin. Hello, Sirius.
Narcissa said lightly, and I could hear a hint of other emotion in her voice. So even a bigoted, snobbish purist can show affection to her cheating cousin, I mused. But my moment of reflection was interrupted by Lucius's voice.
I take it you've brought quite a large group with you.
He said to Sirius, not hiding his disgust at our presence.
Yes, is there a problem with that?
Sirius asked as he looked into Lucius's eyes, not taking a single step back as he maintained a firm yet dangerous posture. And Lucius seemed to understand that the situation would not end well if he continued to antagonize Sirius, especially now that he was the Lord of House Black, which had a certain superiority when compared to House Malfoy. And snorting, Lucius broke eye contact with Sirius, tapping his cane lightly on the floor.
Let's sit down, the match is about to start, and I'm sure Mr. Black will want to enjoy this time with his family and...
Lucius said slowly, sweeping his gaze over our entire group, showing an expression of disdain when he saw the Weasleys. Seeing that look, Mr. Weasley blushed, and just as he was about to get up to say a few words to the hair gel prince, Lucius turned and left, ignoring us as he led his family to their designated places. Going to their seats, Narcissa took one last look at Sirius with a hint of sadness in her gaze, before taking a deep breath and straightening her shoulders and sitting down. And Malfoy, who would usually love this moment to mock the other Weasleys, Hermione or Harry, remained silent, and I couldn't tell if it was because he was afraid of me or because he didn't want to intrude on his father's conversation. But looking at him, I could see that he wasn't even looking in our direction, deciding to remain looking down.
Yes, he's still scared of me, even with his father present here.
I thought, frowning. Realizing this, I sighed, before turning back to looking straight ahead.
Well, at least that means he won't try to make a fuss about my parents being here.
Sir, it's time to start the match.
A ministry official who was at the door came and whispered to Fudge.
Hem.
Fudge glanced at him before looking at his watch, seeing that it really was time to start the game.
Well, I guess this is your Ludo moment.
Fudge said to Bagman, who inched forward with an excited look. Arriving in front of the balcony of the cabin, Bagman pulled out his wand before pointing it at his neck, casting a sonorous on himself. Bagman then began with the opening speech, which immediately excited everyone in the stadium. And I, who had no interest in that, kept looking at the fans in the other stands, with me having fun with their singing and animation, who were not sparing emotion or voice to show how much they liked Quidditch and supported their teams.
And now, without further ado, I present to you.
And with that phrase by Bagman, a light and rosy red glow filled the field and stands, with the Bulgarian fans screaming excitedly. And entering the field while dancing and singing were more than 100 beautiful and seductive women, which aroused the interest of almost all the men and some women. As soon as the Vila's show started, I felt an intrusion into my mind, and it wasn't too hard to see that this was the effect of the allure of the Vila trying to seduce me. I was already prepared to use my occlumency to stop this intrusion, but it wasn't necessary, as the allure had no effect on me. Well, to say it had no effect would be a lie, as in fact for some reason as soon as I felt the allure trying to tempt me, an anger surged through me. Suppressing that feeling, I sat back down quietly, as I looked around to see all the men drooling or at least trying to control themselves. And looking to the side, I was surprised to see that neither Remus nor Sirius were too affected by the villa's allure, with Sirius not even moving. And looking back, I saw that the other guests in the box were in a different situation, screaming and trying to get the villa's attention. And as I ran my gaze over them, I glanced at Astoria, who looked at me with a surprised look, before smiling satisfied and a little
Strained.
I thought, looking back at the performance of the beautiful avian women who were finishing their dance. Also a little stunned by the villas, Bagman needed some time to recover, and when he did, he cleared his throat.
Well, that was an amazing performance.
He said, ignoring the sad exclamations of some men who wanted to keep looking at the women on the field.
And now, raise your wands high.
And then, in a burst of green and gold light, a bright blur appeared like a comet, looping across the field before splitting in two to gather at the top of the stadium, taking the shape of a large four-leaf clover. The clover then started to shake until it exploded, and some golden sparkles began to fall lightly on everyone, and picking up one of these sparkles, I could see that it was a gold coin.
It's leprechauns.
Bill said, looking at the falling gold coins that created a golden glow on the field. And as Ron celebrated his newfound
wealth,
I looked at the coin with my magic vision, seeing that unlike a normal galleon that was enchanted with spells and runes, this coin was entirely made of magic. And ending their own presentation, the leprechauns went down to the field, sitting on the opposite side of the villas to await the match.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the ones you've all been waiting for. The teams that made it to this final with a lot of effort and skill.
Bagman exclaimed, as euphoric as the fans of both teams.
Let's welcome the Bulgarian national Quidditch team.
And with that phrase, flying at great speeds onto the field was the red and black team of Bulgaria, with the one leading the team being the so famous seeker, Victor Crumb. And seeing this 17-year-old player, I could only shake my head, not because Crumb was doing tricks on his firebolt, but because as soon as he saw him, Ron started screaming like a passionate fangirl. Sigh. Chapter 315. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. VIP box. The match had already been going on for a few minutes, and I, having never seen a professional match before, couldn't help but marvel at the skills of the players in the air. But beyond their skills, I could see that the match was much more aggressive and violent when compared to the matches that took place at Hogwarts. And as I watched the match with interest, my mother looked on in horror at the not-so-safe wizarding sport taking place in the air in front of us.
Is that Quidditch?
My mom asked in amazement.
Yes.
I nodded as soon as a bludger hit one of Ireland's chasers in the back very hard, causing him to nearly fall off his broom.
And you play this?
My mom asked again with a startled look, pointing at the bloody match that was taking place in front of us.
Well, yeah.
I replied, and seeing her pale complexion, I continued.
But see, since I started playing, I haven't been hit by any bludgers.
I said proudly.
Was that to reassure me?
She asked.
It's been a while since she acted so protective of me.
I thought in reflection. And seeing this immediately on my mind, the image of my mom from the first life overlapped with hers, with me remembering when she acted all overprotective when I got hurt in a football game as a kid. And looking at my mom, I could only smile slightly, but Sirius' next sentence made me frown.
Sigh.
Sirius sighed in nostalgia.
I think I've broken more than 7 bones in a single season.
He said.
7.
My mom mumbled with a blank stare.
Sirius, you're not helping.
I spoke with a frown to the dog man who just shrugged. Sighing at Sirius' attitude, I shook my head until my mind finally grasped what he had said.
Wait.
I asked.
Yes, I was a beater my 5th year.
He said proudly.
Oh, impressive.
I said honestly.
Of course, I'm always impressive.
He said without any shame.
Yes, I know.
Remus snorted.
You're so impressive you were banned from playing Quidditch for Gryffindor team by McGonagall. And it's only thanks to the headmaster you weren't banned from flying a broom at school either.
Don't even remind me of that.
Sirius said with a frown.
Oh, now I'm interested in that story.
My dad said with me nodding.
Well, unfortunately, that's a story you'll never know.
Sirius said, looking at us seriously. And hearing that I looked at Remus.
Let's just say Sirius has discovered a weird and disgusting new use for a mandrake.
He replied, and that made me stop. And with that simple sentence, dozens of images came to my mind, and none of them were pleasant, and so I started to look at Sirius strangely.
Ugh, now these images won't get out of my head.
I made a disgusted face. And meanwhile, in the match between Bulgaria and Ireland, Ireland clearly showed superiority against the red and black team, and analyzing their way of playing, it was clear that the teamwork of the Irish team could be considered impeccable. And even knowing the result of the match, I was still a little disappointed, since for a grand final I expected a tighter match. Even though to some the two teams appeared to have the same level of skill, many people could see that Ireland were in another league compared to the rival team.
Sigh.
I thought, indirectly saying that Ravenclaw is a superior team to the other house's team.
I guess next time I might try to give the other team some chance.
I nodded to myself, a slight cocky smile tugging at my lips. A few minutes had passed, and I was still watching the game calmly, having lost some of the interest I had in watching this Quidditch match, mainly because I knew what the outcome would be. But that wasn't the only reason why I wasn't interested in the match anymore. In fact, I couldn't concentrate on it because there was something bothering me. And that something was the gaze of a certain girl with blonde hair and a cold expression, who had not stopped staring at me since I arrived at the box. Turning slightly and out of the corner of my eye, I saw the undisguised cold stare of Daphne Greengrass, and there wasn't even a need for me to use my empathy for me to realize that she was upset about something.
What's the matter with this girl?
I wondered. Sighing, I turned around, looking directly at Greengrass, and as soon as she saw I was looking at her, looked away, pretending to be watching the match. Seeing this, I rolled my eyes before noticing that Astoria, who was sitting next to her, noticed my look and started smiling at me with an amused look, and I responded with a smile of my own and a nod.
Well, at least one of the sisters is normal and friendly.
I huffed, turning back around as I watched the match, watching as Ireland scored yet another goal.
Hey, Ethan.
Charlie, who was sitting on my left side, whispered to me, and I turned to him.
Yes.
I asked.
Why was that girl in the back row staring at you?
He asked, and then a smirk crept across his face.
She wouldn't happen to be your girlfriend, would she? HMPH, I would rather marry a chimera.
I said with disgust.
Huh.
And listening to my answer, Charlie looked at me confused, before looking back at Greengrass.
She doesn't look that bad.
Charlie thought, frowning before looking back at me.
Now I'm confused.
And unaware of Charlie's thoughts, I continued to watch the match, trying to ignore the intense look on the back of my neck. I knew Greengrass had a problem with me, but I didn't expect her to stare at me at the Quidditch World Cup. She had a match to watch and her family to talk to, but she decided that for some reason I can't understand, she'd be better off staring at me like the look in her eyes could kill me.
Sigh.
I thought, deciding to let it go to prevent a possible headache.
Hey, Ethan.
Charlie called me again.
What?
I sighed.
Why is that girl's dad staring at you now?
He asked with a strange look. And listening to him made me want to bang my head on a wall in frustration, as I really was feeling another gaze on me.
Now even her father.
I thought in exasperation.
Who's going to stare at me next, her mother or a third cousin?
And not knowing what to make of these stares I was getting, I tried to ignore them, something that proved difficult because of my senses and the nagging feeling in the back of my neck. And while I was struggling with this little problem, Sebastian Greengrass kept looking at me with a few questions running through his mind.
So this is the boy my daughters talk about so much.
He thought, frowning slightly.
Looking like that he doesn't seem like much.
Looking to the side, Sebastian then saw that his eldest daughter was looking at me, and that only made his brow furrow even more, with some feelings of an overprotective father arising in him.
Maybe I should keep an eye on this kid.
And while Sebastian was downloading
47 tips for becoming an overprotective parent, EXE.
Chapter 316. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After end of match. Just like in the canon, the match ended with the Irish team winning, even though Crumb was the one who caught the snitch. And as expected, the Bulgarians were a little disappointed with this result, but not even they could deny that Ireland were superior to their team in this match. But leaving the match aside, as we all started to leave the stadium, Sirius immediately headed towards Bagman, who had a look of comical panic on his face. And I don't know what the content of their conversation was, but after he wrote something on a piece of parchment and handed it to Sirius, the smiling Lord Black returned to our group, while Bagman left looking like he had just experienced death. But well, with all of us gathered, our large group left the stadium, and walking through the dozens of Quidditch fans and lovers, we all headed towards Sirius' tent, where we decided to spend some time to talk about the match and even playing some games. We continued talking and joking for a long time, with the twins talking to Sirius and Remus, and me discreetly silencing Ron several times to see if he would stop bragging about Crumb. But after a few more minutes of revelry, Mr. Weasley decided it was getting late and it was time to call it a night, telling all the kids that it was time to head back to their tent. Once the kids and the Sr. Weasley got back to their tent, my parents also decided it was time for bed, with Seal already on her fifth sleep, having fallen asleep as soon as we arrived at the tent after leaving the stadium. My parents then went to their room, while Remus and Sirius decided to stay in the living room to talk some more. I also went to my room, but instead of going to bed, I took out my suitcase that was on the chain around my neck, and increasing its size, I took my combat and stealth clothes from inside it, dressing it quickly and using a little transfiguration to make it look like regular pajamas. Now wearing this outfit, I sat cross-legged on my bed, obviously having no intention of sleeping as I knew the night wasn't going to end as peacefully as others had hoped. Taking a deep breath, I heightened my senses, sensing the magic of everyone around me and using my hearing to listen for any sound that would indicate that Death Eaters had appeared. I waited for a few minutes, not losing concentration, until in the distance I heard some screams of panic and fear, as well as a subtle fluctuation in magic around the camp.
It started.
I thought to myself, getting to my feet as I checked to see that I had my dagger and wand. Feeling both of them in their holsters on my wrist, I relaxed, before pretending to leave my room with a tired yet alert look. As soon as I walked out of my room, I saw that Sirius and Remus were sitting around a table, talking quietly.
Ethan!
Sirius asked, but instead of answering him, I just stared at the entrance to the tent.
What there was?
Remus asked me.
Are you not listening?
I asked back, still not taking my eyes off the entryway.
Listening to what?
Sirius asked, and then began to listen for sounds outside, with Remus doing the same. Of course, there was obviously a lot of noise coming from outside from the fans who were still cheering, but using their canine hearing, Sirius and Remus were able to pick up some screams in the background that didn't seem to be of joy or celebration. Having faced a war before, the two easily realized that these screams meant trouble, and after glancing quickly at each other, they immediately got to their feet.
Ethan, go wake up your parents.
Sirius said, and I nodded before going to do it. Arriving at my parents' room, I walked in, noticing that the two of them were sleeping with Seal between them. Before going to wake them up, I went towards their coats, which were hanging up, and I put a black crystal in the pocket of each coat. And these crystals were special portkeys, which I had learned to make from Nick. The only difference between this type of portkey and the others is that the more magic you accumulate in it, the stronger it becomes, to the point that it can even pass through some anti-portkeys wards. And I accumulated a lot of magic in these crystals, having already planned to use them for this situation, and luckily the wards that covered the camp weren't very powerful. Finishing putting the crystals in their coats' pockets, I nodded to myself before heading over to my parents.
Mom, Dad, wake up.
I woke them up, shaking them lightly. The two then opened their groggy eyes before looking at me in confusion.
Ethan, what's going on? Why did you wake us up?
My dad asked, rubbing his eye.
Something's going on out there. We need to get out of here now.
I said, letting a certain urgency creep into my voice so they realized the gravity of the situation. And listening to me, not a second later, the two were already on their feet, and I sighed in relief to see them taking their coats and putting them on. My dad then took Seal in his arms, who woke up confused. And together the four of us went back to the living room, where we found only Remus.
Where's Sirius?
I asked.
He went outside to see what the situation is.
Remus replied, and in the next instant Sirius walked through the doorway, with a faint look of panic and anger.
Sirius, what's going on?
My mom asked nervously.
Are Death Eaters?
He replied, and immediately the atmosphere turned heavy inside the tent.
What?
Remus asked in a strained voice.
That's exactly what you heard. Some people dressed as Death Eaters have shown up and are attacking the tents and the muggles.
Sirius said, looking at my parents at the end of the sentence.
We can't stay here. We have to get to the other side of the camp where the wards don't work, then we'll be able to apparate.
He continued.
This isn't going to work. It's going to be too dangerous for my parents to be out there in the middle of all these wizards and Death Eaters.
I said.
So what do you suggest?
Sirius asked honestly, knowing that in situations like this I would do better than him.
I suggest this.
I started to say, before turning to my parents.
Activate.
I said out loud, causing a few confused looks to be directed at me. Only those looks of confusion changed to surprise as soon as everyone noticed that my parents' coat pockets started to shine.
Ethan, what are you?
My dad started to say, but I cut him off.
We don't have time for this.
I said.
You guys are going to show up at the house, so hold Seal tight, and don't worry, I'm on my way. Wait, what the?
But before my mom could finish her sentence, she, as well as my dad and Seal, disappeared in a bright flash that was sucked into a vortex with an audible pop. And once my parents were gone, it was just Sirius, Remus, and me in the tent, with both of them looking at me in surprise.
What are you looking at? We don't have time to stare at each other.
I said before snapping my fingers, using wandless magic to summon all things my family and I brought.
Was that a portkey?
Remus asked and I nodded.
Yes, it was.
I replied, looking down at our bags at my feet.
Linley.
I called.
Master Ethan called Linley.
The little elf asked, appearing in front of me.
Yes, could you take all this stuff back to our place?
I asked and she nodded before snapping her fingers, making all the bags and items on the floor disappear.
Great, now you can go back.
I said, but Linley kept looking at me. She told me, looking confused and nervous. Sighing with a slight smile, I crouched down to the little elf's height.
Don't worry, Linley, it's just a small, urgent matter.
I said, patting her on the head.
And please, when you get back, tell my parents that I'm fine, and that I'm going to find a safe place to hide. Okay, Linley will do it.
The elf nodded, before disappearing in a snap. Shaking my head I got up, before turning to Remus and Sirius.
You were lying, weren't you?
Sirius asked with a slight frown.
You're not going to look for a safe place, and you're not going to hide. Sigh, I'm going to look for a safe place, but before that I have to see if my friends are okay.
I said.
But that's going to be dangerous.
Remus said worriedly.
You don't have to worry about me, I can handle myself.
I said.
I don't intend to mess with these Death Eaters. I just want to see that my friends are all right. And besides, I'm sure you want to see if the other children and Harry are fine.
And listening to me, Remus opened his mouth to say something else in an attempt to make me reconsider, but Sirius put a hand on his shoulder.
Okay,
He said with a sigh, shocking Remus.
Padfoot. Don't worry, Remus. If there's anyone here that we don't have to worry about in this situation, it's Ethan.
He said confidently, but then looked at me.
That said, I know I can't stop you, but please, prioritize your safety and try not to get into combat with Death Eaters. You can be an amazing wizard, but they are very dangerous.
And listening to him, I nodded.
Okay, I understand.
I said, but you could see a glint in the depths of my eyes, which did not hide the wildness of my magic, which was asking to be released.
I know it's going to be dangerous.
Chapter 317. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. As soon as I broke away from Sirius and Remus, I started to make my way through the tents, using my agility and dexterity to dodge the panicked witches and wizards. I really wanted to look for some Death Eaters right away, but I was worried about Luna and my other friends, so I scurried off looking for them. I knew where most of them were, and when I passed in front of their tents, I didn't feel anyone, which meant they had already escaped, which was a relief. Walking a little further, I could find other of my friends fleeing with their relatives, and seeing that the diners were nowhere near them, I nodded, before heading to the last stall I needed to check. Passing some panicked people and more empty tents, I finally arrived in front of the Lovegoods tent, finding Luna helping her father to put some items in a chest.
Luna!
I called her, approaching her.
Ethan!
The blonde girl turned to me, somewhat surprised.
What are you doing here?
She asked.
I came to see if you were okay.
I replied, looking her up and down for any injuries or anything. Hearing my answer, Luna stared at me for a few seconds.
Did you come all this way?
She asked in a tone of voice I couldn't decipher.
Of course.
I said, before looking at her strangely to see that she was still staring at me.
Are you really okay?
I asked again. And with a happy look, Luna then started to smile in a way that made me feel weird.
I'm fine.
She said, looking at me with her head tilted.
Oh well.
I said awkwardly. Luna's emotions have always been confused, but now I really can't understand her, I thought, but even so I was relieved.
Luna dear, are you finished putting away the haunted cleaners yet?
A voice came from inside the tent, and in the next second a man with long, dirty blonde hair wearing strange clothes came out of the tent, with a small box under his right arm.
Oh yeah, I'm done.
Luna replied without taking her eyes off me. And her father, Xenophilius, looked at his daughter in confusion before noticing my presence. And for the second time that day, I got the famous stare from an overprotective parent, something that might not be considered much but is still weird nonetheless.
You're Ethan, right?
Mr. Lovegood asked me.
Yes, sir.
I replied. And with that, Mr. Lovegood looked me up and down before nodding.
Luna dear, I'll put away the roasted willow sap, and then we'll go all right.
He said, looking back at his daughter.
Yes, Dad.
She replied, and Mr. Lovegood nodded before heading back to the tent, not before giving me one last look. As soon as he left, I looked around, noticing that this part of the camp was almost empty, and using my senses I could feel the magic of the Death Eater's spells, and noticing that they were a little way from this place, I turned to Luna.
As I saw that you're fine, I'll be on my way.
I said, starting to turn around to leave, but then I felt Luna holding my arm, and turning to her I saw her worried look.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
I said, but her grip on my arm only tightened. Placing my hand on top of her hand that was on my arm, I squeezed lightly.
I don't promise I won't do something dangerous, but I'll try to stay safe.
I said honestly, and after looking into my eyes for a few seconds she nodded, before letting go of my arm.
Don't hurt yourself.
She said softly, and I nodded.
Fine, and please be safe.
I said, and received a slight smile in return. And after that I turned around, giving Luna one last nod before continuing to walk, quickly disappearing into the crowd. As soon as I separated from Luna, I started running through the tents until I reached a place surrounded by trees, where I canceled the transfiguration on my clothes. Now feeling more free and prepared, I started to run, at a speed difficult to follow with the naked eye. And instead of running in the same direction as all the other scared people, I started going in the opposite direction, specifically targeting the Death Eaters who were terrorizing everyone. The closer I got to where I felt the waves of magic, the more I heard screams of fear and pain, with all the bad feelings numbing my senses. And following those feelings, I arrived in an area with some burnt tents. Looking forward, I could see two Death Eaters laughing as they rocked a man back and forth like a tug of war, while a woman and a boy watched as they sat on the floor and hugged each other. The woman, probably the wife of the man being tortured, was crying, asking them to stop as she hugged her son, preventing him from seeing his father being thrown around like a rag doll. And seeing this, I felt angry before taking a deep breath and using the flames and smoke coming from the tents as cover. I circled these two diners, analyzing the situation. Realizing that they were fully engaged in mocking and torturing the man, I held up my hands, pointing at them. Then, surprising the two Death Eaters, the fabric of the burnt tents broke into threads, which advanced towards them, trapping their arms.
What?
One of the Death Eaters, who was the tallest, asked, looking confused at the wires on his arm. And when they turned to look back, I snapped my fingers, and flames began to climb the wires towards them.
Arg! Damn, what the hell?
They exclaimed, losing their spell concentration and letting go of the man. And taking advantage of this moment of distraction, I advanced, with my hood covering my face. Coming out from behind a tent, I quickly ran towards the smallest Death Eater, and coming in front of him, I punched him in the belly. When he doubled over in pain and out of breath, I grabbed his arm, kneeing him in the elbow, ignoring the crack that sounded. With a cry of pain, that same Death Eater let go of the wand he was holding, and I quickly caught it before it fell to the ground, casting a protego on my back, stopping a potentially lethal spell the other Death Eater cast on me.
You damn!
This Death Eater shouted, raising his wand to cast another spell. Sensing his magical fluctuations, and knowing that this wand movement belonged to the cutting spell, I pulled the other Death Eater and placed him in front of me like a shield. And as soon as the spell hit this Death Eater, a cut was made in his chest, and I quickly tossed him aside, enjoying the other Death Eater's startled and panicked look.
Bombarda!
I threw on the ground in front of me, causing a lot of earth and dirt to rise, covering the view of the other Death Eater who had to protect his face.
That won't work on me.
This Death Eater thought, waving his wand and dispersing the dirt, clearing his vision. However, the only thing he saw was the family of three who were together with a scared look and his companion bleeding on the floor.
Huh?
He wondered, but then, when he felt something approaching him from behind, it was too late.
Have a nice trip to hell.
I said in an emotionless voice, pointing the wand I'd taken from his partner at his neck.
Sectum Sempra.
And with that, I swiped my wand across his neck, causing a big deep cut that started to spurt blood. And not caring about this Death Eater, I released him, leaving him to choke on his blood as I walked calmly over to his partner, who was trying to crawl away.
Please.
He begged between his moans of pain. And without saying anything and totally ignoring his plea, I cast a low-powered explosive spell on this Death Eater's head, killing him instantly. And looking at these two bodies, I still had a blank expression, but I could feel that inside I was excited. I had just killed two men who were Death Eaters, one of the worst scum in the wizarding world, and this time, instead of feeling disgust or any bad feelings, I felt joy and satisfaction. And my joy came from a deep feeling which, unlike the last time I killed, was more animalistic, as if I were enjoying a hunt for my prey.
I don't have time to think about this.
I thought, still hearing screams in the distance. And with a sigh, I turned to the family of three, with the father, who was still suffering from torture, protecting his family while watching me warily.
Don't worry, I'm not here to hurt you.
Chapter 318. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After I got rid of those first two Death Eaters, I found I continued my hunt, having no goal or intention other than to eliminate as many of these scum as possible. I spent a lot of time roaming the forest, following the sounds and feelings of agony, and in my relentless pursuit I found other small groups of Death Eaters, and I even found those who were confident or foolish enough to be alone. And those who were alone were my main targets, being easier to deal with, mainly because in this dark forest I decided to use the silent hunting strategy with ambushes. Of course, I also went after a few groups, with the focus being those who were terrorizing or torturing other wizards and muggles. In total, I'm pretty sure I killed at least 13 Death Eaters, and yet the number of these vermin hadn't decreased, making me realize how rotten the wizarding world was to have so many evil people like that. Another thing I noticed was that with each murder of mine, I became less tense. I expected to be indifferent to their deaths, but that's not what happened. The more I killed these Death Eaters, the more I craved another victim, and with each dark wizard I encountered and attacked, I acted more violently. And at a certain point, I started to realize that I wasn't killing them quickly anymore. Now I was toying with them, cornering them before I made them suffer with any painful spell I knew. And hearing their cry of pain and their looks of despair brought me immense satisfaction. I knew there was something wrong with me, but I didn't care, as I never once thought of attacking an innocent person, and to tell you the truth, I couldn't see any of these monsters I killed as human beings. Dumbledore could question and despise my methods, but unlike him, I could feel what was deepest in people, being their feelings, emotions, and even thoughts. And when I come across an innocent and fragile person being hurt by someone disgusting and vile, I reserve the right to act in any way I want, and do whatever is necessary to make that human trash suffer 10 times as much as their victims suffered. But leaving these matters of morals aside, I continued looking for prey, and using my senses I felt a large group of magical signatures not far from me, and their emotions told me that they were afraid and angry, and realizing that they were in danger, I immediately accelerated towards them, honing my physical skills to the maximum to arrive as soon as possible. In front of a large burning pink and yellow tent was a group of women, from old people to children, and they were all sitting on the ground leaning against each other, with the women holding the children and placing them protectively at the back of the group. Some women had expressions of fear, which came mainly from the younger ones, while the others either showed anger and hatred or pain, as some of these women had some injuries on their bodies. And in front of these women was a group of 4 men wearing black robes and white masks. These men, obviously Death Eaters, were pointing their wands at these women, amusement and malice in their gazes.
We still have some time before the Aurors start acting.
One of the men, who had a youthful voice, said, looking at his companions.
Sigh, too bad. I wanted to find some more filthy muggles to test my spells.
A Death Eater to the left of the group said in disappointment.
Don't look so sad.
The middle one, who was further ahead, started talking.
We may not have time to hunt more muggles, but we have these creatures in front of us to have fun with.
And with that sentence, the second Death Eater chuckled lightly.
Oh, you're right,
he said, trembling with anticipation. And his companions didn't say anything to his strangeness, having already gotten used to his somewhat sadistic personality. Some of the women who knew English looked at the men in fright, but some gathered their courage and began preparing to attack. 3 women then rose to their feet, feathers growing on their arms as balls of flame erupted from their hands. But before they could do anything, ropes came out of nowhere and trapped their arms, and as they tried to shake themselves free, the man in front, who appeared to be the leader, spoke.
Oh, if I were you, I wouldn't do that,
he said in a conversational tone, pointing his wand at the little girls hidden protectively in the other women's arms. And listening to them, these 3 Velas gained expressions of panic before lowering their heads.
Please don't hurt them.
One of them said in English.
I don't know. They seem interested in becoming our guinea pigs,
he said, cocking his head. And with that sentence, the other Velas also started begging him not to do anything with the children, with some speaking in English, others in Bulgarian, and a small part in French. And ignoring these women's pleas, the leader of this group of Death Eaters turned to his sadistic friend.
So what do you think?
He asked.
Well,
the sadist started to say, with everyone being able to hear the cheerful tone in his voice.
An experiment is never complete if there aren't guinea pigs of different species, gender, and ages to test.
And with that, a look of horror came over the Vela's face, which only added to the delight of these diners.
Monster meprisable.
One of the Vela growled in French, with a frown on her face that didn't hide her nervousness.
I may not be fluent in French, but I'm sure she's cussing you out,
the Death Eater, who had been quiet from the start, said.
Oh, that hurts.
The sadistic Death Eater began to say, before raising his wand pointing at the group of women in front of him.
But it doesn't matter. Soon these offenses and insults will turn into screams and cries.
And realizing that the men in front of them weren't planning to let any of them free, not even the children, the bravest women began to gather magic in their palms to summon their fireballs, intending to make one last attack to at least save some of the girls. But as soon as some of them started to get up, they froze, feeling a chill creep up their spines. They then felt pressure descend on them, with a feeling in the back of their minds telling them not to get up, as if their Vila instincts were warning them of immense danger. And with that frightening feeling, these Vilas began to sweat and shake, feeling that their breathing was difficult. And the Death Eaters who noticed their actions burst out laughing.
See, they were so angry and brave before, but now they're shaking with fear like scared little mice.
The youngest Death Eater said.
Yes, it looks like they finally understood their place as lesser creatures.
The lead Death Eater laughed, and from his voice it was clear that he was finding the scene very amusing. The quieter Death Eater also let out a few light chuckles, but then he noticed that the Vila's gaze was no longer on his sadistic colleague or in the sparks that were coming out of the tip of his wand. In fact, he noticed that they weren't even looking at them, and following their gaze, he noticed that they were looking behind them, and he then started to turn around slowly.
Oh, what the he go? What is it? Did you choke on your own saliva?
The young Death Eater asked his friend, turning to face him. But the vision he saw was of his companion standing, with several spikes of ice piercing his body.
Fucking hell!
He exclaimed, drawing the attention of the other two, who turned as well.
What's going?
The leader said, looking stunned at the Death Eater who had now started to stagger, with a lot of blood leaking from his mask showing that he was vomiting blood. This Death Eater then looked at his friends one last time before falling to the ground, taking his last breath. The three remaining Death Eaters stared at their colleague's lifeless body for a few seconds, until they lifted their heads and looked in my direction. And the sight in front of them scared them, because the image of a man dressed completely in black with blood-stained combat clothes, with a hood covering his face leaving only a part of a white mask visible, would obviously scare anyone. But beyond those above details, what scared them the most was the magical pressure that was leaking out of me and my amber eyes that glowed dangerously in this dark night.
One downed,
I said in a muffled, low voice, almost like a growl. And the three Death Eaters continued to stare blankly at me, and that made me feel satisfied.
3 to go.
Chapter 319. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. As soon as they realized I was advancing on them, the three remaining Death Eaters finally snapped out of their dazed states, taking out their wands and pointing them at me. Knowing that I couldn't take advantage of the element of surprise any longer, I went for a swift attack, launching a powerful lightning at the middle Death Eater, who managed to erect a barrier before being hit. But the lightning, like an uncontrolled element, ended up spreading and hitting the youngest Death Eater, who was thrown away.
Kill this bastard!
The leader shouted, canceling the barrier as soon as the lightnings were gone, throwing a yellow curse at me, which I calmly deflected. And as soon as I dodged that curse, I had to duck and jump to the side, dodging an explosive spell cast by the sadistic Death Eater. I knew I couldn't just dodge and cast spells while they blocked, and unfortunately I knew I couldn't cast any very powerful spells as the women and children were still on the ground behind those Death Eaters. The only options left to me were to drive them away from the Vilas or use a spell that bypassed their barrier. Dodging yet another spell, I began to scan my terrain until an idea came to mind. Nullifying a disarming spell, I created a fiery whip, swinging it and slamming it into the sadistic Death Eater's thigh.
Arg, you jerk!
He yelled angrily, stepping back as he limped and clutched at his leg. Using a levitation spell, I lifted some sticks from the ground and transfigured them into thorns, throwing them at the injured Death Eater. But before it could hit him, his partner blasted them.
Focus on the battle,
he said to his partner. And seizing that moment, I continued my attack, raising the wand in my hand. But my senses warned me of danger, and I rolled to the side, before skidding to a stop on my knees, looking to the side only to see the youngest Death Eater on his feet. He was holding his useless arm, which was bleeding and burnt, while his Death Eater robe was charred and smoking.
Oh, apparently the lightning wasn't that powerful.
I thought, but I couldn't complete my thoughts because I had to raise a barrier to protect myself from 2 lethal spells.
Let's go, we're 3 against 1, we just need to keep pushing this bastard.
The leader instructed, not stopping his attacks. But just as they continued their attack, I continued mine, always paying attention to my surroundings and the villa in the background. And while I was casting spells and dodging, I was using wandless magic to transfigure the grass, leaves, sticks, and anything else that was on the ground into sand. Since these Death Eaters were obviously unaware of my ability to use wandless magic, they paid no attention to my hand, let alone the terrain below them.
Damn it, there are 3 of us. Why can't we kill this little bastard?
The sadist exclaimed irritably, creating a barrier to stop my slashing spell, but he didn't expect a second spell that landed on his shoulder.
Damn!
He snarled.
If it goes on like this, we'll end up being outclassed.
I kept attacking and dodging their spells, frowning when I saw they weren't moving away from the hostages, probably also realizing that I was holding back so I wouldn't hurt them in the crossfire.
Bombard it!
The wounded young Death Eater exclaimed, and I saw his spell coming towards me. And with an amazing display of my magical control, I caught his spell on the end of the wand I was using and deflected it away.
What a hell!
One of the Death Eaters exclaimed in amazement. Seeing this, I didn't lose concentration and prepared to continue our battle, but then I noticed a hiss coming from the wand, and looking at it, I noticed that it was starting to crack.
Damn, this wand isn't holding up because it's not compatible with me.
I frowned. But then I looked down at the ground, feeling the tiny grains of sand with my senses, and with that I let a small smile creep across my face. And with new conviction, I stopped holding back so much, and began a new round of spells, targeting especially the youngest Death Eater who was already injured.
Do you think that's enough to defeat us?
He asked with an arrogant tone.
Yes, I think so.
I replied flatly, and hidden from the Death Eater's eyes, I held up 2 fingers on my hand that wasn't holding a wand.
Hey, you arrogant bug.
The young Death Eater said in irritation, raising his hand. However, before he could do anything, the earth beneath him deformed, and some roots appeared and quickly and aggressively pierced his body.
Oh, yeah.
He grunted in surprise and pain, looking down at his body. And soon after that the roots returned to the earth, dropping the body limply to the ground, with the Death Eater never moving again.
Shit.
The leader muttered, a little tense.
Who the hell is this guy?
He wondered. And his question was answered, with more spells being cast on him.
I think that's enough.
I thought, dodging to the side, before creating a barrier. And as soon as I canceled the barrier, I raised my wand again, a fire spell coming on the tip of my tongue. However, instead of a spell coming out, only sparks came out of the tip of the wand, and looking at it, I could see that the cracks had widened, reaching the core of the wand.
Damn!
I thought. And in that moment when the wand failed, the leader Death Eater took the opportunity to cast a disarming spell at me, and I could have dodged it, but I decided to let him hit me. And with a defective wand, unsurprisingly, the spell landed in my hand, and the wand went flying out of my hand before falling uselessly to the ground. And as soon as he managed to disarm me, a feeling of joy came over him, and seeing this, I dropped my hands.
Sigh.
The leader said, finally feeling some relief.
It just means you guys are weak.
I scoffed.
Oh, so even in that situation, you think you have the right to make fun of us?
The leader asked, mildly amused, but I could also sense that he was irritated.
Yes, after all, this battle isn't over yet.
I said, letting my magic flow through my hands.
Ha, but without your wand, what are you going to do?
The sadistic Death Eater chuckled.
You're no worse than a muggle now. And who said I need a wand to do spells?
I asked, and before they could even think about what I said, I held up both my hands. And to the shock of the 2 Death Eaters, sand rose from the ground and grabbed their arms and legs, trapping them tightly.
But what, when?
The sadist looked confused, trying and failing to break free.
What the hell?
The leader Death Eater asked no one in particular, looking in surprise and panic at the sand that trapped him.
It's over for you.
I said, raising my hand as I controlled the sand to cover them.
No.
The leader tried to say, but he was choking on the sand that was going up his face and getting into his mouth and nose, preventing him from breathing.
W8.
The sadistic Death Eater started to say, but I ignored him.
Please F, forgive me.
He tried to beg. And seeing the panic and fear in their eyes, I remained indifferent, and as soon as the sand finished covering their bodies completely, I clasped my hands together.
Goodbye, worms.
I squeezed my hands. And with that, the sand covering the two Death Eaters in front of me contracted, pressing down on them and crushing and pulverizing them. Feeling that their magic was dispersing and no longer hearing their heartbeat, I let go of my hands, making sand with blood, organs, and bones fall to the ground. And ignoring the grotesque scene in front of me, I relaxed my body. This was the first time I used the spell I created inspired by Gara's sand burial in real combat, and I couldn't be happier with the result.
It's over.
I thought, looking at the Velas who looked terrified at me.
Don't worry, I'm here to help.
I said, but they continued to stare at me for a while until I realized that I was still letting my magic out, which was putting pressure on them. Controlling my magic back in my body, I could see them relax. The women then began tending to their injured friends, still keeping a wary eye in my direction.
Since I've already taken care of this group, then I'll continue my hunt.
I thought to myself. However, as soon as I turned around, a green light lit up the forest, and turning around I looked up, which was where the light was coming from. And high up in the sky was a dark skull with a snake sticking out of its mouth, as it was lit by an emerald glow.
The Dark Mark.
I thought.
So Barty Jr. managed to escape his father's control, just like in canon.
And with one last nod, I turned and started to leave.
Well then, I guess that means my work is done here.
I sighed, a little tired, more mentally than physically.
Now I just need to worry about my parents.
Chapter 320. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
I think this is far enough away.
I said to myself, already being deep in the forest away from all the confusion that was going on in the camp because of the black mark. Feeling that no one was near me, and also feeling that I was out of the wards, I cast a cleansing spell on myself, getting all the sweat and blood off my clothes. Right after that, I also transfigured my clothes back into my pajamas, and giving myself a final check, I nodded.
Yeah, now it doesn't look like I was participating in a massacre.
I muttered before looking up, seeing the black mark glowing emerald in the star-filled night sky.
It may have a bad meaning, but the Dark Mark really does have an imposing presence.
And saying that, I looked one last time for the creepy skull in the sky before sighing, shaking my head.
Well, let's stop thinking about it. I have bigger problems waiting for me.
I thought of my worried parents. A grimace came over my face.
I'm so screwed.
I thought. And with that thought in mind, I concentrated, before apparating away with a loud pop. As soon as I reappeared, I noticed that I was in the backyard of my house, and using my senses I could feel my parents inside the house, with many feelings of nervousness, fear, and worry coming from them. With some nervousness I approached the house, before opening the back door and stepping inside. Walking slowly to the living room, I could hear my parents talking, and taking a deep breath I revealed myself, making both of them look at me in surprise. And before I could say anything, the two of them rushed towards me, before hugging me tightly.
Oh dear, are you okay?
My mom asked, her head on my neck as she hugged me.
You're not hurt, are you?
She pulled away, looking at my body for injuries.
No, Mom, I'm not hurt.
I replied.
Sigh.
My dad said in relief, before earning an annoyed look.
Now can you tell me what trick that was?
He asked.
I did that to keep you guys safe.
I replied calmly, and my mom then spoke.
Then why didn't you come with us? You wanted to keep us safe while still being in danger.
She yelled at me.
I didn't know if the portkey would support one more person, and besides, I wasn't in danger.
I started to say.
I'm a wizard, did you forget? Of course we haven't forgotten, but that doesn't mean you're immune from any danger and that you can't get hurt.
My dad said.
Yes, but I had a better chance of not getting hurt compared to you muggles.
I snapped, and at the same moment I could see something flicker in my parents' eyes, and for some reason I felt bad.
Muggles.
My mom asked in a low tone, and I could feel sadness coming from her.
No.
I replied. My mom then looked at me, and I could see tears in her eyes, and looking at my dad, I could also see a sad look on his face.
You are our son Ethan, but I feel that you are distancing yourself from us.
And hearing my dad say this, I stopped, feeling as if I had got punched in the stomach. And I couldn't even refute that, because if I thought about it, I really was considering my parents different from me because of magic.
I.
I tried to reply but didn't know what to say. I never realized it before, but subconsciously and sometimes consciously, I considered myself better than muggles, and even better than my own parents just because I had a special ability. And thinking about it, I realized that my actions didn't differentiate me much from the purebloods who considered themselves superior, almost gods when compared to those who didn't have magic. And with that realization, I bowed my head in shame and sadness, feeling that I had failed myself. And as my thoughts bubbled through my mind, I felt two arms gently encircling me. And looking up, I saw my mom hugging me again.
I don't want you to think that we are angry or disappointed in you. We just want you to trust us more, dear.
She told me in an affectionate voice.
And please, if something like what happened today happens again, don't send us away like that.
My dad continued.
We were very worried, and we would rather you let us take the risk if it meant that we would stay together.
And when he finished saying that, he raised his hand before placing it on my shoulder. And feeling my dad's hand on my shoulder, together with my mom's hug and her words, I could no longer hold back my emotions, which had been tightly controlled since the start of the Death Eater's attack. And with my emotions released, I hugged my mom back before I noticed the tears were streaming down my cheeks.
I'm sorry.
I mumbled.
SHA.
My mom said in a soft voice, running her hand through my hair reassuringly. I didn't regret what I had done, as the protection of my parents and Seal was my first priority, and on top of that, I needed to be alone to go after the Death Eaters. But I knew that what I did had hurt my parents in ways other than physically, and that's something I can't forgive myself for doing. And sensing their emotions and sensing the concern they had for me, I let myself be absorbed by that feeling of care. And in that moment, I made a promise to myself that I would not alienate my parents anymore, and that I would think about their feelings before doing anything that involved them.
I'm glad the situation was resolved like this. I expected more questions and my parents scolding me.
I thought, closing my eyes with a relieved sigh.
Oh, and before I forget, you're grounded.
My mom said, causing me to freeze. Was the only thing I could say, accepting that I couldn't win every battle. Before dawn, Sirius appeared at the door of our house, wanting to know if my parents were all right and that I had arrived safely. When he realized that we were all together and well, he was relieved, and so I asked him if he managed to find Harry. He then told me that everyone was fine, and that it took him a while to find Harry as he was also helping to contain the Death Eaters. He also said that when he found Harry after the dark mark appeared, he saw Mr. Crouch interrogating his godson about the mark in the sky, and that it was only thanks to Remus' intervention that he didn't end up punching the
Old bastard with a pervert mustache.
in the face. I regretted the fact that Sirius didn't hit the Crouch Sr., but I put that thought aside when I noticed that Sirius was acting strangely, as if he was trying to hide something. And when the afternoon came, and the Daily Prophet newspaper arrived, I discovered the reason why he was acting like this. The main story in the paper was about the fiasco that happened at the Quidditch World Cup final, and as well as talking about the Death Eaters' attack, the article was also giving too high a focus to another happening. And this event was called the Massacre of the Mystery Killer. In the news, it talked about a wizard who was going around the camp killing purebloods from respectable families. Of course, this was obviously a way for the powerful families to change the actual event so that their image wouldn't be tarnished, but I didn't mind that for two reasons. The first was that I didn't care what the public thought, as I was only aiming to eliminate the scum of wizarding society. And the second reason was that there were many witnesses when I killed these men, and at some point it would spread to everyone that these noble and honorable purebloods killed were actually the Death Eaters who were causing terror and panic in the camp. And I knew that because many of the people I saved were from other countries, and they are not going to be silent about what happened. And the great families of the UK were not going to be able to silence the voices of these victims or change what was said in the newspapers of their countries. And even here in Britain, it won't be long before others start spreading the truth through gossip and rumors. But I didn't mind too much, as my only concern was about the investigation that the Ministry and DMLE led by Amelia were doing about me, or rather, the mystery killer.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what they say about me in the next few days.
I thought, resting my chin on my hand.
Maybe in my next appearance I'll leave some mark or symbol for the investigators and conspiracy theorists.
Chapter 321. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. 3 days later. It had been a few days since the final of the Quidditch World Cup, where the fiasco of the Death Eaters' attack took place, as well as the murder of some of them. The British wizarding community was still in an uproar, with the central focus of the news being the deaths that took place at the event. And the reason for this confusion over the deaths was because, just as I had predicted, people began to find out through gossip and hearsay that the respectable purebloods who died were actually part of the group of racist fools who were causing terror and panic in the place. And then there was something else going on because of the Death Eater attack, and that was something I hadn't anticipated, but which I should have expected if I had given it a little more thought. And that something was the fact that some countries were demanding explanations about what happened, mainly the Bulgarians and Irish, with many ministers and powerful wizarding families who suffered because of the attack wanting compensation and answers from the pureblood families who had a relative involved in the riot. I had no way of knowing what was going on in these families internally, but thanks to the connection my family and I created with Amelia, she gave us some insight. And besides her, Theo, Lily, and Astoria also had some interesting information, and I couldn't thank you enough for befriending these friendly Slytherins. Well, back to the information.
Even after 14 years, I still find it strange to walk around the city and see that it is so different from the modern world I was used to in my other life.
I thought, looking at the cars, buildings, and shop windows around me. Things around me didn't have the modern and technological appearance that I was usually used to seeing, and I started to wonder if the development of this world in these aspects would be different from my old life. But that aside, I continued to walk around town, trying to clear my mind of some dark thoughts that came and went. I knew I wasn't totally fine, as I was still trying to recover from my moment of aggression and euphoria in my hunt for Death Eaters, where I started to question whether my beast power was turning me into a true beast, and whether I was a danger to my family. Of course, I knew I would never hurt my family, but after that day I started to wonder if maybe I needed to take some precautions against myself. And my parents noticed that I hadn't been well since I got back from camp at the Quidditch World Cup final, and even though they didn't ask me what happened, they understood that I should go out and take a walk around town to clear my mind, which is what I'm doing. And luckily now those bad and dark thoughts were at the back of my mind, as I was focused on the relaxing and calming feeling that my walk around the city brought me. And I again thanked my parents in my mind for giving me a break from my grounding so I could walk around and relax a little. Of course, I was still grounded and they still wouldn't allow me to use magic at home, and I will only be able to return to my studies and research when I return to Hogwarts. But even so, I wasn't sad or upset, as I knew I deserved it. You could even say that the punishment my parents gave me was light when we remember that the reason I was grounded was because I had done something that risked my life. Actually, if it had been any other parents than mine, I would have received more punishments, and they would have even removed me from Hogwarts. But not wanting to think about it anymore, I shook my head, continuing my walk. After a few minutes of walking, I arrived in front of one of the city's parks, and stopping, I looked across the street, seeing that there was a new bakery there.
It must have been open this year.
I mumbled, not quite sure as I didn't leave the house as much as I used to. And looking at the bakery windows, I saw some people eating their sweets with satisfaction, and I felt my stomach rumble.
Well, since I have nothing to do, I think I'll stop by that bakery and try some of their cakes.
I shrugged before crossing the street. After entering the bakery, it didn't take long for me to find a place to sit in front of the window, and not a second later, a waitress came to take my order. And after waiting a while, I was now looking at a large piece of chocolate cake with oranges, which looked quite appetizing.
I've already done a lot of things that were on my list of plans.
I thought while eating my cake, looking at the window in reflection.
Now I have to prepare for the Triwizard tournament, but before the tournament I have to do a few more things.
And with that in mind, I started thinking about the request that Marcel made me, where he asked me to visit the hill where he spent the afternoons as a child and leave some flowers on the tree, which was the most meaningful place for him and his mother, because it was where she left gifts, books, and food for him. And besides that, I was also thinking of getting another one of Riddle's Horcruxes, which was the easiest one for me at the moment. And I'm talking about Marvelo Gaunt's ring that was in the Gaunt shack. The only problem I could find when going to get this Horcrux is that I didn't know if I had the necessary skills to break the wards and curses that Riddle put in the shack.
Maybe the Elder Key that Penny gave me can make the wards unusable.
I thought.
I'm 80% sure that the Elder Key can help me in this situation, since Penny who created it. And I'm sure that she is better than Riddle when it comes to runes and wards, no matter how genius he is.
Chapter 322. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. 2 more days had passed, and today was the day I was going to go to the Gaunt shack to get another Horcrux for my Riddle's Souls puzzle. And it's funny to think that I was
collecting
the pieces of a Dark Lord's fragmented soul as if they were limited editions of some famous and rare item. I had already organized everything that would be needed for this quest, and I also did some light research on the location of the Gaunt shack and its surroundings. I couldn't gather much information, but from the little I found, I realized that I would have no problem invading the shack's grounds, since almost everything around it was deserted, without neighbors or even people just walking around the place. But that aside, I continued preparing my equipment in my room, tucking the Elder Key in my pocket under a shrinking spell.
Okay, I have my wand, not that I intend to use it, and I'm also carrying my goblin silver dagger dipped in basilisk venom.
I thought, quoting in my mind all the items I was taking for this dangerous adventure.
The Elder Key is prepared, and I also have an advanced portkey in case I need to escape urgently and I can't apparate.
Giving myself one last check, I nodded, turning and walking out of my room.
Are you leaving, dear?
My mom asked me, sitting on the couch in the living room as she read some sheets that were on top of the coffee table, probably being information about her next case.
Yes, I'm going to take a walk, and maybe stop by the mall to pick up some new clothes for myself.
I replied. And Seal, who was watching TV and listening to me, turned to me before getting up and running towards me.
I can go with you.
She asked with twinkling eyes. And seeing my cute 6-year-old sister's expectant eyes, I felt a little guilty, knowing that I was lying and that I couldn't take her on this walk. I started to say, however I looked down and saw Seal making puppy dog eyes, almost breaking my resistance. I then looked at my mom, only to see that she was looking at me with a questioningly raised eyebrow, and I realized that it would be very suspicious for me to deny Seal's request when I said I was just going for a walk. And looking back at my sister, I sighed, before letting a soft smile spread across my face.
Okay, but only if you behave yourself,
I said, and she squealed happily.
I promise I will behave and obey you, big brother.
She said, before turning with a smile and running to the stairs and starting up them.
Where are you going?
I asked, confused. And not even stopping, she replied loudly.
I'm going to put on my favorite shoes.
And as she finished saying that, I could only hear her hurried footsteps arriving upstairs as she headed to her room. And seeing this, I shook my head with a wry smile.
Well, it's still early, so I guess it won't mess up my plans if I take her for a walk, as I can go to the Gaunt Shack in the afternoon.
I thought, sitting down next to my mom, with her looking at me.
What?
I asked.
Nothing.
She answered me, going back to looking at her notes, and I shrugged a little confused.
I'm sure Ethan is up to something.
My mom thought suspiciously, with me unaware of her thoughts. A little later, after taking Seal for a walk around the city and going to the mall to do some shopping, we returned home, with her happily hugging the new doll I bought for her. I then left the clothes I bought in my room, and seeing that Seal was playing in her room fully concentrated, I left the house again, under my mom's analytical gaze. I knew my mom had noticed that I wanted to go out alone, but for some reason she didn't ask me what I was going to do or even try to stop me. And relieved with that, I continued on my way, arriving in a secluded alley and apparating to the closest spot to the Gaunt Shack. Appearing in the middle of a forest on the outskirts of the village of Little Hangleton, I began to walk around, using my senses to sense any magical abnormalities nearby. After walking a little, I started to feel a magic nearby, and following it, I could see in the distance among many trees and trunks an old and broken shack, covered by moss and roots of the trees that grew around it. And the closer I got to this shack, the more I could feel a familiar magic that I had only felt in my first year coming from Quirrellmort. And in addition to Tom's magic, I could also feel the despicable and grotesque magic of his Horcrux, confirming that I was in the right place. And I didn't know if it was because of the curse he put on the ring, or because the stone in the ring was one of the Deathly Hallows, but the magic that came from inside the shack was much stronger than I expected. But putting that to the back of my mind, I approached the shack, stopping at the edge of where I felt its wards were.
The power that is coming from these wards is powerful. It would be very difficult to break or pass through them with the time and limited knowledge I have of wards and runes.
I commented aloud to myself, looking around. I then continued to stare at the shack before a thought popped into my head.
The Riddle's mansion is very close to here, and Valdi is probably there.
I muttered before frowning.
Will he feel anything if I mess with those wards?
And with that question in my mind, I grimaced, activating my magic vision to look at the wards and curses, finding the place full of magic.
He shouldn't feel anything since he's at his weakest and frailest form, but I have to make sure.
I mused, looking towards the door of the shack as I thought about how I would go about confirming my assumption.
Looks like this ward was also made to keep out other creatures,
I said, looking at a somewhat familiar intricate rune, deciphering its function. Realizing this, I thought for a moment before nodding.
That might work.
And with an idea in mind, I looked around, looking for something, and finding that something, I approached him. That something was a rather large spider that was in a tree, and approaching this spider, I caught it, using my beast talk to control it. Ordering the spider to go towards the shack, I dropped it to the ground, seeing it go towards the wards, obeying my command. The spider then arrived in front of the wards, and as soon as it touched it, it was incinerated, disappearing immediately and leaving behind only a slight smell of burning and some ashes.
Fuck!
I thought, impressed and a little scared by the power and danger of the ward. But not thinking too much about it, I quickly walked away from the shack, going as far away as possible where I could still get a good view of the shack's entrance. And with me hiding in a far corner behind some trees, I waited to see if anyone would show up to check out the sudden activity on the wards. And I waited for at least 30 minutes, using my magic sensor to sense any wizards that might be approaching this location. And after no one came, I could confirm that Voldemort wasn't monitoring the shack, and I sighed in relief.
Well then, that confirms my guess, which means I can move on to the next step of the plan.
I said to myself, approaching the shack again. I then, earning a serious look, prepared to get another piece of Riddle's soul, taking the Elder Key out of my pocket and returning it to its normal size.
Let's then get our fourth Horcrux and our own deathly hallow, the resurrection stone.
Chapter 323. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Crouching on the ground, I placed the elder key next to the wards, almost touching it, and then I activated it. The elder key, now activated, began absorbing the wards and even the curses placed to protect the shack, and after a few minutes, which could be considered a long time, the elder key finished absorbing everything. Using my magic vision, I looked forward, no longer feeling any magic blocking my way into the shack, and now the only magic I felt was coming from inside the shack. Nodding satisfied, I took the elder key, looking at it and seeing its runes glowing with a dark greenish light.
It didn't shine like that last time.
I thought, confused.
Maybe it's because of the dark magic of the curses.
I wondered. And since I didn't know the answer and wouldn't find out so quickly, I shrugged, putting the elder key in my pocket. And looking around one last time to see if there was anyone around or some other ward or spell, I turned towards the shack, taking a step towards it. Passing the line that previously stood the barriers, I sighed in relief to see that nothing happened, and with that, I headed towards the broken door on its hinges. Pushing open the door carefully, I entered the shack, seeing that the interior looked worse than the outside. The place was dark and cold, and filled with mold and moss, with many rusty utensils lying around. There were roots sticking out of the ground and branches sticking through the broken windows. The place was decrepit and run down, and it made me question whether these were necessary criteria for all dark wizards if they wanted to hide their precious and important possessions.
Why doesn't any dark wizard keep his treasures or black magic items somewhere clean and sunny?
I asked no one in particular, wrinkling my nose at the bothersome smells of the place.
A note to myself. In case I become a dark wizard and want to hide something, I'll leave it in a cozy beach house surrounded by flowers and docile animals.
I said to myself, nodding. Shaking my head, I refocused on why I was here, which was the Horcrux. As I remembered, the ring was hidden under the floorboards. However, that information was not necessary, as I could sense where the Horcrux was from the moment I entered the shack. Going towards the Horcrux, I crouched down, still with my magic vision activated, seeing a great mass of magic in a single place, as if it were a strong and dense dark shadow. Passing my hand on the floor, I could feel a shiver go up my arm, causing me a slight discomfort. But not thinking too much of it, I tried looking for some gap in the floorboards, and finding none, I put a little force on my hand, pressing down. And with that little pressure, I managed to crack the floorboard, and putting my hand through the cracks, I pulled the wood out of the floor effortlessly. And as soon as I ripped off the floorboards, the first thing I saw was a golden box covered in dirt. Analyzing the box and finding nothing unusual about it, I carefully picked it up. Getting up with the box in hand, I brushed off what little dirt there was on it.
It was easier than I expected.
I thought, and immediately frowned as I resisted the urge to palm my forehead.
I just said the forbidden words.
And knowing that I had just defied the universe, I raised my other hand, placed it on top of the lid of the box, and carefully and very slowly I began to open it. And with the box open, I could see in front of me, with its beautiful details and its addictive magic, the Marvelo Gaunt's ring, containing the so incredible and desired resurrection stone.
Amazing!
I muttered, looking at the stone, feeling something in the back of my mind telling me to pick it up and use it. And with my magic vision, I could see all the magic that overflowed from the stone, which seemed to contain death itself, and ironically life too. I could hear whispers in my ear, tempting me to bring back those I had lost. And listening to this tempting voice, I started to reach out my hand for the ring. And the whispers continued, and little by little I could recognize the voices.
Bring us back, Tilda. We miss you.
Come to your mom, my son.
And as soon as I heard the last voice, I stopped, with memories of my mom from the first life flooding my mind.
Mom!
I thought before frowning.
But my mom didn't die.
And with that in mind, a faint sound arose in the back of my mind, like a call or a warning roar.
Actually,
I thought, with the memories of my last moments of life appearing among my memories.
roar!
And with that realization, I woke up from the trance, quickly moving my hand away that was less than 1 centimeter from the ring.
Damn it!
I said, frowning at the ring and the resurrection stone.
I almost fell for that trap. But was that the curse that Riddle put on the ring, or was it the stone wanting another victim for death?
I wondered, frowning. But not wanting to think about it too much for now, I let out a sigh. I then carried the box with the ring over to a dirty table next to me and placed it on it. I also took my suitcase that was on my chain, and placing it on the table and increasing its size, I opened it in my secret compartment. And in that secret share was a bag made of dragon skin, enchanted with many protection and magic suppression spells. And next to that bag was a pair of dragonhide gloves. Picking up the gloves and putting them on, I looked at the ring in the box and carefully picked it up. Dragon skin was great when it came to protection, especially against spells and curses, which is why I was able to safely pick up the ring. And actually, I had prepared the glove just for that case, and also for the other Horcruxes because I was afraid of suffering some setback like what happened when I touched the others with my bare hands. With the ring in hand, I looked right at him, glad I wasn't feeling the temptation I was feeling a few seconds ago. But strangely, the Horcrux wasn't trying to consume or manipulate me. And after a while, I realized that it wasn't because I was already immune to its effects, or because I was wearing the dragonhide gloves, but because the resurrection stone was suppressing Riddle's soul. Curious, I focused on the resurrection stone, not expecting it to be suppressing the Horcrux. After looking at the stone and using my senses on it without suffering from its temptation, I realized that there was a special connection between me and it.
Perhaps this connection is due to the fact that the two of us are intimately connected with life and death. It as the resurrection stone created by death, and I as someone who died and was reborn.
And with that realization, I began to look at the stone with more interest. I never had a particular interest in the Deathly Hallows, but now that I realized the connection I had with one of the Hallows, a new interest was awakened in me.
Interesting.
I mumbled but then sighed, knowing that I couldn't properly and accurately analyze the stone, yet because of the curse and Riddle's soul in it. And with that, I took the dragonhide bag, opening it and throwing the ring inside, and looking inside, I could see the other Horcruxes I had. The diary, the locket, the diadem, and now the ring. And that meant I had most of the Horcruxes, just missing the cup, the cobra that must have only recently turned into a Horcrux, and Harry himself.
Well, I guess with that my work here is done.
I said to myself, closing my suitcase after putting everything back. After attaching my suitcase to my chain, I looked around, before my gaze fell to the floor, with me seeing the pieces of broken floorboard next to a hole in the floor, which previously hid the box with the ring. With the now empty ring box in hand, I approached the hole, depositing the box in it and throwing some dirt to cover it. Looking at the floorboard parts, I waved my hand over it.
Reparo.
I said lightly, watching the wood mend itself. Taking this part of the floorboard, I set it into place, and nodding satisfied to my work, I got to my feet, brushing the dirt from my hands. Seeing that everything was back in place and it looked like no one had entered the shack I left, and arriving outside, away from the lines of the wards, I reactivated the Elder Key, releasing the absorbed wards and curses. Seeing nothing wrong with the wards, I started to back away from the shack, and as soon as I was far enough away, I let the tension out of my shoulders.
Mission complete.
I sighed in relief. But after that sigh, I stopped to think of something.
Since I'm already in the vicinity of Little Hangleton, why don't I go near Riddle's?
House to confirm if Voldemort is there.
I wondered, before looking down the path I knew would lead me to the Dark Lord's current lair and hideout.
Chapter 324. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After walking for a few minutes, I came out of the woods and came across a road, and following that road, I started heading towards the populated part of the Little Hangleton village. As soon as I arrived in the populated part of the village, I could feel the emotions and feelings of the villagers, And the difference was very big compared to the total lack of human emotions in the forest of Shack Gaunt. Looking around, I couldn't tell there was any difference between Little Hangleton and any other village I'd ever seen, which is why my appearance brought no strangeness to the place.
Who would have thought that this little place would have a connection to one of the greatest and cruelest Dark Lords of all time?
I thought, shaking my head as I realized that most people were unaware of the secrets this place hid. And with that, I remember that even the wizarding world is unaware of Voldemort's origins, which is surprising considering that any investigation would be easy using magic.
Well, either Riddle is very good at hiding his background and origin, or someone is preventing these investigations, because I'm sure the Ministry and even some wizarding families have tried to research him.
I reflected, coming to the conclusion that these assumptions were probably correct considering how corrupt this world was. But leaving these useless thoughts aside, I continued on my way, stopping every now and then to ask some locals where the Riddle's mansion was. And following the direction that the residents pointed me, I arrived in front of a hill, and looking at the top of it, I could see a large mansion. It's just the air that the mansion brought you could tell that it was abandoned, even if it was still well cared for.
So this is where you hide Riddle.
I mumbled, looking at the mansion with a cold and serious gaze. Not getting past the gates and walls of the manor, I began to sneak around it, heading in a secluded direction, away from prying eyes. Going to the far left side of the wall that protected the mansion, I looked around until I spotted a large tree. And approaching the tree, I climbed it, climbing to its highest point that gave me a view of the mansion over the walls, and crouching on a thick branch, I turned towards the mansion, using my magic vision. Looking at the second floor, I could see 4 magic signatures. 2 of them were no big deal, being like any other wizard's magic, only a little darker, showing that they've given in to the dark arts. The other magic signature was very weak, as if it could disappear at any moment, but even though it was weak, it was still the darkest and most vile, being the most corrupted magic I had ever seen in my life. And the 4th magic signature had the same characteristics as a cursed person and an animagus, only different. The animagus has a human magic signature, as even in animal form it was still a witch or wizard, but in them there was still a small remnant of magic that resembled the magic that emanated from some animals. However, that magical signature was almost entirely animal, with only a small part being human. And if that alone wasn't weird enough, there was yet another magical signature overlapping this creature's. And with a single thought, I could recognize the 3 human magical signatures emanating from the mansion, with one of them being Pettigrew's, the faintest and very dark being Voldemort's, and the last being someone I'd only met in the VIP box at the Quidditch World Cup, Barty Crouch Jr.
So Riddle managed to rescue his trusty Death Eater.
I thought, frowning but still feeling a sense of relief, as it probably meant they could still go ahead with their plan to replace Moody as teacher this year. And looking back at the animal magic signature, I got serious.
So that last being must be Nagini, and that magic that's overlapping hers and the piece of Voldemort's soul. So that means he finally made his 7th Horcrux, and just like in canon, it's still Nagini.
And knowing that, I let out a slight sigh of relief.
Great, so that means my knowledge of Horcruxes is still intact.
I'm really impressed with Riddle's arrogance in turning a living being into his last Horcrux.
And with that in mind, I nodded to myself. Giving one last look at the mansion, I jumped out of the tree, landing perfectly on my feet.
Well, with that, I think I've done everything I wanted to do today.
I said to myself, walking away from the mansion walls without looking back, knowing that my visit to this house would never be discovered by the dark wizard trio. Re-entering the village's forest, I went as far as possible, before apparating to a forest in a park that was close to my house. Coming out of this forest and stretching my body, I let out a long sigh, relieved that everything turned out well. Feeling like resting but still not wanting to go to the house, I walked over to one of the park benches, sitting on it and leaning back, looking up to see that the afternoon was almost over. And looking up at the orange sky of the sunset, I started to think about my adventure today, letting the relaxing and cool night air that was approaching hit my face.
Well, I have to say,
I joked, running my hand over my suitcase that was on the chain around my neck, which was where the Horcruxes were kept.
I have 4 Horcruxes, and with today's adventure I was able to confirm that Nagini has become one. So with Harry I know where the location of 2 more is.
I thought, counting on my fingers.
Now the only Horcrux that is an unknown in my plans is the Hufflepuff cup. I'm not 100% sure the cup is in Bellatrix's vault at Gringotts, and even if it is there, I still have no idea how to get it.
Placing my hand on my chin, I began to think.
Sirius is the Black Lord, and he has some power over Bellatrix now.
Frowning, I remembered the neutral and somewhat spiteful personality of the goblins against wizards.
Well, I still don't know if the goblins would help or allow Sirius to confiscate Bellatrix's vaults, not least because I think that goes beyond his limits as lord of her family. In that case, then the option of asking Sirius for help is out of the question, not least because I don't know how I would explain to him that I wanted an item in his cousin's vault.
I thought, clucking my tongue.
I could tell him about the Valdi's Horcruxes, saying that I found one by accident, which is a good excuse as the 3 Horcruxes I have besides the ring were easily obtained in common places. And I could also tell him that I found out what Horcruxes were with the help of some books, and as he knows my studious personality and love of books, he will probably believe me. However, that wouldn't explain how I knew there was a Horcrux in Bellatrix's vault, and that would raise a lot of questions. And those questions would raise other questions about things other than Horcruxes that I wouldn't want to explain.
And the more I thought about it, the more I frowned, realizing the problem without solution that lay in front of me. Sighing, I let my head fall back, looking up at the sky that I didn't realize had darkened. And as I looked up at the sky, I started to think about the events of the canon. And with that in mind, I finally came to a somewhat extreme and crazy conclusion.
Well, it looks like I'm going to have to get the cup the hard way.
I thought, sighing wearily, but with new determination and the start of a plan.
I'll have to break in and rob Gringotts.
Chapter 325. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. 3 days later, the burrow. 3 days had passed since my quest to get another Horcrux, and I spent those days relaxing at home. I was able to relax as I had completed my mission perfectly, getting some important information in the meantime. Plus, I also didn't have to worry about not knowing whether Crouch Jr. was with Voldemort or not, which took a weight off my shoulders. And besides those facts, I also couldn't train my magic as I was still grounded, not that I was upset about that, as having some time just for myself to rest was good, both for my mental and physical health. I was also able to read some books that I had received as gifts for my birthdays and past Christmases, and these books did not involve my studies and were simple fantasy, science fiction, and even romance books. I also spent a lot of my time with Seal, who was missing spending time with me since we couldn't see and play as much as we used to because of my school. And in that time with Seal, I ended up confirming that she didn't have any of the magical abilities that I did, something I thought could run in the family, like Parseltongue. I knew that the chances of her having beast power were slim, but I still hoped that she, as the second wizard in the family having a blood connection to me, would at least have a weaker version of those abilities. However, I couldn't find anything that showed this, which meant that either she didn't have these abilities or that they weren't awakened yet, which was unlikely. But that was also a relief, as it was very difficult for me to control my abilities, even with a more mature mind, and I wouldn't want Seal to go through the trouble of having to control her empathy or senses. Of course, those skills weren't necessary for Seal to get into trouble, as she still had her accidental magic attacks. And unfortunately for my parents and I, most of these accidental magics were more like pranks than anything else, and we always became Seal's targets. Ironically, the only person who could play a prank on me turned out to be my little sister, who still did it unconsciously, or at least I think it's unconsciously.
I bet 10 galleons they end up together by the end of their 6th year.
Fred whispered.
Well, and I bet they'll realize they're perfect for each other by the end of next year.
George nodded.
Oh, I'll join in the fun too.
I said, turning to them.
I bet they'll be a couple by just after Christmas.
I stated. And hearing me say it with such conviction and certainty brought the twins to a halt, with them looking at me suspiciously. George said slowly, eyeing me analytically.
Great!
I said with a smile.
These are going to be the easiest 20 galleons I've ever earned.
And saying that, I looked back at the golden trio, an excited and somewhat frightening smile on my face.
You know, Fred, I think we just walked into a trap.
George commented.
Yes, I had the same feeling.
Fred said, looking at me with narrowed eyes. And as they reflected on their future loss of that bet and the loss of 20 galleons, I kept looking at the golden trio. My little lovebirds, let's see if the Yule Ball won't make you realize that you're in love with each other, I thought, laughing internally evilly. And Hermione and Harry, who was reviewing some parchment with notes on charms, stopped, looking around as they wondered why they were having such a bad feeling.
What was that feeling?
They wondered. After a morning of lots of games and fun with the Weasleys plus Hermione and Harry, I decided to take a walk around the village, as I had never explored the area beyond their house. Walking a little way through the fields of the little village of Ottery St. Catchpole, I saw a hill in the distance with a stream flowing at its base, and on top of that hill was a strange structure. Getting a little closer to the structure, I noticed that it was a large black tower, similar to a gigantic chess piece.
It's next to the burrow. It looks like a chess rook, and it's on top of a hill.
I started to think, putting a hand on my chin before the realization hit me.
This is Luna's house.
And realizing this, I looked at the structure in front of me with curiosity.
This house is strange, but it really suits Luna.
I thought, looking at the quirky tower and its garden full of beautiful flowers.
Should I go say hi to Luna?
I wondered, but then I felt Luna's magical signature coming from the back of the house approaching where I was standing. And shortly afterwards, I saw my dreamy friend appearing from inside the garden with an edition of the Quibbler in her hands, playing with a tulip that she had in her blouse. And it didn't take long for Luna to notice that she had company, and as soon as she looked at me, a surprised look came over her face, before it changed to joy and she came bouncing happily towards me.
Ethan Knight,
She said happily, getting in front of me.
Hi Luna Lovegood.
I said, waving at her with an amused smile at her way of calling me.
What are you doing here?
She asked before cocking her head.
Have you come to visit?
And listening to his question, I could hear the anticipation in his quiet, curious voice.
Well,
I started to think of an answer before shrugging.
yes, I came to visit you.
I said with a smile.
Cool.
She said, smiling.
I've never had a friend visit before.
Oh,
I said, realizing how sad that sounded, even though she said it matter-of-factly. But seeing that she wasn't sad about the situation, I decided not to think about it too much, and just raised my hand and patted her on the head.
well, in that case then don't worry anymore, because whenever I have the opportunity I will come visit you.
I said.
And besides, you can also come to my place whenever you want.
Really?
She asked.
Yes, and I'll even take you on a city tour to the places I go for fun.
Yay.
She cheered and I laughed seeing that, remembering my innocent sister.
I think I'll also introduce her to Seal.
I thought.
I'm 100% sure the two of them will get along great.
I nodded with a fond smile.
Well, since you're going to take me for a tour when I come to visit you, I guess I have an obligation to take you for a tour now that you're here.
Luna said, excited at the prospect of being my guide.
That would be great.
I said. And before I could even finish the end of my sentence, Luna grabbed my arm, pulling me along as she started talking happily about the places she wanted to take me and the creatures she wanted to show me. And seeing her joy, I could only smile as I shook my head.
I guess it's becoming the norm for me to be dragged around by her, not that I'm complaining.
Chapter 326. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
So where are you going to take me first?
I asked Luna.
As we're already here, I wanted to show you my garden.
she said happily, leading me to the same garden she was in just now. The garden was beautiful and very well maintained, with many different flowers, with sunflowers, daisies, and lavender being the main ones, and there were even a few magical flowers that I recognized from herbology and potions books. And in the middle of the garden there was a circular area in the grass without flowers, with a few cushions and stones on the ground, and I quickly realized that this was where Luna had been reading her edition of the Quibbler earlier.
It's really beautiful here.
I said, looking around, seeing Luna bend down to pet a tulip.
Thank you.
She said with a smile,
Since my mom died, I've been taking care of the gardens.
and listening to her talk about her late mother, I looked at her worriedly, but she didn't convey any emotion of sadness, just longing.
Actually, some flowers I planted and cultivated myself.
She continued, pointing to a part of the garden that had some flowers that were still growing and,
Oh,
I thought, waving the plant back.
I still think there's something missing here.
She said.
like what?
I asked with a raised eyebrow.
I don't know, I'm thinking of planting some strawberries and maybe some watermelons here.
She replied after thinking for a few seconds.
Watermelons.
Yes, and maybe a pudding tree.
She replied happily.
Pudding tree, but you know that's.
I started to say, with Luna turning to me with her eyes shining in innocence.
You know what? A pudding tree would be great here.
I said.
Glad you agree with me.
She nodded in satisfaction, and I smiled in amusement.
Yeah, and maybe you could plant a chocolate tree too.
I joked.
Silly, there are no chocolate trees.
Luna said as she shook her head, looking at me like I was a kid learning about something new. And seeing this, I looked at her with an empty face.
From one point of view, you could say that a chocolate tree exists, only it's called a cacao tree.
I thought, not imagining how many botanists I was pissing off with that thought.
Now that I've shown you the garden, I'm going to take you to the creek down there. And then we're going to explore the forest a bit before heading to my favorite spot.
Luna said in one breath, glowing with emotion.
Okay, so show me the way, my beautiful and lovely guide.
I said, bowing slightly to her playfully.
Huh?
She said, blinking a little in surprise. Luna then grabbed my arm as she turned around, leading me to the next location on our tour. And as she looked ahead, Luna had a blush on her cheeks, feeling strangely happy and a little shy, something abnormal in her light personality. Luna and I continued with our tour of the place, with her acting as my guide, showing me all the main places of this village, not that there were many. But since Luna was the one showing me around and explaining why each place was special, the tour turned out to be very fun and interesting. And probably that feeling was felt by her too, since every minute that passed she got more excited, and I didn't even need to use my empathy to realize that. And with that tour, the sun started to set, and Luna decided to end our tour with her by taking me to her favorite place that is so special to her. And passing by a path hidden by many trees, we came to the foot of a hill.
Come on, the place I want to show you is up there.
Luna said, and without waiting for me to say something, she started running towards the top of the hill. And heaving an affectionate sigh, I followed her, and after walking a little way, we finally reached the top of the hill. At the top of the hill, there was nothing but a large tree, and I cocked my head in confusion before turning questioningly to Luna.
Is not cool.
She asked with a smile. And looking ahead, I tried to see what was so special about a tree on top of a hill, until an image came into my mind.
Wait a minute.
I thought, and in my mind the image of the tree where Marcel spent his afternoons reading began to overlap the tree in front of me. And as soon as the realization hit me, I stopped, blinking in shock.
This.
I thought, looking around, before focusing on the tree again.
The tree is bigger and a little older, but it's definitely the same tree I saw in the vision in the diary. I discovered this place right after my mum died, and I always came here when I wanted to be alone.
Luna said, and then after finishing talking, she started to approach the tree. Also approaching the tree, I ran my hand over it, feeling its slightly damp bark, feeling the little magic that exuded from it just like any existing creature or plant.
I wasn't expecting that I would complete Marcel's request like this.
I thought before looking around. And spotting some flowers on the ground, I went to them and plucked them, gathering them together before bringing them to the front of the tree. Kneeling down, I placed the flowers on the ground before pointing my hands forward and concentrating a bit. I began to use my magic and the ambient magic to create a white marble tombstone. Now, with a tombstone in front of me, I started modeling it to make it look as beautiful as possible.
Why did you pick these flowers?
Luna asked me before looking over my shoulder. She then saw the tombstone I had created with magic, and not even questioning my use of wandless magic, she turned to me questioningly.
And who is that tombstone for?
This tombstone and flowers are for someone very kind and loving, who has probably been waiting for this for a long time.
I replied, carving a few words into the headstone for Marcel's mother. Finishing my work on the tombstone, I took the flowers and placed them in front of it, using a spell I had learned in herbology to keep them alive longer than normal. And with a few more spells to protect the tombstone and keep it clean, I got to my feet, nodding satisfied at my work.
I hope that wherever you are, you can rest in peace, knowing that all your kindness and love will not be forgotten, Mrs. Traceley.
I thought, looking at the tombstone with mixed feelings. Anne Abel really was an amazing woman, a mother who did everything to protect her son, even putting herself in a terrible situation that resulted in her death. And with all her actions, I couldn't help but respect this woman, feeling a lot of admiration for her. She is a real mother, and I feel sad for what happened to her, but since all this happened in the past, I couldn't help her even if I wanted to. But at least now she had a tombstone of her own, and I hoped it would at least make her a little happy in her place in heaven.
A beautiful woman, a wonderful mother, and an amazing person. May your next life be full of love and happiness. Anne Abel Traceley.
Luna said, reading the words written on the tombstone. She then turned to me confused.
I don't understand.
She said,
What?
I asked, looking at her.
Why would you make a tombstone for someone here?
She asked.
Well, actually, this place was a special place for this woman, and I've been looking for it for a while.
I replied before turning to Luna.
And you showed me this place, and now I was able to keep my promise and pay my respects to Anne Abel.
I said, smiling softly at my friend.
Oh, I'm glad I could help you.
She said before looking at the tombstone. Luna then went to a part of the hill and picked some flowers, before placing them next to mine in front of the tombstone.
I don't know who this woman was, but I think she would like more flowers.
She said softly, taking a seat in front of the tombstone.
Yes, I think so too.
I smiled at her, sitting down next to her. We then stood side by side as we continued to stare at the tombstone for some time in silence, until Luna spoke again.
I told you earlier that I found this place after my mum died, and that I came here when I wanted to be alone, right?
She asked me and I nodded.
Actually, whenever I felt sad or missing my mum, I would come here and imagine how she would react to this place. And I would also think of all the fun memories we could create here.
Luna began to speak in a melancholy tone.
This place is special to me because of that, and because I wanted to see this place with my mum. I never showed it to anyone else, not even my dad.
She then looked at me, letting a soft smile come across her face.
But after I met you, I changed my mind.
Chapter 327. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After spending the rest of the entire afternoon with Luna on a fun and exciting walk, and after fulfilling my promise to Marcel by making a headstone for his mother, I was able to happily relax, waiting for the 1st of September to arrive. I had already received my letter from Hogwarts with my list of materials a few days ago, and I had already gone to Diagon Alley to buy these materials. Not that I needed to, since I had basically everything that was asked for, especially the books. However, one of the things on the list that caught my parents' attention was the dress robes, but I knew that these robes were for students to wear at the Yule Ball that would take place before the second task of the Triwizard Tournament. And I chose my robes myself, obviously with a little help from my mom and a few words from my dad.
Man, I'm telling you, something is going to happen this year.
Anthony said to Michael, who was looking at him with a mocking look.
Oh, go and what will happen, since you seem so informed?
Michael asked.
I don't know,
Anthony replied.
but my brother told me to prepare for something that would happen at Hogwarts. So all your certainty comes from the fact that your brother told you that.
Michael looked at Anthony with a raised eyebrow, and he just nodded.
Actually, I also think something will happen this year.
Padma said, drawing attention to her.
And what makes you say that?
Lisa asked.
Well, first I overheard some Slytherin boys talking about some event at Hogwarts when I was looking for our compartment. And second, that if there really is going to be an event, then that would explain why dress robes were on our materials list.
She replied, and that got the others thinking.
Now that you say that, it really would make sense if the dress robes were for this mysterious event.
Stephen commented.
Well, the question now is, what event is this?
Sue asked, which caused everyone to fall into a pensive moment again. And seeing all of them reflecting and wondering what event was going to happen at school, I just smiled softly, imagining their reaction when the headmaster talks about the tournament. Leaving them talking about the mysterious event, I looked to the compartment window, seeing the scenery outside passing by quickly.
I already plan to participate in the tournament, and I have a lot of ideas on how to complete the tasks.
I thought.
But there's something I missed.
I wondered, frowning.
I know that her main target will be Harry and also Fleur to a lesser extent. But as I've already made up my mind that I'd show some skills in the tournament to impress everyone and build a reputation, then the chances of her turning her poisonous quill to me are also high.
And with an even more furrowed brow, I placed my elbow on the windowsill, resting my cheek on my hand as I continued to look outside, realizing that it was getting dark.
Maybe I should threaten Skeeter with the information that I know she is an illegal animagus.
I reflected.
Or should I wait for her to turn into a beetle and follow me so I can crush her? That way I would be preventing myself from any future problems she might cause me or my friends.
And I thought about it for a few seconds before sighing.
No, I don't know if I would be able to kill her. Killing a Death Eater is different from killing a sensationalist journalist, even if that journalist is a venomous and greedy person who wouldn't think twice about destroying someone's life with her articles.
And with all this, I'm starting to think that killing her wouldn't be so bad.
When I read the books and watched the movies of the saga, there were only two people I really disliked and even hated, and those people were Skeeter and Umbridge, and that said a lot when we had someone like Pettigrew and Voldemort in the story. But now that I'm inside this world, which is totally real, I don't know if I should continue with this hatred of mine. Of course, that only goes for Skeeter, who I've seen and even manipulated to help me get rid of Lockhart, but I didn't talk to her so I could draw better conclusions. Now Umbridge, I really don't intend to give her any chance. Whether I hate her because of her character in the book or not makes no difference to me, as she is someone I really want and intend to kill. Just the things I read in the Daily Prophet about the laws she wanted to create made me realize that she's just as despicable here as she is in the books. Feeling some irritation rise inside me, I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself, and getting the rose toad out of my mind, I went back to thinking about the problem with Skeeter. And while I was thinking about this, the door of the compartment I was in was opened, and in front of it was Susan.
Hi, everyone.
She said before looking up at me and smiling softly, nodding her head.
Hi, hey, good to see you, Susan.
The others greeted her. And as my friend spoke to Susan, I blinked slightly.
Wait!
I stopped, and an imaginary light bulb could be seen lighting up above my head.
Why should I bother threatening Skeeter if I can just get rid of her by handing her over to the head of DMLE for her crime?
I asked no one in particular. And realizing that I could easily solve one of my problems, a small smile started to creep onto my face, which I hid by turning my face towards the window.
A threat only works if I want the threatened person around to control them or if I can't get rid of them. But that's not the case with Skeeter.
I thought with a twinkle in my eyes.
The sooner I get rid of this woman and put her in prison, the less I have to worry about her dishonest and false articles.
And a smile that could scare most people came across my face. And while these many thoughts were running through my mind, Susan, who noticed that I turned my face away as soon as I saw her, started looking at me with concern.
Huh, did I do something to piss him off?
Chapter 328. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After arriving at Hogsmeade Station and seeing the poor future first years go to the boats to suffer in the cold of the Black Lake, my friends and I headed towards the carriages along with all the other students.
Hey, big boy.
I said, patting the Distral who was going to lead our carriage. And Luna, who came up beside me, took out a piece of dried meat from who knows where and gave it to him.
What?
She asked, seeing me looking at her with a raised eyebrow, continuing to feed the creature in front of her. And shaking my head, I smiled wryly before getting into the carriage.
I didn't know Luna could see the Strals.
Stephen commented, and when Luna got into the carriage, he opened his mouth to say something to her, only to receive an elbow in his side, courtesy of Sue.
Ow.
He groaned, rubbing his side with a pained expression, before looking at Sue in annoyance. And ignoring his gaze, she just stared at him, gesturing with her eyes at Luna and then at me, who was looking at him with a blank expression. And without understanding, Stephen looked at us confused until Sue whispered to him.
Did you forget the criteria for seeing a Distral?
She asked.
The criteria isn't.
And remembering the specific part where someone needed to have seen their own death, realization hit Stephen. And realizing his mistake, he looked a bit surprised and sad at Luna, who was oblivious to everything that was happening in favor of looking out the window happily. Realizing that it would be unwise to ask Luna about who the person she saw die was, Stephen returned to his quiet spot, but not before giving me an apologetic look.
Good thing Sue didn't let him continue with his question.
I thought, a silencing charm on the tip of my tongue. And turning to Luna, I saw her still looking out the window while mumbling something, and I wasn't the only one who noticed this strange action of hers.
Luna, what are you doing?
Lisa asked, making the blonde girl turn to her.
Oh, I'm counting the trees outside.
She replied. And listening to her, Lisa and I looked out the window, seeing the hundreds of trees that covered our vision because we were passing through a road in the forest.
Well,
Lisa said awkwardly.
isn't it?
Luna said excitedly, turning to look outside with a smile, leaving a confused Lisa looking at her strangely. And I could hear, thanks to my powerful senses, Luna muttering softly.
1,342, 1,343, 1,300.
Is she really counting the trees? I wondered, before realizing it was Luna I was talking about.
Well, this is actually quite normal compared to the other things she does.
I thought, still listening to her murmurs, already being in tree number 1412.
Now I don't know if that means she has a lot of focus, or if she's very easily distracted.
Hogwarts Great Hall. After a carriage ride to the Hogwarts grounds, we all made our way to the Great Hall, and after a few minutes of waiting, the first years walked through the doors of the Great Hall following Professor McGonagall like ducklings. And smiling at that nostalgic and somewhat funny scene, Professor McGonagall brought the sorting hat to start the sorting ceremony. After all the first years were sorted into their houses, the headmaster started the feast, with everyone starting to eat the delicious food prepared by the school's house elves. Well, not everyone, as I could see Hermione at the Gryffindor table frowning at the plates in front of her.
So she found out about the elves.
I thought before shrugging.
Well, I just hope she doesn't annoy me off that I have an elf in my house.
And finishing thinking about it, I went back to eating in silence, sometimes stopping to answer some of my friends or add something to their conversation. And so the minutes passed, and after the desserts disappeared from the table signifying that the feast was over, the headmaster rose from his great throne in the center of the staff table, calling all attention to him.
What is he wearing?
I overheard one of the first years sorted into Ravenclaw ask his classmate.
I've asked myself that question since my first day, little first year.
I thought, trying and failing to ignore the cyan robe with orange polka dots that the headmaster was wearing.
Well, now that we've all eaten and drunk.
he began to say, smiling at everyone.
I would like to draw your attention to some important announcements.
After that, he started talking about the school's ground rules, terrifying some of the new students by saying that the forbidden forest, full of dangerous and mysterious creatures that could kill an adult wizard in less than a second in a painful way, was, in a simple way of saying, forbidden. And when he said that, he made sure to look directly at me, and I just smiled innocently as I nodded at him. And at his side, I could see Professor McGonagall watching our short interaction as she sighed and shook her head in exasperation.
And now, with great regret, I must inform all of you that this year we will not be holding the Interhouse Quidditch Cup.
And the headmaster didn't even finish his sentence before the great hall broke into an uproar. And looking around, I could see that there were quite a few students looking calmly at the headmaster, and all of them were from influential families or important in the ministry. And with that knowledge, it wasn't hard to see that they were calm because they knew why we wouldn't have the Quidditch Cup this year. And among those students, I could see Malfoy looking at everyone who was yelling and complaining with a look of superiority.
Seriously, can't he be less obvious?
I wondered, rolling my eyes. Seeing the disturbance his news had caused, the headmaster opened his mouth again, his calm voice echoing off the walls of the great hall.
The reason we won't have the Quidditch Cup this year is due to an event taking place in October and continuing through the end of the school year, which will consume a lot of time and energy from all teachers. But I'm sure all you will enjoy this event immensely.
He said, and his eyes began to twinkle as he paused to add more suspense to his revelation. However, as this short pause followed, I felt a magic approaching the doors of the great hall, and it was a magic I was already becoming familiar with.
And I'm pleased to announce that this year, at Hogwarts,
And before he could finish his sentence, the doors to the great hall were abruptly opened, with the sound of thunder deafening my hearing.
Damn dramatic effect.
I thought, rubbing my ears. And there, walking through the door, his every step bringing with it a metallic clang that echoed through the great hall caused by his wooden leg, was a man I had only seen once in this life, and that was on the day of Pettigrew's trial. Alistair.
Mad-Eye.
Moody, or at least his face, as the magic coming from the person walking up to the staff table belonged to Barty Crouch Jr.
Who's that man?
Padma asked in a scared tone.
How can someone have that many scars?
Terry asked no one in particular, looking at Moody in horror.
Where did that thunder sound come from?
And Luna, showing again why she was one of the most sensible of the group besides me, asked the main question that everyone should have asked. But none of these questions could be answered easily, so they continued to stare tensely at the two strange old men as they shook hands. A smiling old man with terrible fashion sense who had an unnecessarily long beard, and a scowling old man who looked like he'd spent some vacation in a meat grinder.
Well then, this is where the main plot truly begins, I thought.
Chapter 329. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After the headmaster finished greeting Moody, he gestured for the old Auror to sit in the free seat on his right, and after the scarred man with a magical eye sat down, the headmaster turned to all the students again.
I would like to introduce you all to the new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Moody.
He said in an excited tone into the silence of the great hall. But that silence didn't last long, as many people started whispering in disbelief. Some for not expecting the scary man to be our new Dada teacher, and another for recognizing the name Moody, the famous dark wizard hunter Auror. Letting the conversation subside a bit, the headmaster continued with his announcement.
As I was saying,
He began to speak.
we will be honored to host a very exciting and incredible event in the coming months, an event that has not been held for centuries.
Seeing that all the students were now fully paying attention to him, ignoring Moody beside him, the headmaster cracked a smile on his old face.
I am delighted to inform you that this year, we will be holding the Triwizard Tournament here at Hogwarts.
And finally, he opened his arms dramatically, delighting in the looks and surprised exclamations of the students. Almost all of the students were shocked by this news, even though most of them don't even know what the Triwizard Tournament is. And among those shocked by the news, there were those who were excited about a tournament happening at Carve.
Damn, that's a lot of money.
Terry remarked dumbfounded, with a hint of greed in his voice. And seeing everyone else nodding in agreement, I looked away, remembering that I spent close to 1,000 galleons on every visit I made to Diagon Alley. Even Malfoy, who should belong to one of the richest wizarding families, has a greedy look, I thought, looking at the boy who was almost drooling on the Slytherin table, showing all his pureblood dignity. Shaking my head, I looked back at the headmaster, just as he announced the age limit of 17 to participate in the tournament.
An age limit? That's not fair.
A fifth-year Ravenclaw exclaimed indignantly, receiving several nods of agreement.
Yes, everyone should be able to participate.
A Slytherin shouted. And even my friends had pissed-off looks, complaining about this unfair rule. And while everyone continued to complain, the headmaster continued, not paying much attention to the younger students' indignant exclamations and angry speeches.
The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will arrive towards the end of October and will stay with us for the remainder of the year. And I know that you will all show your good manners and respect the two foreign schools while they are here.
And at this point, the headmaster looked at all with a serious look, showing that he wasn't suggesting but ordering us to behave. And no one dared to meet the headmaster's gaze or contradict his words, and seeing this he nodded in satisfaction, continuing his speech.
And I also know that you all will give your full support to the Hogwarts champion when he is chosen, regardless of which house he or she is from.
And this time the students nodded, as they knew it was time to put house differences aside, as the enemies and rivals would be other schools.
Well, that was the announcement. Now it's late, and I know you'll need to get up early for your classes tomorrow, so let's end our feast here. Let's go to sleep, everyone to your beds.
And with a last wave of his hand, the headmaster shooed all the students away, who obediently stood up, still digesting the information they had just received. And in the middle of my group of Ravenclaw friends, we went to our common room, with all the ravens talking or whispering to each other, excited about the tournament. After arriving in the common room, instead of going to sleep as ordered by the headmaster, all the ravens split into groups, being very excited and expectant to get to sleep. And not even the prefects tried to send the students to their rooms, also involved in their conversations about the tournament and who would be the Hogwarts champion. I also didn't go straight to my room and spent some time chatting with my friends I hadn't seen over the holidays, also talking a bit with Roger and the rest of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, who were a bit disappointed that they couldn't play this year. But after spending some time interacting and being socially active, I went to my room, and upon reaching it I changed it to my liking using magic just as I had done the other times in the last few school years. Finishing tidying up my room and changing into more comfortable clothes, I sat down on my bed, and lifting my hand I looked down at my atlas on my wrist.
Activate map,
I said, stretching my arm forward. A dark ink then began to ooze from the stone that was in the center of the bracelet, which was glowing in a faint purple light. The ink landed on the floor in front of me before it began to move, forming a detailed map of Hogwarts on my floor.
Look for Alastor Moody,
I said, and the map moved, until it focused on the office designated for the Dada teachers. Looking at the map, I could see that Moody was motionless in a corner of the office, probably trapped inside the trunk. I then started looking around the office, not finding Barty Jr.'s name, and after using the Atlas search, I found his name in the headmaster's office next to Dumbledore's name.
A Death Eater impersonating one of your closest friends, and you don't even realize it.
I thought, shaking my head in disappointment.
Fine, but that works for my plans.
I muttered, taking one last quick look at the map before canceling it. Seeing the paint disappear from the floor and the glow of my bracelet fading, I lay down on my bed, looking up at the ceiling which had some paintings of stars and galaxies painted by me.
I don't want to have to let Moody spend all that time in that trunk, but I still need Barty Jr., so he's going to have to wait a while.
I thought.
Besides, he's faced dark wizards and death more times than you can count, so spending a few months in a chest must be nothing to him.
And if Moody were here and could hear my thoughts, he would definitely want to jinx me all the way across the continent. Meow, I heard Nyx meow, and looking to my side, I saw her sitting up in bed looking confused at my pensive appearance.
Hi, Nyx.
I said to her, picking her up and placing her on my lap. Nyx then started to purr, and I figured she was probably bored having been in her cage all day on the train ride here only to be stuck in my room afterwards.
Maybe her boredom will pass tomorrow when she takes a walk around the school.
I thought, still petting her.
Actually, I don't know if there's much interesting stuff for her to do at school compared to the students.
Continuing to run my hand through Nyx's smooth, soft fur, I stared at the wall in front of me, until an idea came to mind, causing me to turn to Nyx, who was relaxing contentedly in my lap.
Nyx, what do you think about doing some spy work?
Meow.
I heard Nyx meow, and looking to my side, I saw her sitting up in bed looking confused at my pensive appearance. Hi, Nyx, I said to her, picking her up and placing her on my lap. Nyx then started to purr, and I figured she was probably bored having been in her cage all day on the train ride here only to be stuck in my room afterwards. Maybe her boredom will pass tomorrow when she takes a walk around the school, I thought, still petting her. Actually, I don't know if there's much interesting stuff for her to do at school compared to the students.
Great!
I said, smiling.
Now I'll have a discreet way to spy on Barty Jr. to see what he's up to.
Chapter 330. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Next day morning. It was morning, and after waking up and doing my morning exercises, I met my friends in the common room, and together we started to head towards the great hall to have our breakfast before classes started. And at this moment, we were in one of the many corridors of the castle, and I could see that a heated conversation was taking place between the boys in my group.
I still can't believe there's going to be an age limit on participating in the Triwizard tournament.
Terry exclaimed, upset. And hearing him say that made me want to sigh, since he had been complaining about it ever since he came down from his dorm and went to the common room. And as if it wasn't enough that he was complaining, the other boys also decided to join in his muttering and protesting show.
Yes, and that doesn't even make sense.
Anthony spoke with a snort.
17-year-old students don't know as many things as a student 1 or 2 years younger. And everything they know, we know too.
And hearing this, I, who was at the back of the group, looked at him with a raised eyebrow.
Man, the 17-year-olds are in 6th and 7th year learning advanced spells.
I thought, rolling my eyes, and you can't even cast the 3rd year spells you know properly.
Why are you upset about not being able to participate in the tournament?
Luna asked, cocking her head to the side with a curious and confused expression. What do you mean?
Why?
Stephen asked, turning to her.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to showcase all my talent and earn fame and 1,000 galleons on top of that.
He said.
You say that like you're going to be chosen and like you're going to win the tournament.
Michael, the calmest of the boys besides me, commented, causing Stephen to glare at him.
Luna, maybe you don't understand because you're a girl.
Terry started to say, not noticing the threatening look the girls were giving him.
But for us men, this tournament would be a chance to get everything we could ever want.
And what would that be?
Luna asked with an innocent look.
Fame, money,
Terry started to say.
recognition, influence,
Stephen continued for him.
and women.
Anthony chimed in with a dreamy look and a kinky smile that made me, and apparently the girls, want to punch him.
Yes, and women too.
Terry finished, nodding seriously. And after listening to them, Luna began to reflect with a finger on her chin, lost in thought with this new knowledge about men that she had acquired. And as she thought, she looked back discreetly at me, and I couldn't tell what she was thinking. After listening to the boys, Sue snorted, sneering at them with a sneer that would make Professor Snape proud.
With your personalities, I doubt any girl will want to date you.
She said. And even Padma, the most calm and shy of the group, was looking at them with an upset face, agreeing with Sue's words.
Yeah, if you guys want to get any girls you should act more like, I don't know, Michael.
Lisa said, pointing at the boy with the long hair. And listening to her words, Michael nodded until he finally understood what she had just said.
Wait!
He wondered, turning to her. He then let a cocky smile play on his lips before he turned to the three boys beside him. A
Malfoy!
look on his face. And seeing that smile, Terry, Anthony, and Stephen wanted to punch him in the face, feeling an irritation rise inside them. Padma said with a strange face as she looked at Michael.
That wasn't a good example.
Huh!
Michael turned to her indignantly.
True.
Sue agreed.
Actually, you guys should be more like Ethan.
She pointed at me. The four boys then stopped, turning to me with blank looks on their faces, while I just glared at them with a look that said,
That's right, bitches. I'm better than you, but I'm not as despicable as Michael to show it. Bastard!
They thought irritably.
And you know, I don't think entering the Triwizard Tournament is a good way to get those things you guys talked about.
Padma said, bringing our attention back to the main subject.
Well, I disagree with you.
Stephen said, crossing his arms.
Me too.
Terry said with Anthony nodding. And seeing how hard-headed they were being, I shook my head in exasperation.
You know that in previous tournaments someone always died, and sometimes the deaths were more than dozens, right? And every time a champion was one of the dead people.
I commented, remembering the information I got from reading earlier about the tournament. And apparently they didn't know this information, because they turned to me in surprise.
Oh well.
Stephen said, looking at the boys with a strange look, and I could feel a small feeling of fear creep through them.
Actually, one of the bloodiest and most brutal moments in the British wizarding world was at one of the Triwizard tournaments we hosted.
I continued.
The cleanup crew worked for 3 days and 3 nights straight to get rid of the remains of organs and blood from the stands and the place where the task was being done.
And looking at the boys, I could appreciate the sick and scared look that came over their faces, and looking to the side, I realized that the girls' faces were no different. I then felt Sue put her hand on my shoulder.
Why did you have to put that image in my head?
She asked with a pale face, and I just shrugged with an apologetic smile.
Before, I thought it would be dangerous for you to participate in the tournament, but now I'm sure.
Padma said. She then looked worriedly at the boys.
I don't want you to get hurt participating in a tournament that is so dangerous and stupid.
And seeing and feeling her distress for them, the boys didn't know how to react, feeling touched by the concern she and the other girls were showing. Stephen said, scratching his head.
Yes, I don't think it's worth risking your life doing something dangerous and stupid.
Anthony commented with a small smile.
I agree with.
Terry muttered loud enough for everyone to hear, frowning. And listening to them, the others were confused, until realization hit them, and as if it was prearranged, they all blinked before turning to me.
What?
I asked with a strange look.
You intend to participate in the tournament, don't you?
Sue asked rhetorically, a blank look on her face. And realizing there was no point in lying, I nodded, seeing the girls shake their heads in exasperation.
And here, I thought you weren't interested in that.
Lisa mumbled.
And why would you want to participate in the tournament when you yourself know how dangerous it is?
Padma asked without understanding.
Yeah, I don't see you caring about the fame or even the prize money.
Stephen said, eyeing me curiously. And listening to their questioning, I started thinking about how to answer them.
Guys, since when does Ethan need a reason to do something stupid and dangerous that might get him killed?
Sue asked, and that made them fall silent before they all nodded.
That is true. I had forgotten he does it for fun. Yes, the money would just be a little reward for him.
And seeing my friends say this, I looked at them with a vein popping on my forehead.
What is your vision of me?
I exclaimed in my mind. And Luna, who remained silent, looked at me for a few seconds.
The boys said that boys do this for money, fame, and recognition, but I don't think Ethan cares about that.
She thought. She then remembered the other reason the boys had mentioned, and it made her frown.
Is he doing this for the women?
Chapter 331. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. I was having my breakfast when one of the sixth-year prefects passed by handing out our schedules, and looking at my schedule I saw that my first class of the day would be Transfiguration. Nodding to this, I looked over to the staff table, seeing that Professor McGonagall had risen and was walking out of the Great Hall.
It's been a while since I've talked to her.
I thought, realizing that I was very busy with my plans and studies last year, and that because of that I couldn't spend as much time with her as before. And realizing this, I grabbed some toast with peach jam and got up, putting the parchment with my schedules in my bag and quickly following Professor McGonagall. As I exited the Great Hall, it didn't take long for me to catch up with her, with me noticing that she was heading towards the Transfiguration classroom, presumably to prepare the room for our class.
Hello, my dear teacher.
I greeted her with a cheerful smile as I reached her side, looking down at my favorite feline teacher.
Hello, Ethan.
She replied with a small smile.
Shouldn't you be having your breakfast?
I've had enough already, and besides, I wanted to take the time before classes started to spend time with my favorite teacher.
I replied, and I could see her stop in her tracks for a second, blinking in surprise.
Favorite teacher?
She asked, walking again.
Yes, you are the teacher I like the most, and you are the one I respect the most.
I replied, totally serious.
I think Professor Flitwick would be jealous if he heard that.
She said, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face or her emotions of happiness.
Well, maybe.
I shrugged.
I still like him and I think he's an amazing teacher, but you were the one who showed me the magical world, and the one who put up with my pranks and jokes that I know can be irritating, and also listened and answered my endless questions about Transfiguration.
We continued walking, with Professor McGonagall digesting my words. Seeing her thoughtful look, I continued to speak.
Actually, I could even consider you a member of my family, considering how well you've adjusted to us.
I joked.
And to tell you the truth, you act serious and rigid sometimes, but I know very well how you have a soft heart and take care of us.
I finished, with the two of us arriving in front of Transfiguration classroom. Professor McGonagall said, looking straight ahead awkwardly as she walked into the classroom with me following her.
Well, what can I say? It seems my serious Transfiguration teacher has a way of reaching the hearts of even the most troubled students.
I said with a slight amused smile.
I think so.
She said, also smiling as she looked at me.
And for what it's worth, I consider you my family too, even if you're a messy, flirtatious, always getting into confusing situations and into trouble, some even deadly.
Wow!
I said, looking at her in surprise.
You have described all of my best qualities.
Oh, sure.
Professor McGonagall snorted in amusement. I then placed my bag on top of one of the tables, watching as Professor McGonagall cast a spell on the blackboard behind her desk, wiping it clean. And as she continued to tidy up the classroom, I noticed a dark blue mug with some red accents on top of her desk, and I remembered that this was the mug I had given her last Christmas.
So I think you liked my present.
I said, picking up the mug and turning it over, seeing the words.
To the greatest and most amazing teacher ever, Minnie. From your best and most beautiful student.
Written on it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
She said, taking the mug from my hands and gently placing it on her desk.
You whatever you say.
I joked, earning a stern look from her. But I just continued to smile, as her feelings couldn't be hidden from me.
The other students won't be here for a while.
I changed the subject, looking at a lion-shaped clock.
Yes.
Professor McGonagall said, sitting down in her chair. We were then silent for a few seconds, with her looking at some parchments that were on top of her desk, probably being our curriculum for this year, and with me arranging my materials. After arranging my materials on my table, I got bored, so I turned to Professor McGonagall.
What?
She asked, noticing my gaze.
Nothing, I'm just bored.
I replied.
Has anyone ever told you that this could be a sign of hyperactivity?
No.
I replied cheerfully, and she rolled her eyes.
Well, why don't you review the lessons I gave you last year?
She asked me, still not taking her eyes off the parchments in front of her.
I made it yesterday.
I waved my hand dismissively. I then rested my elbows on the table as I brought my hands together, placing my chin on top of them.
Since it's going to take a few minutes for the others to arrive, why don't we have a little chat? I have several questions for you.
I said.
You always have questions.
Professor McGonagall said, but she put the parchments down anyway, looking at me as she waited for me to continue.
Of course, I always enjoy learning.
I said, pulling a parchment out of my bag. I then unrolled the parchment, which turned out to be larger than expected, with its size being almost 1 meter. And seeing this long parchment, Professor McGonagall looked at me with her mouth open, blinking in surprise. I think he's been spending too much time with Ms. Granger, she thought. Today was quite an interesting day. I spent some time chatting with Professor McGonagall, then off to my ancient runes class, where I surprised Professor babbling with my essay on Egyptian runes. In fact, she was so pleasantly surprised that she even offered to teach me some more advanced lessons, as she realized that my understanding of runes far surpassed that of my classmates. And I, who obviously wasn't going to miss a chance to learn more so easily, accepted it, even though I knew that she wasn't as knowledgeable as Penny, who was my true teacher of runes. But that aside and back to my first day of school, after lunch I also helped Hagrid with his care of magical creatures class, where I happily stopped him from showing us his blast-ended scroot. I really like magical creatures, but these freaks that Hagrid created went against every law of nature known to me, and so I swore to myself that I would find a way to exterminate them all. I also read the Daily Prophet that was delivered this morning and saw the news that Skeeter wrote about Mr. Weasley, mocking and vilifying him, which made me hasten my plans to report her to Amelia. And with all these happenings, the day was finally coming to an end. I was currently heading towards the Great Hall for dinner when a group of students walked past me chatting and whispering excitedly. And out of all their fast talking, the only thing I could make out was Malfoy, Moody, and Ferret.
Wait!
I stopped, a click sounding in my head as information came to my mind.
Today was the day that Alistair Barty was going to turn Malfoy into a ferret.
Actually, that must have just happened.
I wailed, feeling the mischievous, sadistic part of me ache for missing out on a scene of public humiliation. And those who passed by to go to the Great Hall looked strangely at a Ravenclaw boy who was standing in the middle of the corridor with a regretful expression on his face as he stared into the air. However, people's strange looks diminished once they realized the boy was me, accepting it as another of my oddities.
Can I convince Barty Jr. to transfigure Malfoy again?
Chapter 332. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Thursday, day of the first Dada lesson. Today was the long-awaited day, the day we fourth-year students would have our first Dada class with Moody. Or should I call him Barty?
Hey, do you think Moody will show us the unforgivable curses too?
Stephen, who was sitting with Michael at the front table, asked oddly excitedly, turning towards us and snapping me out of my pensive moment.
Well,
Terry, who was next to me, replied.
Yes, but I heard that some teachers didn't like him speaking or showing us the unforgivables.
Anthony said, joining in the conversation as he leaned forward, sitting with Padma at the table behind mine.
In fact, Professor Sprout was quite upset because he scared some of her badgers. And how do you know that?
Michael asked him with a raised eyebrow.
Padma told me.
He replied, pointing to our Indian friend, who was deep in conversation with the other girls.
And how does she know that?
Mandy.
Was Anthony's only response.
Oh.
Michael said, knowing that when it came to gossip, our talkative friend would always be the first to know.
Well, I can understand Professor Sprout.
Terry began to say, bringing our attention back to the main subject.
But she also has to understand that at some point or another, we would have to learn about the unforgivables in the Dada class.
He said, snorting derisively at the end.
That's true.
Stephen nodded, grimacing as he remembered our first stammering Dada teacher.
They'd be surprised to learn that Quirrell knew a lot about defense against the dark arts, or rather just the dark arts. And I'm pretty sure he could cast unforgivables better than Moody could.
I thought, cocking my head to the side. But actually, I don't think that would be Quirrell's merit, as he would only be able to do that because of Voldemort possessing him.
And that being said, I just realized that somehow in our first year we had what is considered by many to be the greatest Dark Lord that ever lived as our teacher.
I thought, blinking at this sudden realization. But my thoughts were interrupted by heavy footsteps coming towards the classroom, and the sound of metal and wood hitting the floor rang out, giving me a hint of who was coming. And just as I expected, opening the door rudely and walking through it as his magical eye swiveled scanning the room, and every student was Moody, just as scary as the first day. And his presence alone was enough to silence all of the students, something I previously thought only Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall could do. But while Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall had different presences, where one caused fear and nervousness in those around, and the other demanded respect and attention from everyone, Moody managed to convey both in an incredible way. Only his presence, which was enhanced by his appearance and his stories as an Auror, managed to make the students fear him, respect him, and above all, admire him.
Put away your books, we won't be needing them here.
He snarled at all of us in his deep voice, startling a few students. And not a second later, all the defense against the dark arts books that were on top of the tables ended up in their owners' bags. And finishing putting the books away, the students looked back at Moody expectantly, or in Malfoy's case with fear. Seeing the students' excited look, Moody just snorted, picking up the roll call that was on top of his desk. And while Moody was calling the students' names to confirm their presence, I kept looking at him, having been paying attention to his movements and feelings since he entered the room. And nobody noticed thanks to Barty's Oscar-worthy level of acting, but I could hear the slight sneer and disgust in his tone when he called out Stephen's name, realizing that he had a last name that didn't belong to any wizarding family he knew, which meant he was a Muggle-born. But his well-hidden scorn was also directed at some Slytherins, or more specifically, those who had a relative who was part of the Death Eater's inner circle, having escaped imprisonment by claiming to be under the Imperius.
Apparently, Barty really despises those who decided to lie their way out of prison, instead of proudly declaring their support for his master.
I mused.
Well, you're all here.
Moody said, putting the roll call away before turning back to look at us.
I already know what you learned in Dada, and I know what level you are at. And the only thing I can say is it's just that you guys are so far behind when it comes to curses. You've learned all you can about magical creatures and how to fight them, but the greatest danger when it comes to the dark arts is the wizards themselves.
He started to say, going over to his desk and opening one of his drawers.
In this world we live in, you will be more likely to face a dark wizard than any of the creatures you studied. And so I will teach you about everything a wizard can do to another and how to defend against him. Now, we will have less than 1 year for me to teach you everything I can and put you at an acceptable level in the Hogwarts criteria.
He then took from inside his drawer 3 glass jars that contained 3 live spiders inside, placing them on top of his desk for all of us to see.
And to begin with, I'm going to teach you about the 3 cruelest and most dangerous curses in existence, punished most severely under the law for their uses.
Here Moody stopped, leaning back against his desk as he stared at all of us with his normal eye as the magical eye spun around wildly, letting a tense and suspenseful atmosphere emerge in the classroom.
I will teach you about the unforgivable curses,
he said, and all the students started looking at each other excitedly. Even though everyone already knew the content of the class, they couldn't help but get excited about the fact that they were going to learn about such famous and dangerous curses. And I, who was also curious and a little excited for the class, couldn't help but notice the short burst of euphoria that came from Moody. Barty must be excited to be able to use the unforgivables in front of so many people without having to worry about the law. Chapter 333. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX Yeah, here's the new chapter. Dada's classroom.
Well, can anyone tell me what the unforgivable curses are?
Moody asked us, walking to the front of his desk as his quill tapped the floor, a sound that was quickly becoming recognizable to everyone. And showing an animation to participate in the lesson and earn some praise from Moody, almost all students raised their hand, with most of them being Slytherins. My housemates knew about the unforgivable curses because they studied about them, especially after hearing about the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff lesson. And Slytherins knew about curses for a very obvious reason. And even I, who didn't consider all Slytherins to be dark wizards, knew that they had a certain familiarity with that branch of magic. And if even someone as sweet and cute as Lily, who had her hand raised, knew about curses as dark and vicious as this, it was no surprise to see Malfoy and his gang's hands up high.
Well, you boy, tell me what you know about the unforgivable curses.
Moody said, pointing at Blaise Zabini, one of the only Slytherins besides Theo who wasn't a despicable blood purist. Or at least he was smart enough not to show it clearly.
The unforgivable curses are 3 of the worst and most powerful spells ever created, being considered so cruel and sinister to the point of being ordained in a group, where the witch or wizard would be punished rigidly by law with the greatest penalties for their use.
Zabini replied, earning a satisfied nod from Moody.
Right, you seem to know the basics about them.
He said, before turning back to look at all the students. Just like he said, the unforgivable curses are 3 spells that belong to the branch of the dark arts, and they are so inhuman and vile which are considered by many to be the worst curses in existence.
The 3 curses are the Killing Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Imperious Curse, and each of them can destroy lives as easily as a wild dragon unleashed on a city. But even if these 3 curses are considered the worst of all, don't think that there aren't others that could be equal or as bad as them.
Moody then stopped, looking at us seriously.
As many of you have raised your hands, I can assume that you know at least the bare minimum about unforgivables. But did you know that 50 years ago there was debate about adding a 4th curse to this group of dark spells?
He asked us, and many of the students looked at him in surprise or confusion.
Do any of you know what that 4th curse was?
And hearing this question, the students began to look around, not knowing the answer to this question. And while waiting for someone to raise their hand to respond, Moody leaned back against his desk as he picked up his hip flask and took a sip from it. After a few seconds, realizing that no one was going to answer, Moody started to open his mouth. But before he could say anything, he saw a hand go up.
Oh, Knight, right.
He asked me who was the one with the raised hand.
Yes.
I replied, lowering my hand.
Well then tell us, Knight, what was that 4th curse? The 4th curse that was considered dark, vile, and dangerous enough to be debated whether it would be added to the unforgivables was the Fiendfire curse.
I replied, pausing to see if I should continue talking. Seeing that Moody was still looking at me, I took that as an indication that I should continue with my answer.
The Fiendfire is a dark spell that creates a powerful, almost sentient flame that is capable of destroying anything it touches, and only stops burning when there is nothing else in its path.
I started to say, noticing that the attention of all my classmates were into me and my explanation.
Fiendfire's flames are not only extremely hot, they also grow and expand to an abnormally large size, and if the caster puts enough power into it, it can even take the form of gigantic creatures, which go out looking for any form of life to consume.
There is no way to suppress this curse, either with normal or magical water, and it is extremely difficult to control. And in most cases where the curse was cast, the witch or wizard who cast it ended up losing control of it, and it was consumed by the curse itself.
And finishing my explanation, I stopped, catching my breath, before I realized that no one was saying anything, not even Moody, and looking around I saw all my colleagues with surprised or scared looks, not entirely directed at me, but the explanation about the Fiendfire.
Damn it, how is this curse not considered an unforgivable?
Terry exclaimed in his mind, terrified just imagining a wave of gigantic flames in the shape of a creature coming towards him. And it wasn't just him who had this question in mind. as other of my colleagues were also wondering why a spell as destructive and dangerous as this one wasn't considered an unforgivable. And in this tense silence that remained in the classroom, a sound of laughter ended up waking up and startling the students.
Ha, looks like someone here has a lot of knowledge about the dark arts.
Moody said, smiling wildly at me, and I couldn't tell if it was
Moody!
or Barty Jr.'s smile.
With him talking like that, it even sounds like I'm studying to be the next Dark Lord.
I thought with a frown, ignoring the look some of my classmates were giving me. But unaware of my thoughts, Moody continued.
I'm excited to see what else you know in our next class.
He said to me, and I nodded, suppressing a grimace.
Damn, I didn't want to draw his attention so soon.
I thought. Looking at me one last time, Moody then turned to the class.
Knight's answer is correct. The Fiendfire Curse was the spell the Ministry considered adding to the Unforgivables as the fourth curse.
But Professor, if the Fiendfire is as dangerous as Ethan said, why isn't it an unforgivable?
Morag asked, with a few others nodding their heads at her question.
Yes, if even the Imperious Curse that only serves to control someone's mind is an unforgivable, why isn't Fiendfire, who is much more dangerous than him, one?
Davis asked, and some of the Slytherins looked at her as if she'd asked a stupid question, and Greengrass beside her shook her head as she sighed at her friend's innocence.
Oh, so you think the Imperious Curse isn't that dangerous?
Moody asked Davis, both of his eyes impressively focusing on her. And noticing Moody's look and hearing his tone of voice, Davis realized that maybe she'd said something stupid.
And no.
Davis said, cringing in her seat at Moody's glare. And instead of saying anything to Davis, Moody just turned around and picked up one of the jar containing a spider that was on his desk. He then opened the jar, and without any hesitation took the large black spider inside and placed it on top of his desk, stepping back a little to give the whole class a good view of the arachnid. The spider, as soon as it saw that it was free, quickly tried to flee, but Moody didn't give it a chance.
Imperio!
He said, and in front of everyone the spider suddenly stiffened before coming to a standstill. And no one could see what happened, but with my magic vision that I had activated beforehand, I could see a beam of magic come out of Moody's wand and hit the spider. And now, I could see that Moody's magic was suppressing and controlling the spider. I could see his magic tying itself to the spider like strings on a puppet, and any feeling, thought, or sensation coming from the spider was obscured, and that made me a little uncomfortable. But what bothered me the most and made my senses fully alert was the magic that came from the Imperious Curse. Barty Jr.'s magic was dark and despicable, but I, who have been in the presence and even touched Voldemort's Horcruxes, did not feel the slightest discomfort with it, having already witnessed more vile magic. However, when a witch or wizard casts a spell, their magic is potentiated, acquiring some magical characteristics of the spell itself, since the spells themselves have their own magic. And I had just felt Barty Jr.'s dark magic 10 times more potent and cruel because of Unforgivable, which is already dark and dangerous in itself. And adding it all up, I couldn't help but feel a bad feeling going through me. And right now, I was feeling overwhelmed by that feeling, and I felt even worse remembering that there were two other Unforgivables worse and darker than the Imperious.
Sigh.
Chapter 334. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. I was still looking down at the cursed spider on top of the desk, which was still standing there waiting for Moody's orders, and I didn't even try to hide my displeased expression. But I was the only one showing any distaste for the situation, as all my colleagues were watching the spider intently, some curious and some excited to see what was going to happen. And Moody, seeing that he had everyone's attention, gave a light flick of his wand. The spider then began to squirm, before heading towards an open inkwell that was on the desk. The spider then began to collide with it, hitting its head violently on the ink pot. And seeing this, I realized that Moody didn't intend to do the same thing he did with the Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs, where he put the spider to do funny things before revealing the truth of the situation, probably realizing that this class of now was not so naive in the face of the Unforgivables. And the students noticed it too, as their looks changed from curiosity and anticipation to fear and distress. And without caring about it, Moody made the spider climb into the ink pot and dive into it. And after a few seconds, the creature began to thrash around in agony inside the pot, drowning in the dark, slimy ink. And Davis, who knew Moody was only doing this to prove his point to her, looked on in horror at the scene. Noticing that no one else had a look of interest on their faces, Moody levitated the spider that was almost on its last moments of life from inside the pot, casting a quick cleansing spell on it before placing it on top of the desk again. And even though the spider was still under Moody's control, everyone could tell that it was in a lot of pain.
You say the imperious curse, isn't that dangerous after all?
Moody started to say.
Total control over the target can make even the kindest and most honorable of men commit the greatest atrocities. A single cursed person can destroy your own family from the inside out, and with that same control, a person can be ordered to kill himself in the most painful way possible without batting an eyelid and with a blank look on his face.
And after saying that, Moody looked at the face of Davis, who lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eyes, and I could feel a slight contempt coming from him. Glancing over the other students, he gauged their reactions to his demonstration and examples, realizing that he managed to make everyone understand the seriousness of such a curse and why it was an unforgivable. Nodding to himself, he continued.
But such a terrible curse is not unbeatable.
And when he said this, some of my colleagues got a little excited, happy that there was a way around this curse.
But know that not everyone will be able to do it. There are those who are weak in mind.
He looked at Malfoy and a few other Slytherins as he said this, a mocking look on his face. And everyone understood the meaning of that look, but not one Slytherin dared to say anything to defend their relatives who were
Cursed
and
controlled
by the Imperious in the First Blood War, not with someone as scary as Moody staring them down. Satisfied that he had made his point, Moody continued.
However, weak-minded wizards can survive this curse simply by choosing to avoid being hit by it, and this is something even some of the best wizards prefer to do, and that's another thing you'll be expected to learn in my class. Constant vigilance.
He barked, startling a few students. Satisfied with his work, Moody waited a few seconds for everyone to absorb his words, and after a while he continued with his lesson.
But well, after seeing firsthand what the Imperious Curse can do, does anyone still have any doubts as to whether or not it should be an unforgivable?
He asked with everyone shaking their heads. But Lisa held up her hand, and he looked at her with a raised eyebrow.
Yes.
He questioned.
But Professor Moody, we now know why the Imperious Curse is an unforgivable, but I still don't understand why Fiendfire isn't one.
She said.
Well, Miss Turpin, the answer to that was in Knight's explanation.
He said, and with her confused look, he elaborated on his reply.
The reason Fiendfire wasn't considered an unforgivable is because of its instability and savagery. What does this mean?
Terry asked.
This means that because it is a very difficult spell to control after unleashed, often killing the caster himself, it was not able to be added to the unforgivable curses, which even though they were less destructive than it, still required little control.
But Professor, that doesn't make sense.
Pansy said with a confused expression.
Shouldn't its being difficult to control be another reason for it to become an unforgivable?
I don't think you understand the true meaning of being an unforgivable,
Moody said, a little disappointed. He then looked around the room, seeing that no one seemed to understand what he meant, until his gaze fell on me, who was quiet. He looked at me for a few seconds, with me not looking away, until he smiled in satisfaction.
And you, Knight, do you know the true meaning of being an unforgivable?
He asked me. After being questioned, I continued to look at him for a few seconds before sighing and answering, not speaking directly to him, but to my colleagues.
Being an unforgivable curse doesn't mean the spell has to be destructive and uncontrollable. Quite the contrary, in fact. The Killing Curse, the Imperious Curse, and the Cruciatus Curse are considered the three worst curses in existence for their degree of danger, their power, and how dark they are.
Seeing that everyone was paying attention to my words, I continued.
But even these criteria could be fulfilled by several other curses. But there are two more points in these curses that make them different from others.
After saying that, I looked around, noticing that even the Slytherins were fully focused on my explanation, not showing any displeasure that they were learning something from a Muggle-born.
Now tell me, which is more dangerous and can do more harm in a society? An uncontrollable spell that can usually only be cast once before killing the caster, or 3 spells that can be used multiple times without any setbacks for the wizard who doesn't necessarily need to be gifted in magic?
I asked in a calm but serious tone. And hearing my question, everyone looked at each other, starting to understand the meaning of being an unforgivable.
But Ethan,
Anthony called me, and I looked at him.
and the intent,
He asked.
that's the main part of these 3 curses.
I said.
We all obviously know how intention works in magic and spells, right?
I asked with all my colleagues but Crabbe and Goyle nodding.
I say that the intent of these 3 curses is an important factor, because to cast them you need to focus fully on them, and the intentions behind them are the most despicable and cruel possible, with many even saying that they go against the laws of magic and life, which is not 100% incorrect.
Taking a moment to catch my breath, I looked at Moody, who was looking at me with much more interest than before, which gave me a slight chill. But since I had already gained his interest, I saw no point in trying to hide my knowledge.
Well, since I've said this far, I might as well finish my explanation.
Chapter 335. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. All my classmates and Moody were still silent, waiting for me to continue, and seeing that I had no other choice, I continued my rather detailed explanation of the unforgivable curses.
When we talk about intentions in spells, they have to have a balance between intention, imagination, and power. But when it comes to curses, that's not necessary.
I started to speak.
Curses, unlike common spells, can be cast using only the witch or wizard's intent, and this is the case with unforgivables, as the intent in them has to be simple and focused. The Imperious Curse, which we just saw, is a spell that binds and corrupts the minds of living beings, subjugating their consciousness, and its intention is just that.
The Cruciatus Curse is a spell that inflicts extreme pain by injuring and causing irreparable damage to the body, with a focus on the target's suffering and the caster's sadistic satisfaction.
And lastly, the Killing Curse, which destroys the life and magic of whoever is hit by it. Something which, as I said before, is considered by many or almost everyone to be a revolting and disgusting act of going against the laws of magic and life. Now do you understand why these 3 curses are so bad in the eyes of the law and everyone else, and why they are the only unforgivable?
I asked my colleagues, looking around, seeing everyone's minds working quickly to absorb this new information. I knew that I said more than I should about the unforgivables, and that probably after processing what I said, my colleagues would start to find it strange that I had all this knowledge, which not even some adults or dark wizards have. And I knew that because of this, they'd start to suspect me just like they would have done Harry in his 2nd year if he'd revealed he knew Parseltongue. And the way gossip swirls around the school, it wouldn't be long before the entire castle started calling me a dark wizard in training. But I didn't care much about that. And the reason for that is that I had already made friends with many of my colleagues, from all houses and years, so only the rest would have something to say, and even they could be convinced that I wasn't evil by my friends. And that's the same case with the teachers, who for the most part liked me. And actually, all of this was planned. I already knew that at some point when I started to show my magic skills, people would suspected that I might be getting involved with dark magic, and that's why since my 1st year I started to make friends with everyone. It could be said that I formed friendships with my colleagues out of interest, and as a way of influencing my remaining colleagues through them, and this is true to a certain extent. However, I really consider all of them my true friends, mainly because I can feel with my empath skills their true intentions and feelings, and they all seem to be genuine friends. So in a way, I'm not using them, I'm just trusting my friends to see the truth of the situation and not judge me. And as all these thoughts raced through my mind, Moody, who had been quiet since the beginning of my explanation, started clapping his hands, and I could feel the surprise and admiration coming from him, even if he didn't want to.
Good, that was a great explanation.
He said genuinely, showing a satisfied expression.
You've covered all the points and brought a little-known point of view on these curses.
And by the way he spoke, and his emotions, I could tell that this phrase came from both Barty and
Moody! Great, I've just impressed Voldemort's second, most fanatical Death Eater.
I thought, not knowing if that was something to be proud of or worried about. After Moody finished speaking, he turned around, picking up another spider from another jar, throwing it unceremoniously onto the desk, casting an engorgio on it to increase its size. And when the spider reached the size of an apple, Moody pointed his wand at it again.
Crucio!
He said, taking everyone by surprise when the spider on his desk began to writhe, landing on its back as its legs buckled, appearing to be in agony and deep pain. And again, just like with the imperious curse, I felt the same vile, dark feeling that I had felt before. Everyone watched in silence as the spider writhed, amazed and terrified by the scene. And Barty, who was known to be a cruel sadist with a preference for the Cruciatus curse, showed incredible self-control as he let the spider writhe for just a few more seconds before lifting the curse. The spider was lying on the desk, but we could all tell it was alive. But that changed, as Moody didn't even give it time to recover before casting another curse on it, sealing her end.
Avada Kedavra!
He bellowed, and a sickly, familiar emerald green light shot from the tip of his wand, momentarily illuminating the room. And after that, as if it were a puppet that had its strings cut, the spider stopped completely ceasing its movements and breathing. And with my magic vision, I could see its spark of life and magic fading away. And what followed after that was a tense silence, which after a few seconds was broken by Moody himself.
As you could see, those were the other two unforgivable curses.
He said, turning to us after putting the dead spider back in its jar.
I guess I don't need to tell you how horrible being hit by them must be, right?
And seeing the students shake their heads, he nodded in satisfaction.
But that's exactly why you're taking classes with me. I'm not here to teach you how to cast these curses, I'm here to make you understand these curses, get to know them, and then I'm going to teach you how to defend yourself them. And for that you'll need to stay alert. Constant vigilance.
He yelled, again startling everyone.
Now let's go, get your quills and parchments and start taking notes. I only have 1 year to cram as much knowledge and experience into your heads.
And after saying that, the students managed to recover enough to be able to go back to writing, with everyone writing down everything they learned in this class, not knowing when or if this knowledge would be necessary. And I also started writing down on my parchment, listening to Moody's every word as he continued to tell us about ways to avoid being hit by curses. However, I could feel a few eyes on me, with most coming from the Slytherins, but the most uncomfortable look came from Moody.
Sigh.
After Moody's class ended, he quickly left the room, and I could sense that he was in a hurry, and I could only assume that the polyjuice potion in his hip flask was running low and that he'd left to refill it. As soon as he left the classroom, all the students immediately got up, starting to talk about the lesson they just had, some impressed with Moody's teaching and the demonstration of curses, and others tense and scared by the scenes they saw. And I, who wasn't in the mood to talk about the lesson, about the unforgivables, about how awesome Moody was, or about how I know so much about curses, started heading straight to my next class, which was potions. Before, I was a bit expectant with my first Dada class, as I would see the unforgivables being cast without being in a life or death situation in a battle. But after the class, I realized that this lesson was not so good. The curses demonstration was interesting, and Moody really knows how to keep the students entertained, but the feeling I got from being around a dark wizard casting curses made me sick. And I'm sure that if the next Dada lessons are like this one, I won't be able to keep calm, as the sensation of dark magic was irritating my senses, both physical and magical.
Sigh.
I thought, knowing that the chances of that happening were slim. Shaking my head and trying to ignore the voices of my classmates around me, I frowned, feeling a slight headache.
Well, if the next lessons are as.
I reflected, remembering one of the rules that said that champions they could skip classes to study and train for tournament tasks. And while I was thinking about that, I ended up arriving in front of the potions classroom in the dungeons, seeing that the Hufflepuffs were waiting for us.
Well, I'll think about the Dada classes later. I currently have other matters to concentrate on.
Chapter 336. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Following day. It was lunchtime and I was on my way to the Great Hall, passing through the corridors of Hogwarts full of students. And as I walked calmly, I couldn't help but think about how right I was about my predictions. Just as I had predicted, those who attended the first Dada class of fourth-year Ravenclaws and Slytherins told their friends and housemates about how our class went, and as an inevitable situation, gossip began to spread, until everyone in the school knew about what happened in class. Usually a first class wouldn't be all that important to others, but what spread to everyone was my advanced and somewhat unexpected knowledge of the dark arts, or more specifically, the three unforgivables. And again, unsurprisingly, those who didn't know me or didn't like me began to make theories about it, the main one being that I was studying dark magic in secret and that I was a dark wizard.
Well, they're not entirely wrong.
I thought,
I study some black magic, and I've done things that could make everyone consider me a dark wizard.
but knowing I couldn't do anything about it, I continued walking, acting normally or as normally as Ethan Knight could, ignoring the stares and whispers. Thankfully, those glances and whispers were coming from people who had little connection to me, and whose opinion I couldn't care less about. And I appreciated the fact that my friends didn't mind, talk, or question my obscure knowledge, which let me have a rest when I was with them. Well, almost all my friends.
Oh, my lord, would you like us to capture some lesser creature for your devious and incredibly cruel experiments?
Fred asked me from my right side, following me while dressed in dark clothes with a black robe, looking at me with adoration like a loyal servant. And some of the people around us, upon hearing his words, quickly turned their faces away, not daring to look us in the eye.
You guys realize you're scaring others, right?
I asked, somewhat amused.
Oh, forgive me, master.
George said, bowing to me.
We're going to get rid of these creatures so their scared looks won't bother you anymore. Yes, of course.
I huffed, deciding to just accept it and join in the fun.
But do it somewhere else. I don't want my castle floor covered in blood. Of course, my lord.
The two said, bowing again. And that was all it took for a group of second-year girls who were walking towards us to stop, blinking at our words. But once they finally understood our conversation, they turned and walked into a random corridor, running away from the three freaks. And seeing this scene, the twins and I stopped, looking at the backs of the fleeing girls before looking at each other. And after a few seconds of looking at each other, the three of us started laughing. Fred said, wiping a tear from his eye. George said with a nostalgic air after catching his breath. And listening to them, I looked at them with interest. That looks like an...
Well, changing the subject, may I ask where you found these clothes?
I asked them, walking back.
Oh, this.
George asked, waving his long dark cloak.
We stole it from Snape's wardrobe.
And listening to his answer, I stopped again, looking at him with a blank stare.
You know what? I'm not even going to ask how you did it, and I'm not even going to tell you what's going to happen to you when Snape finds out.
I said, shaking my head.
PFFF, he'll never find out it was us.
Fred waved his hand dismissively.
Yes, we've placed enough clues in his room for suspicion to fall on Barnes.
George said, satisfied with their work.
Barnes, David Barnes.
I asked and they nodded.
Isn't he a fifth year of my house?
I looked at them confused.
Yes.
George responded happily.
And what did he do to you that you would throw this calamity on him? Well, we hear he made some nasty comments about our dear little sister.
George started to reply.
And like the awesome big brothers that we are, we decided he deserved a little punishment.
Fred finished, a pissed-off, vengeful look on his face.
and having Snape hunt him to the ends of the world with the intention of punishing and possibly torturing him both psychologically and physically is your form of punishment.
I nodded, thinking this was a good plan.
Well, if it were with my dear Seal, I would be sure to make Barnes suffer at my own hands, to the point where he would beg forgiveness, prostrating himself to me while whimpering.
I thought, and just the thought of someone speaking something bad about my sister made me angry. But calming down, I shook my head.
Well, I didn't expect the twins to go so easy on Barnes, considering how protective of their family they are. Snape is cruel and sometimes dangerous, but even if he catches Barnes, he will have to limit his punishments because of the headmaster, so he won't suffer as much.
And a little disappointed with that, I looked back at the twins.
Are they getting soft?
I wondered.
Actually, putting Snape after Barnes isn't our punishment for him.
Fred said, as if reading my mind.
Snape will just be the beginning.
George then started to look at his brother, with the two exchanging cruel, bloodthirsty looks. And seeing that I smiled in satisfaction.
I knew you wouldn't let me down.
But instead of saying something, they kept looking at each other, and turning to them, I noticed their gaze, which together with their clothes gave them a more evil and dark air. And looking around, I noticed that some first years who were in the hall began to move away from us.
You know, if I didn't want to be considered a dark wizard, I'm not doing a good job hanging out with the twins.
I thought.
But meh, at least they're fun.
I shrugged. Library. Classes for the day were over, and after exiting the dungeons after my potions class, I headed straight for the library, intending to finish all my homework and essays that the teachers had given us this week. I was sitting at a table with some books around me, finishing my last homework, which was astronomy, in which Professor Sinistra asked us to calculate the rotations of Jupiter and its moons. As I finished putting in the last calculation on my homework, I heard footsteps approaching me, and looking up I saw Hermione looking at me with a serious and determined look. But besides that look that made me alert, I also noticed a book in her arms that I recognized as one of the books I read in my first year when I wanted to study a little more about magical creatures, or more specifically, about house elves. But I put this book down as soon as I read its first chapter, as it was totally biased and full of misinformation about the little-eared creatures. Glancing back at Hermione, I saw her in front of me, her posture straight as she regarded me with a look that made me wary.
Hello, Ethan.
She said in a calm voice.
Have you heard of the Free Elves Initiative?
Chapter 337. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After listening to Hermione's question, I started to look at her strangely. And for some reason, the image of an eye-patch-wearing spy from a top-secret world protection agency was superimposed on her image.
What?
I asked somewhat uncertainly.
Well, I don't know if you know, but I'm starting an organization to defend the rights of house elves, as well as protest their treatment in our magical society.
Hermione said, speaking with such dignity and conviction that I started to feel ask if she was training to run for president.
I see.
I said, glaring at her.
And the name of this organization is?
I asked, a little confused. I knew that at some point Hermione would try to create this elf rights group, and I expected the name would still be the oh so iconic and weird Spew, but now I was wondering what made her change the name. Not that I was complaining, as Free Elves Initiative was still a much better name than Spew.
Yes.
She replied, showing me a blue and gray pin she was wearing that had the organization's name on it.
I thought about calling this organization the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare, or SPEW for short, but Harry told me that name wasn't a very good one.
She said with a little pout.
I can't imagine why.
I said sarcastically. Harry being able to convince Hermione to change her mind about something can be considered one of his greatest achievements, I thought, knowing full well how stubborn the girl in front of me could be.
Well, I guess that's the power of love.
Hermione asked me with a frown, snapping me out of my thoughts.
I
said, looking away.
Yuhum.
She said slowly, eyeing me suspiciously. She then shook her head, deciding to refocus on why she was here.
Well, but back to the main topic. I came here because I wanted to ask you if you would like to join the organization.
Huh.
I stopped, looking at her in complete surprise and confusion.
She still doesn't know I have a house elf at home. I thought Harry would have told her about this.
I thought, a bit awkward with this situation. I actually expected Hermione to come talk to me at some point, and when I saw her coming towards me with a determined look on her face, I was sure she was going to try to lecture me, judging me for having a house elf and telling me how wrong it was for me to have one. But now hearing her request and seeing her look, which even calm on the outside still showed her nervousness and appeal, I didn't know what to do.
The situation would be less awkward if she had come here to argue with me.
And noticing my silence, Hermione started to think that I was going to refuse to join and support her organization, and that made her a little anxious.
Look, I know you're very busy and this can't interest you too much, but house elves don't deserve to be treated like slaves, and they should all be free, given their rights like any other living being.
She started to speak, and with each word her speech grew more intense.
Elves are thinking, innocent, and fragile beings, brainwashed into being the servants of other wizards, suffering humiliation and abuse, dedicating their lives to pleasing their masters. And this is beyond outrageous and degrading. And as the next generation of witches and wizards, we have an obligation to change that, starting with the liberation of all elves. And for that, the Free Elves Initiative organization needs supporters, because only with numbers can we make our voices heard by the ministry. And after that.
And as Hermione continued to rant passionately, I began to feel bored, and at one point I even thought about calling some school elf to bring me something to drink. But I knew that doing that in front of Hermione at this moment would not be a good idea. She was already completely and utterly focused on this matter of freeing the elves, and calling an elf to serve me in front of her would only increase her indignation on top of making her irritated with me. I knew she had the best of intentions in mind when she created this organization, and some of the issues she raised were really necessary and important. However, she was doing things without caring about the main side of the whole problem, which was precisely the elves themselves.
Hermione,
I called to her, stopping her rant.
I understand what you're trying to do, and it's really cool and interesting. But I don't think I'm the person you should be asking for help with this matter.
And why not?
She asked me, looking at me confused.
Because I have a house elf myself.
I said, and that made her stop. Hermione then started looking at me, trying to see if I was joking or not, but seeing my serious look, she realized that I wasn't lying.
Do you?
She asked me in shock.
But you're a muggle-born.
Muggle-born or not, I'm still a wizard.
I replied with a shrug.
But that doesn't make sense.
She said, her expression confused, and I could feel a little irritation coming from her.
You, like me, have lived most of your life in the muggle world, so you should understand how wrong it is to have a house elf.
Well, I wouldn't say it's wrong.
I said, and that made her indignant.
I can understand why those who have always lived in the wizarding world would treat elves like slaves, as they were taught to think of them that way. But you weren't raised in the same ways they were.
Hermione exclaimed with an angry expression, and Madame Pince, who was at her table reading a gossip magazine, glared at her, not that the bushy-haired girl noticed.
Yes, I wasn't raised in the ways of the wizarding world, but then having a house elf goes way beyond custom and tradition.
I said calmly, not bothered by her fury.
Oh, so enslaving another living being has a deeper meaning.
She said with a mocking expression. And realizing how stubborn she was being in listening to me, I felt like rubbing my temples.
I'm starting to feel sorry for future Harry.
I thought.
Sigh.
I asked, and that question caught her off guard.
Huh,
She replied, looking at me strangely.
Why this question so suddenly?
But instead of answering her, I asked another question.
And out of those 4 books, which ones talked about the connection between a house elf and its master?
Connection.
She repeated confusedly.
None that I remember.
She answered me.
And did any of them talk about how a house elf manages to survive and where their magic comes from?
Well,
Hermione replied uncertainly.
If the books you read didn't talk about it, then you're probably knowledgeable about none of those topics, right?
I questioned her, and after a few seconds she nodded grudgingly, not liking the fact that she didn't know something. And she didn't even doubt me or suspect that I might be making these things up, since she knew that the only person who probably read more books than her at Hogwarts was me. Seeing this, I sighed, shaking my head.
If you don't even know these things about house elves, then I don't think you have the right to question or decide what's right and good for them.
I said, getting up from my seat and putting my books and homework in my bag, and meanwhile the girl in front of me looked at me upset with my words. Finishing packing my things, I passed Hermione, walking towards the library door, and she opened her mouth to say something. But before she could say anything, I stopped, turning around and saying a few last words to her.
come talk to me again, as soon as you really understand what a house elf is.
Chapter 338. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. The days at school continued to pass normally as I waited for the day when delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang would come to Hogwarts with their students. But until that day arrived, I continued to participate in classes like any other student, acting normally while learning more about magic. However, I could only have this normal life inside a classroom, since outside of them my life was not as simple and peaceful as that. Whenever I walked the corridors or went somewhere in the castle, I could feel many eyes on me, in addition to uncomfortable whispers from the other students. I thought that as the days went by, the gossip and rumors about me would subside, but it seems that this was not the case. In fact, the opposite happened, as the other students became even more cautious with me, with their creativity to create rumors increasing as well. And the reason for this was that in Dada classes I was still demonstrating my extensive knowledge of the dark arts, which seemed to have confirmed the rumor that I was a dark wizard who was doing hidden studies and experiments at Hogwarts. I could have tried not to stand out so much in class, but it seems that from my first Dada class, Moody took a personal interest in me, and because of that he started asking me a lot of deep and complex questions in every class. And with each correct answer and each explanation I gave him, he got even more excited, and I knew that I might have answered some questions wrong on purpose, but that wouldn't do much good. The questions he asked me were complex and a little difficult, especially for someone in my year, but they were nothing compared to the questions he asked us about unforgivable curses in our first class. And knowing that, I didn't see the point in trying to answer his questions incorrectly, since it didn't make sense for me to know so much about the unforgivables but not know about other curses. In fact, it would be even weirder if my advanced knowledge was just about unforgivable curses. But now because of that, I have to be considered Moody's
Favorite student.
who knows almost everything about the dark arts and dark magic. And again, I cursed myself internally for not knowing how to control my mouth in my first class, since now I had to endure the looks and feelings of fear and caution from my classmates. The only thing that could be considered good about this whole situation is that now some Slytherins seem to be acting friendlier towards me. Some seem to have changed their attitude because of fear, and others because they found a companion who also admired and was passionate for the dark arts. And I made a point of keeping my distance from those who belonged to the latter group, remembering their faces and names to add to my mental list of
Possible future Death Eaters.
But between friendly Slytherins becoming a dark wizard and a crazy Death Eater taking an interest in me, I could still say that my days at school were pretty quiet compared to the days to come. Dada's classroom.
Well, I already explained to you how some curses work and gave you some tips on the best ways to avoid being hit by them. However, these tips were for offensive and flashy curses.
Moody started to say to us, walking back and forth in front of his desk, while his magical eye roamed the room and the students.
There are many curses that are more subtle, and you don't realize you've been hit by one and are under it until it's too late.
Pausing, Moody turned to us.
And you've seen one of these curses before, and it's the worst of them all, also being one of the strongest.
And as soon as he said that, some of the students who still remembered his demonstration in our first class grimaced, with Davis being the most affected.
I'm sure you've already heard from your colleagues what lesson I'm going to teach you in this class, but I'm going to say it anyway.
Moody said, taking out his wand and staring at us, and I could feel a faint satisfaction coming from him.
In this class, I'm going to cast the Imperious Curse on all of you so you'll know what it feels like to be under this spell, as well as build resistance against it.
And as soon as he finished speaking, Lily held up her hand.
Professor Moody, I read that being under the Imperious Curse for a prolonged time can cause severe mental damage to the victim. Is that true?
The little girl asked.
Oh, looks like someone else has been studying for my classes.
Moody said, giving Lily a satisfied nod.
And to your question, Miss Moon, yes, that's true. So this lesson is not going to be dangerous for us.
Anthony asked worriedly.
Bullshit!
Moody said dismissively.
As it is written in the book Miss Moon read, the curse only causes severe damage if the person is under the curse's effect for a long time, and that time would be anywhere from weeks to months. And in this class, you will be under the effect of the curse for a maximum of 20 seconds. Oh, good!
Anthony said in relief, and he might have been the only one to say something, but I could feel the relief coming from almost everyone in the classroom.
Any more questions?
Moody asked, looking at us, and seeing that no one had another question, he decided to get on with the lesson.
Fine,
He said.
Then let's get started with the lesson. As soon as I call your name, you will rise and step forward, and then I will cast the curse on you.
And what followed shortly thereafter was an interesting and even comical lesson, with Moody cursing student after student, ordering them to do everything from dancing to imitating a seagull. Some of my classmates tried to resist the curse, with some standing still for about 2 seconds before obeying Moody, while others moved slowly, trying to regain control of their body, but in the end they all gave in. And among all of them, the ones that showed a stronger will than most, managing to resist even more, were Anthony, something that surprised me, Greengrass, and Malfoy. And of these three, the most impressive was Malfoy, who managed to resist for 4 seconds before starting to play an invisible violin. But after all my classmates, it was finally my turn, with me being the last to be called, probably something planned by Moody. When my name was called, all eyes fell on me, and I could feel a disconcerting excitement coming from Moody. But knowing there wasn't much I could do in this situation, I got up, also a little curious as to what it would be like to be under the Imperious Curse. Taking a step forward, I came face to face with Moody, standing still as I waited for him to cast the curse. And showing that he wasn't in the mood to wait, he immediately cast the curse on me.
Imperious,
Moody said, waving his wand, and I could feel the invisible curse exiting his wand and heading towards me. And as soon as the curse hit me, I felt a short, fleeting lightness in my mind, but quickly that feeling disappeared. I then stood there staring at Moody, who looked at me confused as I waited for him to try to control me.
Is this what it feels like to be under the Imperious Curse?
I wondered, looking down at myself.
Strange, I don't feel anything and I don't feel different. Impressive,
Moody said, snapping me out of my thoughts and making me look at him. And looking at him, I could see his amazed look.
you completely ignored the curse.
He said.
Huh, so that's why I didn't feel him in my mind trying to control me.
I wondered.
Well, maybe it's because my mind is already very well trained against these mental invasions, because of the Horcruxes.
I theorized, grimacing at the memories that came to my mind. But unaware of my thoughts, Moody turned to the class.
You've just witnessed an impressive feat. He just threw the curse away like it was nothing, something even some well-trained aurors can't do.
He said before looking back at me.
Congratulations, son. I was right to say that you would be an interesting student to teach.
He told me with a half smile.
You can go back to your seat. Thank you, teacher.
I said, sitting up. And looking to the side, I could see Terry staring at me dryly.
Couldn't you be a little more normal?
He asked me.
Bitch, I'm Ethan Knight.
I huffed.
And besides, everyone knows that normal isn't a word that makes it into the dictionary of people in the wizarding world. Well,
Chapter 339. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Ravenclaw Common Room Saturday. Today was a day without classes or lessons, and after breakfast, I went straight to the common room to finish the homework that Professor McGonagall had given us in her last class. Sitting alone at one of the tables in the common room, I was reading a parchment with my transfiguration essay on it, checking it to see if everything was in order. And while I was reviewing my homework, Anthony, Padma, and Sue entered the common room, with the two girls heading straight for our house private library while Anthony looked around, spotting me before walking towards me.
hey Ethan, your owl came to deliver this letter to you.
He said, taking a seat across from me as he handed me a letter with the House of Black crest on it.
Hermes,
I asked, taking the letter and opening it.
I thought he was in the owlery. Well, I passed the owlery earlier today, and I didn't see any white owls there.
Anthony said with a shrug.
White owl?
I asked with a confused look.
Yes, isn't your owl the pretty one with the white feathers?
He asked me, now also confused.
That is Hedwig, Harry's owl.
I said, looking strangely at my half-raven, half-badger friend.
Really? I always thought she was your owl, mostly because of the way she acts when she's with you.
He said.
The way she acts.
Well, whenever you are in the owlery, she flies up to you and tries to get your attention, and when you pet her, she always looks happy.
Anthony replied, rubbing his chin thoughtfully.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
I said, but actually I obviously did, and I knew it was thanks to my beast talk. But now that I know other people noticed it too, I started to feel weird.
I hope Harry doesn't know about this, or he might think I'm trying to steal his owl.
I thought, snorting, slightly amused, but knowing it wasn't impossible to happen. Shaking my head to rid myself of that thought, I looked down at the open letter in my hands. I then started to read the letter, which at first was just Sirius asking me how I was doing in school, if I had ever received a detention, and if I had ever pranked.
Snivellis.
But after that part, the letter took on a more serious tone, with Sirius telling me that he was worried about Harry because of some weird dreams he was having. My dogman friend then asked me if I could help his godson with this problem, as I had a lot of knowledge about mind magic that could help Harry, and I had a special gift when it came to dealing with feelings and emotions.
So apparently Sirius couldn't help Harry with his visions and his connection with Voldemort.
I thought after I finished reading the letter, putting it in my pocket. I thought that being a free man and having more time to spend with Harry, Sirius would be able to find a way to help his godson, but apparently Harry's dreams and visions were a much more difficult problem to deal with than Sirius and I had expected. Well, there's not much we can do to break this connection between Harry and Tom, as they are connected by.
So,
But he can still suppress this connection by protecting his mind, I reflected, leaning back in my chair.
there are still a few days left until the start of the Triwizard Tournament, so I think by then I can teach Harry the basics of occlumency.
And with that thought, I made up my mind, rising from my chair and stuffing my homework into my bag, and under the curious gaze of Anthony, who had started doing his own homework, I left the common room. In front of Black Lake. After leaving the Ravenclaw common room, I used my senses to search the school for Harry's magic, and not finding him, I realized that he was probably outside the castle on the Hogwarts grounds. And using Atlas, I found him with his two faithful friends, as expected, near the edge of the Black Lake. And now, with a location, I went to them, and getting close to where they were, I saw them sitting under a big tree, talking. Well, I say chatting, but really Hermione was talking fervently while the boys listened and nodded, with Ron not even looking at her as he read a Quidditch magazine.
Hey Scarhead,
I said, changing my voice into my best Malfoy imitation. And immediately I could see the faces of the three Gryffindors tighten into a grimace, with feelings of displeasure coming from them.
what do you want, Malfoy?
Harry asked impatiently, turning to me. And as soon as he saw me looking at them with an amused smile, he blinked in confusion, until realization hit him.
Ethan!
He asked.
Well, it's not Malfoy.
I said, approaching them.
Wow, dude, that was a good imitation.
Ron said, impressed.
You managed to speak in such a nasty and irritating way that for a second I actually thought you were that stupid ferret.
Thanks, that's been a lot of practice days.
I said, wiping imaginary dust off my shoulder.
Well, jokes aside,
Hermione started to say, with me clucking my tongue in disappointment.
What are you doing here, Ethan?
She asked me.
I'm here because I wanted to talk to Harry.
I said, gesturing to the black-haired boy.
Oh, okay.
Harry said, looking at me and waiting for me to speak.
Alone.
I said. He then looked at me confused before turning to his friends, and I could almost tell what he was thinking, which was something along the lines of,
I don't keep secrets from my friends.
or,
Whatever you say to me, you can say to them.
Look, you can tell them the content of our conversation later. But I prefer our conversation to be just between the two of us, as it will be easier for me.
I said, and that made him stop, now wondering what this conversation I wanted to have with him was about. And seeing that Harry wasn't moving yet lost in thought, Hermione at his side patted him on the shoulder. And looking at his crush, Harry saw her gesturing to me, as if to say.
Go ahead.
Looking at Ron, he saw that the red-haired boy was nodding his head, showing that was fine, and seeing that he sighed in relief, finally getting up.
Excellent.
I nodded satisfied.
Now let's go somewhere quieter.
And saying that I turned around and started walking. Glancing at my back as I walked away, Harry turned to his friends with an odd look, to which they both just shrugged. And shaking his head while sighing, the boy then started to follow me. After walking a bit, passing some first-year students who were playing with one of the giant squid's tentacles, we arrived at a big rock that was on the edge of the Black Lake. Stopping and leaning against this boulder, I turned to Harry, who was looking around as if prepared for some surprise prank.
Sirius told me you've been having some strange dreams.
I said, getting straight to the point. And that sentence was enough to fully awaken Harry's attention.
He told.
The boy in front of me asked with a frown.
Yes, and he also said that you guys have already tried various methods to end these dreams, or at least lessen them.
And when I said this, Harry looked at me for a while, before nodding, realizing it wouldn't make sense to lie.
Yes,
He said with a sigh while scratching the back of his head in frustration.
but nothing we tried worked.
I see.
I said, glaring at him. And it might look like I was just looking at Harry, but I was actually scanning him with my magic vision, focusing specifically on a spot on his forehead that was filled with a now very familiar dark magic. And Harry, noticing my silence, looked at me confused, until he noticed that my eyes were twinkling slightly.
Huh, his eyes shine like the headmaster's.
He wondered.
Does this happen to all powerful wizards? Or is this something normal in weird and crazy wizards?
And unaware of the fact that Harry thought of me as a powerful wizard, I ended my analysis.
There's nothing wrong with his body other than mental fatigue, and his magic is normal too.
I said to myself.
And that was good, because it meant that the connection between him and Tom wasn't strong enough, and so Harry could, in theory, lessen, or at least suppress the visions he received from Voldemort with occlumency. Now the question is, will he be able to learn occlumency if I teach him?
Chapter 340. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
So Harry, you said that you and Sirius have tried a lot of things to end your dreams or at least lessen them, right?
I asked and he nodded.
Yes, we've tried both Muggle and wizarding methods, but none of them have helped me.
He replied, grimacing.
Actually, after these methods, I feel that the frequency and intensity of dreams has increased.
And when did these dreams start?
I asked again.
I don't know.
He said, and I paused to reflect. Probably around the time Pettigrew was reunited with his master, I thought. Looking back at Harry, I asked him another question.
Have you tried learning occlumency yet? Sigh yes.
He replied with a tired look.
Sirius tried to teach me this occlu whatever. And as I said before, it didn't help with my problem.
he said. And with that answer from him, I stopped again. If he was learning occlumency from Sirius, then he should have at least built some wards in his mind, and that should lessen his connection with Voldemort. I thought, a bit confused.
But why didn't occlumency help him?
I wondered. And not knowing the answer to that, I decided to do a little test. I then looked into Harry's eyes, and using light legilimency, I read his surface thoughts. And Harry, who didn't know why I was staring at him, felt something in the back of his mind, a nagging feeling that made him frown. And realizing that I stopped reading his mind, blinking.
I guess your occlumency lessons weren't entirely for naught.
I said.
What do you mean?
He asked me.
Well, it seems that even if you weren't able to create barriers to protect your mind, you develop the ability to sense when your mind is being invaded.
I replied, looking at him while nodding in satisfaction.
Wait, so that feeling just now was you invading my mind?
Harry asked, surprised but also a little upset.
Yes.
I replied.
But I only read your superficial thoughts.
Oh,
He said, somewhat relieved. But then the realization that I read his thoughts finally hit him, causing him to turn to me in surprise.
wait, you can read minds.
He asked.
Er,
I said, confused by his outburst.
this is amazing, but how?
Well, if there's a branch of magic focused on protecting your mind, obviously there's the opposite.
I shrugged.
Actually, those two branches are intertwined and work together, and the most powerful spells known to them are occlumency, which you tried to learn, and legilimency, which is what I just used. Wow, why had I never heard of this?
Harry asked, now becoming interested in this branch of magic that involves the mind.
One of the reasons must be because you've never been interested in studying magic.
I said, and Harry looked down in embarrassment, knowing this to be true. And seeing that I shook my head with a wry smile before continuing to speak.
But another reason you've never heard of occlumency and legilimency is because those two magics are very advanced, something even adult wizards have a hard time learning. And because of that, teachers don't even talk about these magics, because most of them don't even know about them. Then how do you know so much about them?
Harry asked me curiously.
Because I read a lot of books.
I shrugged.
And I'm sure if you ask Hermione, she'll know almost everything I know about the mind magics too.
And hearing this, Harry stopped to reflect, realizing that this was very likely. But he then looked back at me, with many questions running through his mind.
You said it's really hard to learn this occlumency and legilimency stuff, right?
He asked me, and I nodded.
If it's so hard, then why did you decide to learn them? And how did you do it? Well, I decided to learn occlumency as soon as I found out about the existence of it and legilimency.
I started to reply.
Knowing that there were magics that could be used to invade my mind didn't sit well with me. And when I found out there was an opposite and powerful magic that served to protect the mind, I wasted no time and tried to learn it. And besides, the benefits gained from learning occlumency were too enticing for me to pass up. Benefits?
Yes.
I replied, but I only read your superficial thoughts. Oh, he said, somewhat relieved. But then the realization that I read his thoughts finally hit him, causing him to turn to me in surprise. Wait, you can read minds? He asked.
In addition to protecting your mind, occlumency improves your concentration, your memory, and helps you keep your feelings in check.
Really?
Harry asked in surprise before shaking his head.
No, wait. I understand why you learned occlumency, but why did you also decide to learn legilimency? The question should be, why not?
I asked back, and Harry opened his mouth to reply, but found no reason not to learn such cool magic.
But remember, learning legilimency and using it isn't exactly legal in the eyes of the ministry.
I said.
Then don't tell anyone I know it, okay? Okay.
Harry nodded, not at all surprised that I was breaking the law. In fact, he even considered it a minor infraction compared to the other things I'd done.
But back to the main topic.
I said, catching his attention.
You said you couldn't learn occlumency, but from what I could see you have a talent for this magic, so maybe the problem was the method you used to protect your mind. Is there more than one method?
He asked me.
Yes, and every wizard sees a certain ease in learning depending on the method, and probably the method Sirius tried to teach you wasn't compatible with you. And because of that, starting tomorrow I'm going to teach you the other methods for learning occlumency that I know.
I said, looking at him with a look that said he couldn't deny it or run away. And Harry seemed to understand that, because he just nodded with an accepting sigh.
Great, so meet me at the library tomorrow after lunch. And remember, once we get started you'll have no way to run away, heh.
I said, laughing evilly as I glared at him with a look that wouldn't look out of place on a maniac's face. And seeing this, Harry sighed again.
Well, at least I can put an end to these weird dreams of mine.
He thought, trying to think on the bright side. Gryffindor Common Room. Pav third person. After his illuminating conversation with Ethan, Harry returned to his friends, who were waiting for him. They then noticed that Harry had a thoughtful look on his face and decided not to interrupt his thoughts, and together they walked back to their common room. After arriving in the Gryffindor common room, the three sat down on the sofa, with Hermione grabbing a book to read while Ron continued reading his Quidditch magazine. And after a few minutes, Harry seemed to snap out of his reflective moment as he turned to his bushy-haired friend.
Hermione, do you know what occlumency is?
Harry asked her, causing her to look up from her book.
Yeah, I know.
She replied before looking curiously at her friend.
But why the question?
It's just that Ethan is going to teach me occlumency starting tomorrow.
He replied.
But didn't Sirius already try to teach you this occlumentia, or whatever the name is?
Ron asked.
Yes, but Ethan said that Sirius' method probably wasn't compatible with me, and that's why he was going to teach me others. Wait one moment.
Hermione exclaimed, drawing attention to her.
Does Ethan know occlumency?
Oh yeah,
Harry answered uncertainly.
and he practices it too.
But how? Occlumency is very difficult to learn.
She said.
He told me that too.
Harry nodded.
And how did he learn it? Well, maybe he just found a method that suited him, I don't know.
He shrugged. And with that answer, Hermione frowned, biting her lip in thought. And after a few seconds, she turned to Harry, looking a bit nervous.
Do you think Ethan would be willing to teach me occlumency too?
She asked with some expectation in her voice.
I don't know, but I think he wouldn't have a problem with that.
Harry, after some thought.
You think?
Hermione asked hopefully.
Yes, and between us, I think he likes to teach others.
He replied.
Great, I can't wait for these classes.
Chapter 341. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Following day. Today was Sunday, and I had sent a letter to the twins asking us to meet after breakfast, as I wanted to show them something interesting. That something I wanted to show them was the room of requirement, and my decision to reveal the room's existence to them wasn't something that came out of the blue. In fact, I already had the intention of showing them the room soon after we became friends. And I knew that possibly in the next school year Harry will create Dumbledore's army, and I also knew that when that time comes they will discover the existence of the room of requirement, so it didn't make sense for me to try to keep the room to myself. But of all my friends, I intended to show the room only to the twins, at least this year, as I was sure they would be the only ones who would use the room competently, both for their creative minds and the fact that they were the only wizards I knew who were interested in secret rooms and mysterious things involving magic. And I was sure of one thing, and that was that the two would use the room of requirement to help them with their pranks once they figured out how the room worked.
I dread to think what they will be able to do with their pranks with the help of a magical room that grants their requests.
I thought, and not just me, but everyone in the school felt a chill run through their bodies. After breakfast,
So what is this interesting place you want to show us?
Fred asked me, walking with an excited stride.
Yeah, and where is it?
George asked, almost as excited as his brother, looking around.
Well, the place I want to show you is a secret room.
I said to them, leading them through the corridors of Hogwarts to the 7th floor.
Actually, this room is perhaps the second most secret and unknown room in the school. A secret room.
George muttered, looking at his brother with a questioning look.
Er.
Fred said.
Yes, and that was before we got our atlas.
George continued, tapping the stone on his bracelet. He then looked at me confused and a bit skeptical.
Are you sure this room is really secret?
And hearing his question, I just let a slight smile play on my lips.
Yes, I'm sure this room is secret, and I'm also sure you've never seen it.
But how? We've already visited all the secret rooms we've seen on the Marauder's map and the atlas.
Fred asked, and I stopped to turn to them with a mysterious smile.
The answer to that is simple.
I replied, and that made the twins blink in surprise, before looking at each other.
A secret room.
They spoke in unison. And after saying that, they realized that I wouldn't lie to them, which meant that this room I was going to show them really wasn't even on the Marauder's map or the atlas. And when they realized they were heading towards a room that probably not even the Marauders visited, their confused and skeptical looks changed to excited looks. And with shining eyes, they turned to me smiling.
So what are we waiting for?
George asked, holding my right arm.
Yes, let's go to this incredible secret room.
Fred said, grabbing my other arm. And the two then, with looks full of expectations, began to drag me.
Hey, wait!
I exclaimed.
Where are you two dragging me, if you don't even know where this room is?
But instead of answering me, the twins kept dragging me with smiles on their faces.
Damn, where did all their strength come from?
I wondered. 7th floor, opposite the room of requirement.
So this is where the entrance to this secret room is.
Fred asked, looking to the side at the tapestry of Barnabas, the barmy teaching the trolls ballet.
Yes, and for the room to reveal itself, a few things need to be done.
I said, and then turned to George.
George, can you go to the front of that wall and walk back and forth 3 times? Oh, yes.
George answered, confused, going to the front of the wall.
Okay, now before you start walking, I want you to think of something you need. It could be an object, a room, or something that can help you in some situation.
I started to say, with George looking at me as he listened to my instructions.
Actually, to keep it simple, try to think of a room, and it could be any type of room.
And listening to me, George looked at me strangely, before sharing a look with his brother, who just shrugged. And remembering that he had done stranger things before than walking in front of a wall, George simply shrugged too, before starting to pace back and forth, and the third time a door began to appear in the wall at in front of us.
Damn it, so there really was a secret room here.
Fred said in surprise, with his brother moving to his side, also looking towards the door.
If you're just surprised by that, wait until you see what this room can do.
I said with an enigmatic smile. I then went to the door, placing my hand on it, but before I opened it, I turned to George.
Just out of curiosity, which room did you think of?
I asked.
Oh, I thought of the headmaster's office.
He replied, and I stopped, blinking as I looked at him.
Why? Well, we were planning on pranking him, something even the Marauders couldn't do.
George started to answer.
Yeah, and if we can play a prank on Headmaster, we'll prove to Padfoot and Mooney that we're better pranksters than they are.
Fred continued, nodding to himself with a smug, competitive look.
And to be able to prank him, we need to attack him when he's off guard, preferably somewhere he least expects it.
George finished. In other words, in his office, I nodded.
Exactly.
George spoke with a satisfied look.
And since we've never been in his office, we don't know what to expect when we break in there, and for that reason I thought of his office.
That was smart.
I said, and the twins smiled proudly at the compliment.
And well, I guess not knowing what the headmaster's office is like won't be a problem for you anymore. What do you mean?
Fred asked, confused. And instead of answering him, I slowly opened the door to the room of requirement, stepping into the room as the twins looked at each other, before shrugging and following me. And just as the 3 of us entered the room, the door behind us closed, not that the twins noticed as they stared ahead in shock.
Is this?
George started to ask with a dazed look.
Yes,
I replied.
and that is.
Fred asked, pointing to the table across from us.
You
I agreed.
But how? Well, it's all thanks to this room.
I replied, and I could feel the room vibrate slightly in joy.
Room of requirement. I've never heard of this room.
Fred commented.
And for that reason, it remains a secret room.
I said sarcastically.
This room is a room that can create anything or become any room, depending on the need of the one who called it. And as you could see outside, to make the room show itself, it is necessary to walk in front of it 3 times back and forth while thinking of something you need.
I explained, and turning around I saw the twins gaping.
Amazing!
They echoed in wonder.
Yes!
I said, nodding satisfied to myself. Apparently even someone who has always lived in the wizarding world can be surprised by the things magic is capable of doing. Chapter 342. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
When did you find this place?
George asked, walking around the room that mimicked our weird headmaster's office, touching the trinkets that were on the shelves.
Shortly after the start of last school year.
I lied.
Wait, so you discovered this room almost a year ago?
George exclaimed.
And it took you all this time to tell us about it?
Fred said, placing his hand on his chest dramatically.
I feel betrayed.
And even though they were speaking with a joking air, I could sense that they actually were a little hurt. And it made sense that they would feel that way, since when we just met they'd shown me their most prized possession, which was the Marauder's map, and now I'd hidden such an amazing room from them.
Look, I couldn't show you the room for a few reasons.
I said with a sigh.
Oh, and what reasons would those be?
George asked me with a raised eyebrow.
Well, the first is that I was hiding Sirius here while he was on the run from the ministry, before they decided to have a real trial for him.
I answered.
Oh yeah, I remember Ron saying that you met Padfoot when he was still considered a criminal, and that you helped him.
Fred said, and I looked at him with a raised eyebrow.
Your brother really doesn't know the meaning of keeping his mouth shut, does he? When it comes to secrets and food, no.
George replied, and I shook my head.
But well, back to the point. The second reason I didn't show you the room is because I didn't know if it was safe.
I said.
And what could possibly be dangerous in this room?
Fred asked, confused.
Yeah, if this is a room that turns into any room, I doubt it's going to turn into a room that's dangerous for anyone.
George said.
Of course, unless the person is crazy and asks the room to become a deadly and dangerous place.
Fred commented, with his brother agreeing.
That's true.
I said.
But the room of requirement has some rooms already defined within it, and among them is the main one, which is the room of hidden things.
And what is that room?
Fred asked.
Well, that room is basically a huge storage room inside Hogwarts, and all the castle items that were lost, discarded, or as the name says, hidden, are inside that room.
I started to explain.
And as you know, the castle is 1,000 years old, so there are many items in that room, and among them there were many very dangerous cursed or black magic items. You said there were, do you mean there aren't any more? George questioned. Yes, after I discovered this room, I already had the intention of sharing its existence with you, but before that I needed to remove and destroy all the dangerous items that were inside it, and it took me almost 1 year to clean the room of hidden things from these items.
I replied, and the twins nodded.
I see.
Fred murmured, believing me because he knew that even though I was crazy and always getting myself into dangerous situations, I was still very cautious and almost as paranoid as Moody.
Well, in that case you're forgiven then.
George nodded, and I could feel that their hurt feelings had disappeared.
Oh, I'm honored.
I said, bowing with a mocking smile.
I know.
George sniffed, looking at me with a superior look.
Sure, Malfoy.
I said with an eye roll. Gasp, he gasped in shock, looking at me offended. But ignoring his gaze, I looked around the room, seeing that it was exactly like the real headmaster's office.
You know, I understand your strategy of pranking Headmaster back in his office. But do you by chance already know how you're going to break into his office?
I asked.
Er,
Fred replied as he scratched the back of his neck.
I noticed that.
I snorted.
But well, until you find a way to get in there without the headmaster being alerted, I suggest you memorize what his office is like. Yes, we'll do that.
George nodded.
And when we have everything ready, we're going to make our prank so amazing, wonderful, and grand.
Fred started to say.
A prank so incredible and spectacular, it will put us in the history books of the greatest pranksters that ever lived.
George continued, fist in his chest over his heart, looking straight ahead with an honored gaze.
We will be eternalized.
And Fred, who had the same look as his brother, finished. And listening to the two, I could only look at them with a blank stare.
I really have a gift for making friends with weird and crazy people.
I thought. And if someone was listening to my thoughts, that person would mock me for my hypocrisy. Great Hall lunch. I was currently in the Great Hall enjoying a delicious lunch, made by the house elves who luckily didn't have to suffer from Hermione's tireless attempts to free them. And while I was eating, I saw some owls passing by the big windows in the Great Hall. These owls then came flying over to the tables and handed an edition of the afternoon Daily Prophet to the students and teachers. And picking up my copy, I read the title of the article that was on the front page, and immediately a smile crossed my face.
Ethan, why are you smiling?
Luna asked me curiously, and I turned to her.
It's just that I just received wonderful news.
I replied happily.
Oh, okay.
She said, accepting my answer before going back to eating her stew.
Why does his happy smile look so scary?
Stephen asked in a whisper to Terry, who shrugged. But not paying attention to them, I went back to reading the article, wanting to immortalize what was written in it in my memoirs. On the front page of the front page was a very large photo of a panicked Rita Skeeter being escorted by two Aurors, with Amelia in the background looking at her with a satisfied, vengeful look. And looking at the title of the article, I could read written in very large bold letters the phrase, Rita Skeeter, arrested on charge of being an illegal animagus.
So Amelia has finally acted.
I thought satisfied.
Now there's one stone less in my way for when the Triwizard tournament starts.
Now the only thing I have to worry about before Halloween is Harry's occlumency lessons.
I said to myself, looking at the Gryffindor table and seeing that Harry was looking at me too. He then nodded at me, to which I nodded back.
Will I be able to teach him well enough so that he can protect his mind at an acceptable level by the end of the month?
I wondered.
Well, I won't know the answer to that until I start teaching him.
I shrugged. Library sometime later. As soon as lunch was over, I went straight to the library, and now here I was, sitting at a table in the most secluded corner of the library with some books on mind magic in front of me, waiting for Harry to arrive. And a few minutes later, I saw Harry walking through the library doors, with Hermione in tow.
Why is she here?
I wondered curiously.
Hello, Professor Knight.
Harry said with a playful smile that wouldn't look out of place on serious face.
Apparently having a stupid godfather is influencing Harry more than I expected.
I thought, but then I shook my head, looking at him and deciding to play along.
10 points from Gryffindor for being late, Mr. Potter.
I said in a professional voice. I then turned my gaze to Hermione, who was behind Harry looking at me nervously, something that left me confused. And noticing my confusion, Harry began to explain.
Hermione is here because she wants to learn occlumency too.
He said, and I nodded.
Well, then welcome to my mind magic class, Miss Granger.
I joked, and the girl blinked in surprise for a few seconds before smiling.
Thank you,
She said, and then a mischievous look began to come over her face.
Professor Knight.
Heh, apparently teaching them is going to be more fun than I thought.
Chapter 343. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. My first occlumency class teaching Harry and Hermione was peaceful, mainly because I only talked to them, talking about the theoretical part of this powerful mental magic. In fact, almost all teaching about occlumency comes down to theories and studies, as the practical part is best when done in a quiet and calm place, without external interference. But in this class, I discovered that the method Sirius tried to use to teach Harry was the most common method known to people, with some small differences. Sirius was teaching the method in which the wizard needed to clear his mind of any thoughts, leaving it blank so that protective barriers could be built more easily. And the small difference I was talking about in this method was the way Sirius was trying to make Harry develop his shields. While Harry focused on protecting his mind, Sirius used magic to influence his mind, nothing too dangerous or aggressive. And this teaching style was similar to Snape's when he tried to teach Harry in 5th year, but with less rancor and hatred involved. And from what Harry told me, Sirius only used some weak and light spells, and that made me realize that maybe he doesn't know legilimency. But well, going back to talking about how Sirius tried to make Harry learn occlumency, I couldn't deny that the way he taught him was good, and I would even recommend it to someone who was just starting out in this branch of magic. For many reasons, this simple method was the most effective for learning occlumency, but for the situation Harry found himself in, this type of mental protection was completely useless, as Harry's visions were something much deeper than simple dreams. And after thinking a little, I came to the conclusion that Harry should use the method he used to block Voldemort from his mind in the canon, which was to bring his strongest emotions, preferably positive ones, to confuse the Dark Lord. Instead of hiding his emotions, something that I, as an empath, don't like nor highly recommend, Harry should let his emotions of affection, happiness, and love fill his mind. And this method was very good because, in addition to confusing and stunning the senses of whoever tries to invade the mind, it creates very powerful barriers, as it mixes positive emotions with magic. And we all know how powerful this combination is, and we also know how effective this combination could be against Voldemort. But let's leave that for later, and let's go back to focusing on what I taught Harry and Hermione. For Harry, I only told him the basics about occlumency, since unlike Hermione, he didn't have the basic knowledge about this mental magic. And to Hermione, I explained to her the different methods and why they were effective depending on which wizard or witch used it. And in our conversation, I discovered that the reason why Hermione couldn't learn occlumency was because she couldn't clear her mind as requested in the standard method. And this was a problem that I expected, because intelligent and creative people who loved to study and know the answer to everything couldn't keep their minds silent or without some thought. And with this new discovery, I decided that it would be good for Hermione to take advantage of her fertile and very strong mind to learn the same method as Harry, even changing it a little to fit her better. And after explaining a few other things to them, I ended our first class, saying that now that they knew more than the basics and already had an idea of which method to learn, they could train and study occlumency together to increase their mental strength. And of course, I didn't say that because that way they would spend more time together and end up becoming a couple more quickly, making me win the bet with the twins. I obviously didn't do it for a selfish reason like that.
I can't wait to see what the students at other wizarding schools are like.
Lily, who was next to me reading the announcement, said, with an excited smile.
I thought as a pureblood you would have seen other wizarding schools, or at least interacted with some of their students.
I said, looking at her with a raised eyebrow.
Maybe I actually met some students from another wizarding school, but I never paid attention to them.
She said, placing a finger on her chin.
And as for seeing or visiting other schools, well, my parents and I don't travel much, and when we travel, we generally don't think about going to other wizarding schools.
That makes sense.
I nodded.
After spending almost 10 months at Hogwarts, I wouldn't want to spend the days I'm on vacation going to another school.
I agree.
A new voice said next to me, startling Lily a little. And with my senses, I had already felt the approach of this person, and turning to her with a smile, I greeted her.
Hi, Astoria.
I waved to her.
I already told you to call me Torre.
She said with a pout.
Okay.
I said, patting her lightly on the head.
Hey, I spent all morning doing my hair.
Torre complained, fixing her hair.
Yes, of course, and it looks beautiful.
I said while playfully rolling my eyes, and upon seeing this Tori looked at me, before sticking her tongue out at me.
But what about you, Ethan?
Lily said, bringing my attention to her again.
Have you ever been to another wizarding school or talked to any students who were from another school?
She asked me, and I stopped for a moment to think.
Does it count if the student is someone who graduated a long time ago?
I asked.
Are you talking about an adult?
She asked me back. I replied.
Then no, it has to be someone close to our age.
She said.
Well, in that case, no. I have never talked or interacted with anyone from another school close to my age.
I shrugged before turning to Tori.
What about you, Tori?
No.
She replied and then turned to look straight ahead, and I could feel a sad look coming from her.
I don't actually leave the house much. I was lucky my parents let me go to the Quidditch World Cup. Huh, why don't you leave the house much?
Lily asked her with a confused look.
Oh,
Tori replied smiling, but I could tell it was a forced smile. Feeling the feelings of sadness coming from Tori, I looked at her, knowing that this was because of her fragile and sick body, caused by the blood malediction in her blood and magic.
Well, she won't have to worry about that anymore.
I thought, placing my hand on my suitcase that was on the chain around my neck, where I kept the bottle with the elixir of life that Nick gave me.
I've been dragging this out for a long time. I think it's time to give her the elixir.
And with a made-up mind, I nodded to myself, before turning to the two girls beside me.
Well, girls, our conversation is being very interesting, but I'm tired of looking at this notice board, and I'm getting hungry.
I started to say, making them both look at me.
So, what do you think about going to the kitchens to eat something?
I'm hungry too, and I've never been to the kitchens before, so I support that idea.
Tori said.
Well, it's been a while since we've talked properly since you're always busy.
Lily began to respond, looking at me with a pout, to which I smiled apologetically.
So if it means I'll be able to spend more some time with you, I accept. Good.
I nodded satisfied.
So in that case, follow me, my beautiful companions.
Chapter 344. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
So this is where the kitchens are.
Tori asked, looking at the painting of a bowl of fruit.
Yes, and to open it and reveal its passage, you need to tickle the pear in this painting.
I said, demonstrating immediately afterwards. And after I tickled the pear, it turned into a door handle, and turning to the girls, I saw them looking strangely at the painting.
That.
Lily said, and I snorted.
Believe me, there are many secret passages here at the school, and to reveal the entrance to most of them you have to do even stranger and more embarrassing things.
I said with a frown.
I don't know if I should be curious or scared by this.
Tori commented, looking at Lily, who shrugged.
But well, let's talk about secret passages and their strange entrances and passwords another time.
I said. Then I turned to the painting and placed my hand on the handle, and as I turned it, an audible click sounded.
Now, ladies, I would like to introduce you to the amazing kitchens of Hogwarts.
I said, giving a light pull on the handle, opening the passage. And as soon as the passage opened completely, I looked at the girls, gesturing dramatically with my hand towards the entrance. And with expectant looks, the girls passed through the entrance, and when they stepped into the kitchens, they were met with hundreds of pairs of large eyes focused on them. And then, the two girls began a staring contest with the little creatures in front of them, and this only lasted a short time, for as soon as the elves realized that they had visitors, they began jumping around excitedly.
There are students in the kitchens.
One of the elves exclaimed, and that was enough to make everyone else start talking, going after the two defenseless and confused young girls.
Would you ladies like to try Quincy's cake?
Could Baldy cook something for the mistresses?
What?
Lily asked, but the elves weren't paying attention and continued with their rapid and euphoric speeches.
The mistresses should sit down. Sissia and Mentees will prepare the table for you.
A female elf called Sissia said as she tried to lead the two towards a table, with her elf friend at her side nodding his head.
And Mentees will also prepare a big jug of his special juice for his mistresses.
Mentees said, also trying to push the two girls towards the table. Tori called with a bit of nervousness in her voice. And I, who was watching the scene with an amused smile, trying not to laugh at the girls' panicked looks, decided to help them in this tense and dangerous situation.
Guys, let's take it easy. You're making them nervous.
I said, taking a step forward, bringing the elves' attention to me.
Master Ethan.
One of the younger elves exclaimed happily, running up to my legs and hugging it. And soon after, other elves joined him, crowding around me, with some holding my hands and leg.
Master Ethan, did you like the cookies Floppy made for you yesterday?
Bimbo wants to show Master Ethan the new dish he learned.
Okay.
I said, whispering the last part to myself.
But now we're hungry, so why don't you prepare some of the dishes I taught you for my friends?
I asked with a slight smile. Lily asked, but the elves weren't paying attention and continued with their rapid and euphoric speeches. The mistresses should sit down. Sissia and Mentees will prepare the table for you, a female elf called Sissia said as she tried to lead the two towards a table, with her elf friend at her side nodding his head. And Mentees will also prepare a big jug of his special juice for his mistresses, Mentees said, also trying to push the two girls towards the table.
I didn't know there were so many house elves here.
Lily said, looking around at the big-eyed, big-eared beings working.
And I didn't know you were such good friends with them.
Tori said, looking at me.
Well, it turns out I come here a lot, so it's not that surprising they like me.
I shrugged.
Makes sense.
Tori nodded. We then continued to talk for a few minutes, until the elves started to bring us food, filling our table with different dishes and foods.
This is delicious.
Lily said after swallowing a piece of grilled chicken with honey sauce.
I have to agree, this food is better than the food in many fancy restaurants. My parents have taken me too.
Tori nodded. She then looked to the side, seeing that a small, young elf was looking at her with expectation and anticipation. Tori was confused for a moment, until she realized that the young elf was also looking at a dish of fish and shrimp soup. She understood what the elf wanted, so she took a spoon and tried the soup, blinking in surprise when she tasted the dish.
Wow, this soup is amazing.
She said.
Really?
The young elf asked.
This soup is very tasty. You should serve her at dinner today. I'm sure everyone will love her.
Tori said, smiling at the creature in front of her, who looked at her with shining eyes before quickly nodding her head.
Yes, Jaspy will serve his soup to the whole school.
He said excitedly, making Tori laugh slightly. And while Tori was chatting happily with the young elf, I picked up a cup of peach juice that was next to me, and hidden from everyone, I took the little bottle that was in my pocket and poured its contents into the cup. Seeing the crimson liquid with golden particles falling into the cup, I used my magic vision, and looking into the cup, I saw the powerful magic of the elixir of life mixing with the juice. The juice doesn't seem to have lessened the effects of the elixir, so it should be safe for her to drink it, I thought, nodding to myself before turning to the girls, who were still eating happily.
Here, Tori, try this peach juice. I know you'll love it.
I said, handing her the cup.
Oh, Peach.
She looked at the juice with her eyes shining.
That's my favorite fruit.
She said, taking the cup. I then watched as she raised the cup to her lips, drinking its contents almost in one gulp. She then placed the now empty cup on the table, sighing contentedly with a happy look.
This was, without a doubt, the best peach juice I've ever had.
She said, impressed, before turning to me.
Do you have more of it?
Of course.
I said, resisting the urge to laugh at her excited look. But Lily didn't have the same control, letting out a light laugh that was muffled by her hand. And hearing this, Tori turned to her in confusion, until she realized the reason for the laughter, lowering her head with a somewhat embarrassed look.
Don't mind evil Lily.
I said, with the girl with almost white blonde hair sticking her tongue out at me. I then took the jug with the peach juice and placed it in front of Astoria.
Here, the juice is all yours.
Thank you.
Tori said, her cheeks slightly red but still filling her cup again. We then went back to eating, with me looking at Tori with my magic vision every now and then, noticing the effects of the elixir of life on her body. And even though the effect didn't seem noticeable from the outside, looking at her magic I could tell that the blood malediction was being restricted and destroyed little by little.
She is being healed.
I thought, feeling a sense of relief and happiness.
Now she will be able to live normally, and I won't have to worry for a while about her family's blood malediction. But I still intend to eliminate this blood malediction, not because of the promise I made to Marcel, but because this type of magic is something I despise.
And as I thought about that, I looked back at Lily and Tori, who were happily chatting while eating, and I let a smile appear on my face.
Well, for now I'm going to enjoy this calm time I still have.
Chapter 345. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. October 30th at night. The 30th of October has finally arrived. A day long awaited by everyone, as it would be the day that delegations from the other two schools that will compete in the Triwizard Tournament would arrive at Hogwarts. It was night, and currently all the students and teachers at the school were in front of the castle, looking at the gates at the entrance to Hogwarts.
Man, it's so cold out here.
Terry said, rubbing his arms through his cloak.
Serious? I didn't even notice.
I said, wearing a simple shirt as I looked around. And when Terry saw me standing calmly, showing no expression of discomfort with the cold night, he looked at me with envy.
I hate you.
He grumbled.
How do you think the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang delegations will get here?
Lisa asked us.
Well, it won't be via Portkey or Apparating.
Sue replied, placing a finger on her chin.
Maybe they will come flying.
Stephen added his 5 nuts to the conversation.
And how would they fly here? From what I remember, Beauxbatons is located in France, so I doubt they can fly from there to here on brooms.
Terry said, looking at Stephen, as if he were an inferior and unintelligent life form.
But couldn't they come flying on something other than brooms?
Stephen asked.
It would have to be something comfortable or very large to bring several students in addition to the school staff.
Padma commented.
I don't know as much about magic or the wizarding world as you do, but I think it shouldn't be impossible to enchant something like a large carriage to fly here.
Lisa said, rubbing her hands to keep warm.
Oh, just like the carriages that bring us to the castle.
Anthony asked.
But the Hogwarts carriages aren't enchanted. They're pulled by the Strauss, did you forget?
Sue said to him, who scratched the back of his head with an embarrassed look. And as I listened to them theorize about how Beauxbatons and Durmstrang schools would get here, I could only look at them in awe. The fact that they're almost figuring out how the Beauxbatons delegation is going to get here is incredible, I thought. Shaking my head with a wry smile, I looked forward again, catching a glimpse of Luna among her third-year classmates as she looked at the moon with a serene smile. She was wearing a large dark blue coat which covered her body almost to her knees, and I smiled slightly as I watched her snuggle into the coat, warming herself in it. The coat she was wearing was mine, and I had lent it to her as soon as I realized that the small coat she was wearing before wouldn't fully protect her from the cold wind tonight. But I was brought out of my thoughts by the sensation of many magical signatures approaching Hogwarts across the sky, and looking up I could see with my enhanced vision a large, light blue carriage being carried by Abraxans. And I not only felt the approach of Beauxbaton's carriage, but also of Durmstrang's ship, which was coming slowly across the Black Lake. And as I analyzed the magic of those from the two schools, I couldn't help but frown, feeling that those who came with the Durmstrang delegation had darker magic.
Apparently the rumors that they are encouraged to learn some dark magic were true.
I thought, but then I was taken out of my thoughts by the headmaster's voice.
Aha, unless I'm very much mistaken, the delegation from Beauxbatons approaches.
He said, getting the students' attention. And hearing this, the students and teachers began to look forward, looking for the French delegation, and after a few seconds some students saw the carriage in the sky.
Man, Stephen and Lisa were right. They actually came flying in a large carriage.
Terry said with his mouth open.
And you saying it wasn't possible?
Stephen snorted with a look of arrogance.
Well, even a broken clock is right twice a day.
Sue joked, earning a mocking look from Stephen. And in the time of this short conversation, the light blue carriage landed in front of us, with the doors opening for a large woman to get out with some students following her.
She's huge.
I thought, looking at the more than 3-meter tall woman.
And there are still people who doubt that she's half giant. My dear Madame Maxime, welcome.
The headmaster said, going up to her and kissing her hand without even needing to bow.
Dumbledore, I hope you are well.
And the headmistress of Beauxbatons said in a deep voice. And I didn't pay much attention to their conversation because I was frowning as I felt something bothering my senses.
I've felt this before.
I mused before my eyes locked on a certain tall, blonde girl who was among the students at the French school.
This feeling is the same as I felt at Bulgaria's presentation at the Quidditch World Cup when the Vilas appeared.
I looked at this girl, noticing how the boys around her kept looking at her several times, with some even drooling.
A blonde girl from Beauxbatons who is a Vila.
I thought, before again ignoring an attempt by her allure to seduce me.
I can resist her allure because of my abilities, but because of them the allure is also more noticeable and potent.
I frowned.
And now I'm going to spend the whole year with her around, irritating my senses.
And finishing my thought, I looked ahead again, noticing that the headmaster's conversation with Madame Maxime had ended, and that now she and her students were heading towards the large doors of the castle. The Hogwarts students then moved aside for them to pass, and as the French group passed by me, I felt a pair of eyes on me, and turning around I saw Fleur staring at me. I thought, slowly looking away.
That was weird.
And when she realized that I wasn't looking at her anymore, Fleur turned around and continued walking, following her headmistress and her other schoolmates, but I could feel the curiosity coming from her. Shaking my head, I decided to ignore what just happened, until I felt a silence coming from my friends, causing me to turn towards them only to find them looking at me, with some of them looking at Fleur's back as she walked away.
Well,
Anthony started to say, but I interrupted him.
Don't say a word.
I said with eyes narrowed threateningly, and seeing my look they fell silent and stopped looking at me.
I don't even know what you're talking about. You can consider me mute. That rock on the ground is kind of interesting. Look, Durmstrang is here.
And that last exclamation that came from Lisa caught our attention, with us turning to where she was pointing, seeing something happening in the Black Lake. And not a second later, a large ship emerged from the lake, with a frightening appearance that reminded me of a ghost ship. As soon as the ship docked, several people disembarked from it, wearing large fur coats that gave them a fierce appearance. However, I could tell that they were just ordinary students, curious about being in a new place that was so big and famous.
they seem less snobbish and full of themselves than the Beauxbatons students, so apart from the fact that some of them have obviously studied dark magic, it shouldn't be so bad having them around for the rest of the year.
I thought, rubbing my chin as I looked at all the Durmstrang students who were following their headmaster, Karkaroff, who was a former Death Eater.
It's Crumb!
I heard Ron's excited voice, which was soon followed by the excited voices and sighs of other boys and girls who were looking at one of the Durmstrang boys.
Yes, I forgot about the fact that one of them is a professional Quidditch star.
I sighed tiredly. Flamel's house.
Have you packed all your things, honey?
Nick asked Penny, who was packing her last suitcase.
Yes, I have Ethan's birthday and Christmas presents, the cookies he loves, and some books I thought he would like.
Penny said, closing her suitcase and turning to her husband with a smile, only to find him staring at her with a blank stare.
So that's what you're carrying in those bags?
He asked, looking at the 10 bags on the floor around him.
And what else would I take?
She asked, tilting her head. And without knowing how to respond, Nick just sighed while shaking his head, but he had an affectionate smile on his face.
Well, the port key will be activated in a few seconds, so let's get ready,
He said, going over to a pink sphere that was on a table and picking it up.
Do you think Ethan will be happy to see us?
Penny asked, going over to her husband and touching the sphere as well. The sphere then began to glow, and with a wave of Nick's wand, all the bags around him began to float and enter his coat pocket.
Oh honey, I'm sure he'll be surprised and very happy.
Nick replied with a mischievous glint in his eye.
I hope so.
Chapter 346. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Great Hall. After the students from both schools arrived, we all went to the Great Hall, where my friends and I sat, waiting for the headmaster's speech to begin.
I think this is the first time I've seen the Great Hall so full.
Padma commented as she looked around. And she was right. The Great Hall was almost full of students who were talking and whispering excitedly, expectant for the start of the Triwizard tournament. Same as in the canon timeline, the Durmstrang students sat at the Slytherin table while the Beauxbatons students sat at our table, much to my unhappiness. And I say this not because I don't like the French students, since I don't even know them to form an opinion about them, but because for some reason Miss Delacour decided to sit a few seats away from me. And I knew she sat so close to me on purpose, since she stared at me as soon as I entered the Great Hall with my classmates, and she waited for me to sit down so she could choose her seat. I didn't know why she was paying so much attention to me, and in fact I didn't want to know, preferring to keep her and her mysterious thoughts away from me along with her uncomfortable allure.
So, do you have any idea how the champions will be chosen?
Stephen asked in a low voice, leaning across the table as he looked at us.
I don't know, maybe they choose the champions based on their grades.
Michael suggested.
I don't think so.
Lisa said.
I think choosing champions based on the grades they get isn't a very practical way.
Well, then maybe they use some spell.
Michael shrugged.
It's possible.
Terry nodded before turning to me.
What about you, Ethan? Any ideas or suggestions? Maybe the champions will be decided after a dispute.
I replied without thinking much.
Oh, a dispute.
Luna, who was next to Sue, asked excitedly.
Like a competition of who can eat the most pudding or collect the most mandrake leaves.
I nodded slowly. And listening to me, Luna just smiled, now interested in the tournament.
I don't know, Ethan. A dispute between all 17-year-old students from the 3 schools would be very complicated.
Sue said after thinking for a while.
Well, I don't know how the champions are going to be chosen. But if Ethan is really going to try to be one of them, he's going to need to figure out a way to get past the headmaster age line.
Anthony said, looking at me.
Don't worry, I have some ideas on how I'm going to get around this age line.
I said without explaining anything, making my friends look at each other curiously. And my friends couldn't ask me questions because the headmaster started talking, making everyone silent. And as he spoke, I noticed that there were 6 extra chairs at the staff table, with 2 of them being occupied by Madame Maxime and Karkaroff, and looking at the other 4 chairs I was confused. From what I remembered, there should have been 4 chairs instead of 6, where the other 2 were for Mr. Crouch and Bagman, but now there were 2 more chairs, and I wanted to know who they belonged to. But as I thought about this, the headmaster continued speaking, saying a few words of welcome to the delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang before beginning the feast. As soon as he sat down again, the tables were suddenly filled with food, and looking at the table in front of me, I could see several typical dishes from France and Norway, which was probably the country where Durmstrang was located.
Is this supposed to be a buff bourguignon?
One of the Beauxbatons girls snorted in disdain, looking at the dish in front of her as she chatted to her 2 friends in French.
Even my most useless cook could do better.
She said dismissively. She must think that no one here knows how to speak French, I thought, looking at the snobbish girl, who was complaining to her equally snobbish friends.
But knowing people like her, maybe she just doesn't care. Some of these dishes are strange.
Stephen muttered, poking a mussel on the plate in front of him with his fork.
I agree.
I snorted.
But you better not let those French girls hear you, or they might end up making you the first victim of the tournament, even though it hasn't started yet.
And hearing me, Stephen looked at the snobbish trio from before, and seeing their contemptuous looks he shuddered.
Right,
He said.
You know, I have a feeling they're talking bad about us.
Terry commented, also looking at the three girls with a suspicious expression on his face.
You have no idea.
I said, putting some ratatouille in my mouth.
Yes, I really.
Terry asked me in surprise, not knowing I could speak French. And I was going to answer him, but then my senses picked up 4 magical signatures, with 2 of them being powerful, therefore very noticeable, suddenly appearing at Hogwarts.
What are they doing here?
I asked myself confused, recognizing the 2 powerful magics as Nick and Penny's. After a while, I felt the 2 weakest magical signatures arriving in front of the doors of the Great Hall. The doors then opened, and passing through them were Mr. Crouch and Bagman, who went to the staff table and sat down on 2 of the 4 chairs that were empty.
Wait, 2 chairs are still empty, and Nick and Penny arrived at Hogwarts at the same time as Mr. Crouch and Bagman.
I asked myself, somewhat shocked.
But why? They did not participate in the organization of the tournament, and from what I know of them, they do not like to get involved in these political matters.
I thought, looking down as I tried to find an answer to these questions. And as I thought about it, a memory came to mind, and the memory was of the day Penny and Nick returned to their house, where I was saying goodbye to them. And I remember very well Penny saying that we would meet sooner than I expected, in a way that made it clear that she was hiding something from me.
So that's what she was talking about. At that time, was she already planning to come to Hogwarts?
And I was so caught up in my thoughts that I didn't even notice that the dessert had already been served and that the feast was ending, and it was only when the headmaster stood up again that I was brought out of my reflections.
The time has come.
The headmaster began to speak, smiling as he looked at the concentrated faces of all the students in front of him.
The Triwizard Tournament is about to begin, and I would like to explain a few things about the tournament and its rules before of the casket being brought.
And what followed was some polite clapping for the 2 guests, with Crouch remaining silent while Bagman waved to everyone with a jovial smile. I was also clapping my hands, but my attention was on the magical signatures approaching where we were. And as soon as the 2 magics stopped in front of the Great Hall, I turned to look at the large doors, tense and somewhat excited, but above all these feelings I was also curious.
And besides them, I would also like to introduce to all of you 2 distinguished guests, who were chosen as ambassadors by the International Confederation of Wizards to represent them in this tournament.
The headmaster continued, and I could feel his joyful feelings. But I was paying more attention to his last sentence.
Wait, ambassadors represent the International Confederation of Wizards in the tournament.
I exclaimed in my mind, looking at the headmaster to see if he wasn't lying. But he didn't say anything else, pausing as he looked at the doors of the great hall that had been opened. And passing through the large doors with calm looks and faint smiles were a man and a woman who were very familiar and dear to me, attracting everyone's attention with their imposing and dignified appearance.
Here they are, 2 of the greatest wizards in existence, and the best alchemists in the world.
Chapter 347. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
Did he say Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel? Isn't that man the inventor and creator of the Philosopher's Stone? I heard from a teacher of mine that they are over 600 years old.
My grandfather said he went to one of her seminars in Ireland when he was a child.
When they heard the names of the special guests, everyone was surprised and shocked. Seeing 2 of the most famous and important wizards in the wizarding world in person was something no one expected to happen today. Nick and Penny were famous all over the world, mainly in the United Kingdom, France, and the United States, and now students from the most important schools in 2 of those places were in the presence of these 2 people. Both Beauxbatons and Hogwarts students were staring at them with stars in their eyes, whispering and talking excitedly, unable to contain their excitement. And among all these students was me, who if I were in a cartoon would have a big question mark above my head.
When did they become ambassadors for the International Confederation of Wizards, and why didn't they tell me?
I wondered, looking at Nick and Penny, who walked up to the staff table, greeting the headmaster like old friends. Nick and Penny then sat down in the 2 empty seats, greeting those around them, and I could tell that even the teachers were surprised and excited. And in fact, the only one who had somewhat bad feelings about their presence was the fake Moody, and the feelings were more of nervousness and worry, probably afraid that these two incredible wizards could ruin their mission. Nick, who was sitting next to Professor McGonagall, glanced over the students, and I made a strange face when he looked at me and simply ignored me.
Why are they ignoring me?
I asked myself, confused. I could feel feelings of amusement coming from Nick and longing and affection coming from Penny, so I knew there had to be a reason why they weren't even looking at me. But as I wondered why, I felt a faint pulse of magic coming from the left pocket of my cloak. Reaching into my pocket, I felt a piece of parchment that wasn't there before, and I could recognize Nick's magic in the parchment. Picking up this piece of parchment, I saw that there was something written on it, and reading it, I blinked in confusion.
Meet us in our room after curfew.
I read before lifting my head and looking at Nick, who discreetly looked at me and nodded.
Okay.
I thought, nodding my head at him slowly. And unaware of the silent agreement that had just taken place, the headmaster continued with Nick and Penny's introduction.
I'm happy to see that you were all excited about our guests, because until the end of the tournament, they will be acting as teachers here at Hogwarts.
The headmaster said, smiling happily.
What?
Almost every student shouted, looking between the headmaster and the Flamels, wondering if it was a joke.
I wasn't expecting this.
I thought with my mouth open.
Actually, since they appeared, I've only been receiving unexpected news. But know that their classes don't just extend to Hogwarts students. Students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang who wish to participate in their classes will also be allowed.
The headmaster continued, and now even the students from the other two schools were excited. The headmaster didn't even say what Nick and Penny would teach us, but that didn't matter to any of the students, since obviously two alchemist wizards and masters in different branches of magic who were over 600 years old would be great teachers in anything they wanted to teach. And I, who can be considered a student of both, can say that this is true. The amount of knowledge that Nick and Penny had, in addition to the fact that they had a connection with magic and their magic insight, made them masters in almost any branch of magic. And I would venture to say that because of the factors mentioned above, they were superior to most or all of the teachers in the three schools in their own subjects.
Man, I can't believe we're going to be taught by Nicholas Flamel himself.
Terry exclaimed in an excited whisper.
He's like the most amazing wizard alive.
And I can't believe we're going to take classes with Perenelle Flamel. I have almost all of her books.
Sue said, almost as excited as Terry, her eyes shining in a typical fangirl way.
Would she sign my books?
Huh, I didn't know you were a fan of hers.
I said, looking at her strangely.
Oh, Ethan dear, there are many secrets about me that you don't know.
She said with a slight smile, looking at me in a way that gave me goosebumps. I said slowly, deciding to let the matter go. I then began to look around, feeling all the feelings of excitement and anticipation from my housemates, and surprisingly, one of the people excited and motivated about the prospect of learning from Nick and Penny was Luna.
Actually, that's not that surprising. Luna is a peculiar girl who is very intelligent and curious, so it's not a surprise that she is interested in Nick and Penny, who also have these same characteristics.
I reflected, placing a finger on my chin while looking at the dreamy girl. But while I was thinking about this, the headmaster spoke again as soon as most of the students calmed down, drawing everyone's attention.
Over the past few months, Mr. Crouch and Mr. Bagman have worked tirelessly organizing and preparing for the tournament.
He began to say, gesturing to the two men behind him.
And now they will be joining myself, Professor Karkaroff, and Madame Maxime on the panel that will judge the champions' results and efforts in each task. So Nick and Penny won't be on the jury.
I thought.
The casket, please, Mr. Filch.
The headmaster said, gesturing to the castle's surly caretaker. Filch then approached him, carrying a large, ancient-looking wooden chest that had some precious stones inlaid in it. And looking at the box, I could feel a powerful magic coming from inside it.
Mr. Bagman and Mr. Crouch have already analyzed and revised the instructions for the tasks that the champions will face.
The headmaster said as Filch placed the chest carefully on a table in front of him.
They have made the necessary arrangements for each challenge, and there will be a total of 3 tasks that will occur spaced throughout the school year, and these tasks will test the champions in different ways.
And when the headmaster paused, everyone looked at him tensely, paying attention to each phrase, word, and syllable he said.
As you all know, 3 champions compete in the tournament, 1 from each school.
The headmaster spoke calmly again.
They will receive marks for their performance in each of the tasks, and the one who has obtained the highest result in each task will receive advantages that will give you greater chances against other competitors. And at the end of the 3rd task, the one with the best results will win the Triwizard Cup. And to make it fair to everyone, the champions will be chosen by an impartial selector.
And with that sentence, the headmaster pulled out his wand and tapped 3 times upon the top of the casket. The top of the casket slowly opened with a creak, and as soon as it was fully opened, the headmaster reached inside it and pulled out a large, roughly hewn wooden cup. The cup was as described in the books, different from the refined and glamorous appearance of the cup in the movies, and if I couldn't feel the magic coming from it, I would consider it an ordinary wooden cup. Of course, if we forget the fact that the cup was filled to the brim with bluish-white flames, which moved mesmerizingly as if it were dancing.
So that is the Goblet of Fire.
I thought, impressed, analyzing the magic of the cup and being surprised by its purity.
I don't know who the creator of the Goblet of Fire was, but he was definitely a magical genius.
Chapter 348. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Great Hall. After the headmaster closed the casket, he placed the Goblet of Fire on top of it, so that everyone in the Great Hall could see it, and then he continued to talk about the tournament.
To enter the tournament in an attempt to become a champion, the student must write their name and the name of the school they belong to on a piece of parchment and deposit it in the Goblet of Fire.
He said, and at that moment all the students paid special attention to his words, wanting to know how they could become champions.
Students have a total of 24 hours to deposit their names in the Goblet of Fire. And tomorrow, on Halloween, the goblet will return 3 names of those it deemed most worthy to represent their schools. The cup will be placed in the entrance hall tonight, where it will be accessible to everyone who wants to compete.
The headmaster looked around, and then his eyes focused on the younger students who had excited and competitive expressions.
And to ensure that no underage student gives in to temptation, I will draw an age line around the cup, and no one under the age of 17 will be able to cross it.
And ignoring the indignant exclamations and protests of the underage students, who were the majority of students present in the Great Hall, the headmaster continued.
And finally, I would like to remind those who want to compete that you should not enter the tournament lightly. Once chosen as champion by the cup, the student will be forced to continue in the competition until the end of the tournament, having to compete in all tasks. Putting the name on the Goblet of Fire is a magical contractual act, and once someone is selected as champion, it will not be possible to change.
Stopping to let this important information sink into everyone's minds, the headmaster passed his serious and solemn gaze over everyone, making it clear from his posture alone how serious it would be to become a champion.
As you all know or have heard, the Triwizard Tournament is a dangerous, difficult, and complex competition. So make sure you are prepared, body and soul, to compete before putting your name in the Goblet of Fire.
The headmaster said, with some students looking at each other with tense looks. But his sentence didn't scare the students. In fact, it only made them more excited and inspired to become the champion of their school. And with a flame rising deep in the hearts of all the students, they raised their heads proudly, imagining themselves having the honor of representing their school. And even though I wasn't as excited as the others, I also couldn't stop a competitive and slightly wild smile from appearing on my face.
I guess I'm not so different from my peers after all,
I thought.
And with that, I conclude today's feast.
The headmaster said after a few seconds, with a calm smile and a lighter air.
I think it's time for us to go to bed, so good night to you all.
And saying this, the headmaster waved his hand at us, with the teachers and guests behind him also standing up. And I ignored the students from the other schools, especially Fleur, who looked at me again, in favor of looking at Nick and Penny, who went to the headmaster to talk to him. And while Nick was saying something to the headmaster, I could see Penny look at me out of the corner of her eye, letting a slight smile appear on her lips.
Well, I guess the night isn't over for me yet.
I thought, standing up and joining my classmates to head back to our common room. Later at night, after I got back to the Ravenclaw common room, I spent some time talking about the tournament and ways to get past the age line with my friends. When it was time for everyone to go to their dorms, I escaped using the disillusionment charm, and I then started walking around the castle while I was invisible, feeling Nick and the Penny's magic, trying to find the room they were in. And after a few minutes of walking around the great castle that was Hogwarts, I finally arrived in front of a dark door in the 5th corridor of the 6th floor. Looking around and using my senses, I didn't feel anyone around me, and nodding my head, I raised my hand to knock on the door. But before I could do anything, the door was opened by Penny, who looked at me, who was still invisible, with a big smile on her face and her eyes glowing blue, probably because of her magic insight. Canceling the disillusionment charm, I looked at her, opening my mouth to greet her.
Hi, Pen.
I started to say, but I was surprised by her suddenly hugging me.
Aw, I missed you so much.
She said, hugging me tightly as she brought me into the room, closing the door with wandless magic.
I think you're suffocating him.
Nick commented, looking at both of us amused.
Oh, now can't a grandmother show care and affection to her grandson?
She asked, looking at him, who raised his hands in surrender with a wry smile.
Your grandson here would also like some oxygen.
I said breathlessly, and noticing my face turning pale, she quickly released me.
Oops, I'm sorry. I think I'm really excited to be able to see you again.
She said with a small apologetic smile.
I noticed.
I said, taking a deep breath. After catching the breath she tried to take from me with her loving mortal embrace, I looked at the two immortals who were part of my large family not connected by blood, and a smile appeared on my face.
It's great to see you again.
I said, and they smiled at me. The three of us then sat down on the sofas in their living room, with me looking around and seeing that their living room was almost the size of a common room. Penny was sitting next to me while Nick sat on the sofa across from us, and without further ado, I got straight to the main question that had been on my mind since the moment I sensed them at school.
So,
I asked.
Not that I'm not happy, but I'm still surprised that you're here at Hogwarts, and even more surprised that you're acting as ambassadors for the International Confederation of Wizards for the Triwizard Tournament. Well, the answer to that is simple.
Nick started to say.
And what would be?
I asked with a raised eyebrow.
You.
Penny replied.
Me.
I asked, confused.
Yes, you.
She nodded.
We only decided to come to Hogwarts acting as ambassadors, and even teachers, because of you.
I don't understand.
I said.
Ethan, we have always lived our lives in seclusion and rarely participate in the affairs of the wizarding world. But since we met you, our lives have become more fun and exciting, and that's a good thing.
Nick began to explain.
Yeah, and we already knew that the Triwizard Tournament was going to happen because of our contacts, and we realized that it would be a great way to be able to spend some time with you while you are at school.
Penny continued.
And besides that, we could also watch an interesting and exciting tournament.
Nick finished, and I looked at the two of them in silence.
So you did all this to spend time with me and watch the tournament?
I asked.
Yes.
They replied, with Penny nodding and Nick smiling.
You two are weird.
I said, smiling slightly.
Well, maybe it's hereditary then.
Penny said with a shrug, looking at me amused. And I was going to open my mouth to say that we had no blood connection, but when I saw and felt how happy she was, I decided to leave that subject alone.
But well, how did you manage to get the International Confederation of Wizards to give you the title of ambassador?
I asked, and Nick's wicked smile made me feel like he was happy that a diabolical plan of his had worked.
Let's say we suggested to them that it would be in their best interests to give us the title of ambassador, and that this title would be put to good use in the Triwizard tournament.
He said.
So you basically forced them to make you ambassadors. I think this suits you.
I nodded.
Saying it like that makes it sound like we intimidate them.
Nick said, and I looked at him dryly.
Actually, the situation was quite funny, as they were happy when we suggested that they make us ambassadors.
Penny said with her hand on her chin as she remembered the scene, smiling with amusement. And upon hearing this, I looked at her skeptically.
That is true.
Nick said.
I think having two influential and immortal wizards representing them in the tournament was a very good thing for them.
And after a few seconds of thinking about it, I nodded my head. Looking at it this way, they really were the ones who gained the most, I commented.
Yeah, but I hope they don't get used to it.
Chapter 349. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Still in Nick and Penny's room.
Well, now I know why you are here, but I have another question.
I said, and they both looked at me curiously. I then ran my eyes over them, as if I was judging them, and this made them somewhat tense and confused.
If you did all this to spend time with me, then why did you two ignore me in the Great Hall?
I asked. Even though I didn't have any reaction or expression that showed displeasure, internally I was very upset and hurt that they both ignored me. And even if we meet now, that doesn't change the fact that when we were among all those people, they didn't even notice my presence. And this is something strange coming from them, since normally they wouldn't care about the situation or the people around them and would act as they always have. And knowing that, I couldn't help but wonder why they didn't even give me a wave or look at me, at least not other than discreetly. Upon hearing my question, Nick and Penny looked at me, seeing my frown as I stared at them waiting for their answers. They then looked at each other for a few seconds before looking back at me.
Actually, we pretended not to know you because we thought it might upset you.
Penny said, placing her hand over mine.
Huh, what do you mean?
I asked without understanding.
We thought that if we showed all those people that we knew you, that you would end up getting a lot of unnecessary attention.
Nick was the one who responded.
Yes, and even though we know you like to be the center of attention sometimes, we also know that that wouldn't be the kind of attention you would enjoy.
Penny said, a little sad about the situation, and I stopped to think about it for a while.
Sigh.
I said after a few moments.
I'm always right.
Nick said with a slight smile on his face. I was smiling too, happy with the care they took for me. But even though they had made it so that I wouldn't have to deal with everyone's incessant, uncomfortable questions and surprised looks, I wasn't entirely happy.
You know, I understand your intention, and I appreciate it.
I said, and Nick and Penny nodded happily.
But I don't think that was necessary.
And when I said that, they both blinked in surprise.
Huh, why?
Nick asked.
Well, for two very simple reasons.
I started to say, before raising a finger.
The first is that I don't like having to hide our relationship, and the fact that I know you guys.
I said, looking seriously at them.
I don't mind having to put up with people's stares, whispers, and rumors since I'm already used to it. The real problem for me is pretending that we are strangers and having to keep meeting in secret.
And in fact, I wish I could show everyone that I, the amazing and wonderful Ethan Knight, know the Incredibles.
I said with a small smile, leaving the mood lighter. And listening to me, Penny hugged me sideways, happy with my statement.
Well, I understand your feelings.
Nick said, amused, before tilting his head.
But what's the second reason?
He asked.
Oh, the second reason is that it won't make any difference for others to find out that we know each other, since I'll already receive a lot of attention when I become the Hogwarts champion.
I said with a shrug.
Oh yeah.
Nick nodded but stopped the next instant.
What?
The two immortals exclaimed in shock.
What do you mean by become the Hogwarts champion?
Nick asked.
I intend to put my name in the Goblet of Fire to be selected as champion. Simple.
I said.
But Ethan, the tournament is very dangerous.
Penny said, looking at me with concern.
Yes, we can't tell you what the challenges of the 3 tasks are because we are under a magical contract, but they will be difficult, dangerous, and very deadly.
Nick said, as worried as Penny, looking at me seriously.
We know you like to challenge yourself, but you're in 4th year, and these tasks will be difficult even for 7th years.
Penny said, holding my hand with both of hers and squeezing them.
Listen, you two have already taught me and seen what I'm capable of, and you also know that what I've already shown you is not the full extent of my abilities.
I began to say, looking at them with a calm expression.
And knowing this, do you really think that my abilities are below that of any 7th year at this school?
And hearing my question, the two looked at each other before Nick sighed.
I understand what you're getting at.
He said, before looking at me with less concern.
Of all the students from the 3 schools, you're the only one that I'm 100% sure can win the cup.
In fact, you competing in the tournament is unfair to the other champions.
Penny commented, and I could feel that the worry and fear were still in her, but weaker.
They're not even questioning how I'm going to get past the headmaster age line, or doubting whether I'm even going to be chosen as champion.
I thought before shaking my head with a slight smile, happy for the trust they had in me. Turning to me, Penny looked into my eyes, looking for any sign of fear or hesitation, and finding none, she sighed.
Are you sure you're not our real grandson? You're almost as hard-headed as Nick, and maybe even more determined than me.
She grumbled, and I snorted as Nick looked at her offended. Shaking her head, Penny spoke again.
I don't think I'll be able to change your mind, so I think I can only support you and root for you, just like every wonderful grandmother would do.
She smiled.
Thank you.
I said sincerely. A playful look then appeared on my face.
And know that you will be rooting for the future greatest champion of the Tri-Wizard tournament.
Certainly.
Penny nodded, and I could tell she really believed it.
Well, then now I have one more reason to watch the Tri-Wizard tournament.
Nick said, before looking at me with an appraising look.
And know that I will watch your trials with great expectations. Obviously.
I nodded.
And I'm sure I will impress you, and everyone who will be watching the tasks with my incredible magical skills.
I said, smiling confidently.
And I can't wait for it.
Penny said with a slight smile.
I'm sure Albus will be surprised.
Nick commented, with amusement in his eyes.
Oh, not only him, but the other judges too.
I said with a mischievous look.
I'm sure I'll get the highest scores from them.
And just imagining Karkaroff's constipated look, trying to justify the low score he would give me, made an evil smile appear on my face.
Well, then it's good that we didn't agree to be part of the tournament jury.
Nick said, breaking me out of my thoughts.
I agree. If we had agreed to be on the jury, people would probably accuse us of favoritism when we gave Ethan's scores.
Penny said, looking at him, who nodded. And hearing them, I stopped, looking at them with a raised eyebrow.
Were you also invited to be judges?
I asked. Penny nodded.
But we refused because we thought it would be boring work.
Oh.
I blinked.
Only the 2 of them would think that being a judge in a deadly tournament between 3 big schools is boring.
I thought, shaking my head with an ironic smile.
But come to think of it, after living as long as they have, probably everything in the wizarding and normal world has become dull and tedious for them.
I mused.
And in fact, I'm pretty sure they've watched many Tri-Wizard tournaments in their more than 6 centuries of life.
Chapter 350. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
Well, changing the subject. Now that means I can tell everyone that Ethan is my grandson, right?
Penny asked, looking at me and Nick with an expectant look.
I don't see why not.
I shrugged, and she exclaimed with joy before hugging me.
Now everyone will know that I, Paranel Flamel, have a beautiful and wonderful grandson. And they will also know that whoever dares to mess with him will also be messing with me.
She said, placing her hand on her chest while making a
Veers.
face that didn't match her face that was usually calm and happy.
Of course.
I nodded before letting a mischievous smile appear on my face.
And being the grandson of someone so important will also help me attract more girls.
I said jokingly. And listening to me, Nick shook his head with an ironic look, getting ready to say something. But before he can open his mouth, Penny interrupts him.
That's true.
She nodded with a serious look.
We'll obviously have to filter out the girls who will come after you. But even so, the chances of you getting a girlfriend and wife will increase.
What?
I asked, completely stunned, because even though I had said it as a joke, I could tell that Penny was really taking my words seriously. And I wasn't the only one who was confused, as even Nick looked at her blankly with a strange expression on his face. And seeing our looks, Penny began to explain.
Well, if Ethan catches the attention of a lot of girls, he will have a better chance of getting a girlfriend. And the faster he gets a girlfriend who will possibly become a wife, the faster they can have children.
She said, and this explanation only left us even more confused, but for some reason I felt a chill.
And why would him having kids quickly be a good thing?
Nick asked.
Oh, that way I won't have to wait long to be able to play and spoil my cute little great-grandchildren.
Penny said with an affectionate and tender smile, having a happy sparkle in her eyes as she imagined herself taking care of several little black-haired, amber-eyed children. And listening to her reason, I could only look at her with a blank expression, wondering when I became a factory of mini Ethans. But Penny didn't stop there, as she continued talking about great-grandchildren, to the point of citing all the reasons why I should have children, while also mentioning the positives about being able to care for and spoil your great-grandchildren.
This woman.
Nick thought, looking at his wife with an amused look. Nick himself also wanted to see his great-grandchildren, but he wasn't as focused and passionate as Penny in this matter. And seeing that she was still in a trance in her own little world, Nick placed his hands on her shoulders, standing up and lifting her too. He then turned to me, who was still looking strangely at the woman I considered my grandmother, and raised a finger to his lips, gesturing for me to be silent.
Escape before she decides to make you read the crib and baby toy magazine she has.
He whispered to me, and I quickly nodded before turning to leave, letting Nick lead Penny to their bedroom. As soon as I left the room, I leaned against the wall, taking a deep breath for fortunately having escaped what could have been a complicated and confusing situation. Now I knew I shouldn't talk about children or great-grandchildren around Penny, much less tell her about any romantic relationships I might have. But after wiping the sweat from my forehead, I realized something.
Wait!
I asked myself, feeling a chill run down my back. And without wanting to think about the answer to that question, I shook my head before casting the disillusionment charm on myself, quickly walking away without looking back. After leaving Nick and Penny's room, I didn't go straight to the dorms, but instead headed towards the entrance hall, which was where the goblet of fire was. After walking a little, being careful not to bump into any teachers or prefects roaming the corridors, I arrived in front of the entrance hall, and next to the large doors of the great hall, I saw the cup on a small table. Taking a few steps, I approached the cup, but stopped when I felt that there was a barrier in front of me. Looking down, I saw that there was a golden line drawn around the table with the cup, this being the age line that the headmaster placed to prevent underage students from trying to enter the tournament.
This age line isn't as complex as I expected it to be.
I thought, looking ahead with my magic vision. Placing my hand on my chin, I began to evaluate the barrier in front of me, noticing that it was a mixture of wards and spells.
This age line may not be very difficult to break or bypass if you have the necessary knowledge, but for wizards and witches who are still in school, it is enough.
I reflected.
But well, that's good for me, since thanks to my classes with Penny, I have enough knowledge about barriers and wards to figure out a way to overcome that age line.
And nodding to myself, I crouched down, propping myself up on one knee as I took a closer look at the barrier created by the headmaster.
The age line only stops students under 17 from approaching the cup, and it doesn't stop them from putting their name inside it.
I muttered under my breath.
So that means anyone can enter the tournament to try to be chosen as champion of your school. I could easily get past him using the Elder Key, but I want to challenge myself a bit.
I thought before smiling and pulling out my wand. Pointing at the barrier created by the age line, I began writing in the air with the tip of my wand, using ambient magic to create runes. Finishing weaving these runes, I launched them at central points of the barrier, creating an intricacy of runes that connected and began to temporarily disable some of the age line's functions. But in addition to deactivating some functions, I also modified others, as this would create a loophole and not need to change or break the barrier completely.
Okay, I think these changes are enough for me to get through the barrier.
I thought, satisfied with my work. Standing up, I moved a little away from the age line, and putting my hand in my pocket, I felt the piece of parchment with my name on it.
Well, there's no time to waste.
I said to myself before relaxing my body, feeling a lightness wash over me. The magic inside me began to move, and my body began to turn into mist. Now in my mist form, I looked forward, and without any sign of fear, I advanced against the barrier. And just as I expected, rather than being repelled or hindered by the age line, I passed through it.
I did it!
I thought happily, stopping in front of the goblet of fire as my body returned to normal. Looking back, I saw the barrier completely intact, and none of the alarm spells the headmaster placed on it had activated. Nodding to myself, I turned my gaze to the cup, seeing the blue-white flames dancing within it. I blinked in confusion, seeing that there were something like almost transparent blue threads coming out of the cup. And following these threads with my eyes, I saw them leaving the great hall.
What is this?
I asked myself. And without knowing the answer, I looked back at the cup, and reaching into my pocket, I took out the parchment with my name.
Well, I trust that I will be selected as champion, but if that doesn't happen, I think I'll have to use some powerful spells that I have in my repertoire to change that.
I thought, taking the parchment to the cup. I then let the piece of parchment fall into the cup, disappearing into its flames. And then the flames flickered, and I saw a thread shoot out of the cup and come towards me.
What?
I exclaimed in surprise in my mind, seeing a thread that was thicker and bluer than the others connected to me. And I could feel that some kind of connection had formed between me and the goblet of fire, and after thinking for a few seconds, the realization hit me.
Wait!
I theorized. However, I couldn't think much about it, because with my senses I could feel the fake Moody's magic approaching. I knew he would come tonight to put Harry's name in the cup, and I also knew I had to leave quickly, since his magical eye could see me through the disillusionment charm. Using my mist form, I passed through the barrier again, and on the other side I cancelled the runes and modifications I had made, making the age line return to normal, leaving it intact as if it had never been changed. And casting the disillusionment charm on myself again, I quickly and silently left, heading in the opposite direction of where I felt Moody's magic. And after getting far enough away, I stopped, letting out a sigh of relief as I leaned against the wall of the corridor I was in.
New project: create an invisibility spell that cannot be detected even with magical items.
I thought, irritated by Moody's damn magical eye. Shaking my head and letting that matter go, I looked down, seeing the thread that connected me to the goblet of fire.
I guess this means I've now officially entered the tournament.
I thought, feeling a kind of excitement and happiness welling up inside me.
I don't know why, but I'm truly excited to compete in the tasks.